Pentagram of Farah. Our enemies are near. By the Eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic!
Mind Crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
The double! Ow! You couldn't be saved.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back! Playoffs! Playoffs! We are back. There we are. Once again, it is time for a very special part of the year. We have playoffs to see, a lot of money on the line, a chance for a world championship title, and so much more. My name is Keg, and this is your first playoffs for Stage 1 in the entirety of Ignite across the entire world. With me today are two of the best people I have ever known in my entire life. We got the man with the plan, Mr. Dan, to my right, and even further to my right is the wonderful, glorious Matsy himself. Boys, today, are we ready or what?
Oh, I'm so down. This is the first time we get to see what these teams have been cooking up here in the Season 8.5 patch, and if anyone has been reading the patch, there is a lot of different things that could go, at least in the band draft, right? There's different paths that you can go. Maybe you could try to stick with dive. Maybe you could try to go more front to back. There's just a lot more flexibility and more options available. I'm just incredibly excited to see what they have been cooking up.
Now, do we think front to back's going to be harder with Cyclops?
If it gets through.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you telling me
If it
Cyclops
gets
might not be
through.
played?
But
Well, we'll get to all that in a second because, boy, howdy, do I have something very special for you all. Everyone in chat, listen here and listen close because I have something amazing for you. I hope you don't have earbuds because I'm about to destroy them. Welcome to the Hellfire Bay Beach. Happy Arrival Summer Festival, everyone. It's time to trade those heavy combat suits for swimwear because the ultimate beach party has officially arrived. The sun is shining, the waves are rolling in, and our seasonal hub is packed with exciting activities and rewards. The Summer Snapshot photo event, Pop and Win, Krakoan Reels, and simply log in daily to claim up to 1,500 limited time units and participate in festival activities for a chance to earn up to 2,500 units in total.
And the fun does not stop there, because you've also got two new costumes coming at your way into the shop, where you can strike from the shadows or guard the coast. Black Widow brings lethal elegance to the depths, while Daredevil ensures nothing slips past his watch as long as you're within 40 meters. So you can gear up to dominate the shore in Marvel Rivals Season 8. Available on June 25th, 7 p.m. Pacific Time. Claim the coast, leave them breathless.
Both those kids leave me breathless.
yeah, you two leave me breathless. That's all I'm saying. But you know what else leaves me breathless? New Twitch drops are on the horizon, rivals. Tune in to your favorite streamers to earn sprays, emotes, nameplates, and an exclusive costume for Storm. The event's on right now. Make sure you're watching for 30 minutes for the spray there with a Galacta on deck. And same with the nameplate, which for 1 hour to get the Storm nameplate there, you're going to get the Reading on the Wind emote if you watch for 2 hours. And if you go the full distance, watch for 4 hours, you'll get that Willa Galacta costume. Make sure you get in while it's still here. It's on till July 10th, 9 a.m. UTC there. Get it before it's gone.
All right, boys. So we have a lot on our docket today, and we have to figure out exactly what's going on. I want to see what is going to be happening with our first match of the day. We have Reject versus N1 Hex. And for everyone at home, you may remember this is a rematch of our very, very first match heading into Stage 1 just a few months ago. Unfortunately, there is one big thing that hasn't changed much, guys. Reject still hasn't lost since this matchup, and they didn't lose this one either.
Yeah, I mean, how poetic is it, right? We start the group stage of Pacific Asia with Reject M1 Hex, and we get to start playoffs with Reject versus M1 Hex. I mean, you summed it up, right? Reject are on a flawless win streak right now. They went perfectly undefeated, didn't drop a single map going into playoffs. Now, it's more of a question of what N1 Hex have been cooking up, right? They barely squeaked into the playoffs off of a crazy three-way tie towards the tail end of that group stage, which was absolutely insane. We all got flashbacks of what OCE groups from preseason. That was it almost got to that point, but right now this is where N1 Hex have to lock things in, right? It's going to start with the band draft, right? The picks and bans. How are you going to deny resources from Reject? How are you going to enable your own team composition when you're on N1 Hex? And it all comes out here.
Let's change it up this time around. We've always explained exactly how the bans and picks work. I trust that everyone knows how the Ignite bans work at this point. So I'm going to throw a question at you, Matsy. If you are N1 Hex, which side of this would you want to be on to have the best bet to take down Reject?
In all honesty, on this one, I'd prefer to have that first protect. I feel like being able to lock things down for yourself
bottom row.
early. Yes, I think I'd rather be on the bottom row this time. You know, if you want to lock down one of your more priority locks there, definitely can start off strong, albeit you play at the sacrifice of the double ban instead. But I think having that first protect is just going to benefit them that little bit more in the beginning.
Now, rumor on the street is that Gambit or Mantis will probably be first ban / first protect for a lot of these teams. Are we expecting that bottom team to secure that spot?
Yeah, I say so. It really depends on which, on what any of these teams deem more of a priority in terms of that first ban, right? Either it's going to be Gambit first or it's going to be the Mantis first. And going off of that first ban, it's going to influence the entirety of that ban draft. If you take away the Gambit, you essentially have to find a way to shut down either the Mantis Ultron backline, which has been so strong both in preseason and here in stage 1, or you just denied the Vibrant Vitality. But if you take away the Mantis first thing, then you have to worry about the Gambit, right? You have to worry about the team up with the Rogue and maybe the Magneto. Maybe you have to also take away things like the Star-Lord that synergizes really well with the Raging Royal Flush. Even the Loki, who can just give your team a second deck of cards to work with. But yeah, it's all going to come down into that first ban. This is where it's going to get so interesting.
So moving along too, you know, we have a lot of convergence maps, right? And I want to point out Shin Shibuya being a possibility. Now, the reason why I could focus on Lower Manhattan, it is Pacific. We could talk about Museum, but I want to highlight that the last time we saw Reject lose a map, which by the way was 2 months ago to the day. The last time they lost a map was on Shin Shibuya.
Okay. I mean, maybe you do the curveball of picking Symbiotic Surface, but it looks like Reject have been working on that quite a bit. But maybe you could just whip out that Shin Shibuya, like you said, Keg. And I mean, it's a best of 5. You have a lot of time to figure things out, get things smoothed out towards that best of 5, like towards the end of it. So we'll see how N1X really decide to either pick maps that maybe Reject aren't as comfortable on. Like, I mean, Museum of Contemplation has been like a staple in like all the other regions, mainly because of how well that map is as a dive composition as well. And
hey, all I'm saying is that we pioneered it over here.
Yep, we started it. Yep, we started it.
We played it the most too, right? Like, I think we saw the stats come out the other week that we played the most Museum out of any region, so...
It was like 80 or something, right?
Yeah.
Get me out.
We just love the
Get me
Museum.
out.
We love
I
our
have
history,
seen
all right?
more Museum of Contemplation this stage than I've ever been to a museum in my life. That's sad on so many levels.
That applies to me as well, unfortunately. We don't go out very often.
I'm with you, man.
We're too busy studying the tomes of Ignite, but we do have a lot of interesting matches today, and there was a pretty hot debate in the green room about which matches we thought might be the best of the day today. Reject N1 Hex, the first on our docket. We have Chiefs versus Triple AD, which would be one of our first very interesting matches, I would say. I mean, look, N1 Hex, it's kind of hard to have expectations going into a more LAN environment, considering they only won 1 series in all of Stage 1 group stage. They could pull a lot of surprises out, but I think everyone is keeping their eyes on that second and third series today, Dan, because Triple AD and Chiefs, there's a lot of potential for an upset.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like Triple AD have a chance to overthrow the likes of the Chiefs, given that, again, everyone is in the upper bracket. So if you do lose, you're not out of the tournament just yet. You're just going to get sent down to the lower bracket, which is then going to be very, very scary if things don't go according to plan when you're down there. But for now, I mean, Triple AD, we talked about it a little bit, right? This is one of those teams where either they've gotten just a tiny bit better, or they're just the same Triple AD that we saw back in preseason. Yeah, they did.
Hold on. They had roster moves, they had role swaps, and they went 4-3 this stage. They were not the same Triple ADs preseason.
It's just like, yeah, you do say that, right? Like roster changes and whatnot, but it just feels like Triple AD have not like gotten to that next level. You know what I mean? Like they have not looked better. They have not looked worse. They're just about the same. But we'll talk about Triple AD another time. We got to talk about the only partner team here in the Asia region. It's none other than Reject. I mean, this team has been together for so many months at this point.
That's right.
So they have a lot of that synergy. They have a lot of that world-class level talent as well, right? It's just all of this coming together. I mean, we saw it how they did in group stage, right? 14-0, the map score. Not a single map dropped.
And this was the expectation from Reject from the very beginning of this season, right? Not even just stage one. We were expecting Reject to, frankly, demolish all the competition, but they struggled in preseason. They didn't look good that first week. They got a new coach. Things fell into line, and I'm going to throw some more stats at you boys. The last time Reject lost a map, I already mentioned it, was 2 months ago to the date. The last time Reject lost a series, you probably don't even remember what year this was. It was April 5th.
Oh my goodness,
I can't even remember that far.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna need like a time machine, and maybe I'm gonna call Loki.
Gonna bring out my calendar.
Time stream for that one. Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, right? And so Reject have just been on an instrumental winning streak, and unfortunately for N1 Hex guys, they've only won one series to make their way into the playoffs bracket, right? The only reason why they're here is because, yes, they did win a series, but so did the other two teams that were eliminated. N1 Hex won it out by having a single map differential over Loyalty and Rivals.
I mean, that's just how close the backfield was here in the group stage. Because, like, everyone's looking at the top, right? It's just like, who's going to be the first seed, who's going to be the second, and then third, so on and so forth. But then here in the group stage of Asia, right, it was the bottom three that got really, really fun to watch towards the end of group stage, right? There was a world where those matches did not matter, but oh my goodness, those last 2 days were just absolute cinema. And the N1 Hex, like you said, off a single map, squeaked their way in. And now it's just a big question of how much preparation have they done to, at the very least, maybe make a deep run, or at the very least, try to make a dent in Reject's armor.
I mean, if you're in N1 Hex's spot, right, you made it the playoffs, maybe the expectation was there that you could squeak in at that bottom place mark. Maybe there wasn't. You've had time to prep, right? But Coach Matzy, man, you're someone that's been in that spot. Not in the last place. That's not what I'm trying to say. But you have been in that professional spot with a lot of other teams in the past here. What is the expectation? What is the mindset, I guess, for N1 Hex coming into this matchup? Are you playing for your own strategies, or are you looking to counterplay Reject specifically?
I think that the best thing for them at this point would be to play their own strengths, because at the end of the day, even if they lose here, they've still got that second chance playing it down in the lower bracket. So I think that that's going to be their full focus, is to maybe try and go for the deep lower bracket run. I think that this game isn't necessarily a write-off. I think that this is a good testing ground for them to try and kind of limit test themselves, right? Because this is your David versus Goliath matchup, literally. So I think that M1 Hex, if they've been cooking up a lot, you know, in the scrim bucks, they're managing to really just, get some experimentation put in place. This is a good place to try and, put that into full practice to see if their hard efforts are paying off.
So what you're saying is, if you're in N1 Hex's spot, you know, whatever damage you can do to Reject is good, but the expectation should be, all right, look, our real tournament run's going to be in the lower bracket.
100%. I think that that's the realistic thought process for them as a team right now. I think that, you know, they still have a bit of... There's a gap between, I guess, the top and everything in between right now. So as long as they're realistic with themselves, they keep themselves calm coming into this, I think that they can definitely still do great things. And honestly, any points that they can get is a win. You know, if they can manage to get a capture point on domination, that's a win for them. So I think that they can take what they can get.
Look, take a look at the stats, right? Like everyone on Reject is just hitting like a freight train in their roles, and it really, I think we have seen parts inside group stage where every member of Reject has gotten like a team ace by themselves, or at least that's how it feels.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on Reject know what they need to do, right? I mean, we're highlighting Yaki here, right? He's usually the main dive duelist on the team, right? He's playing a lot of that Black Cat. He's playing a lot of that Daredevil. But with Black Cat being completely out of the picture, I'm sure, and Daredevil getting a few nerfs here and there, I still think Daredevil is going to be one of those staple dive duelists here in Season 8.5, but Yaki has one more hero that he's been pretty solid at. It's going to be that Wolverine, and if you know anything about that Wolverine, that team up with Cyclops is absolutely disgusting.
This is going to be like the most diverse move pool that we've seen so far, right, Matsy?
Yeah, I think it definitely is. I think the problem with the Wolverine team up, though, is that you might not see it get through at all, because there's been a little bit of a transition away from Gambit first bans now, where teams are experimenting with things like the Cyclops ban first, even the Mantis instead. So there is those opportunities for Gambit to get through instead of either of those picks now.
First of all, insane aura farm coming up from N1
Oh,
Hex.
yeah.
Holy. But I mean, N1 Hex, you know, they have great individuality. We have seen many different times where there are standout players that have been able to clutch up. But when you're going up against the de facto best team in the region, it's really hard to kind of pull out scrapes of positivity.
I mean, you have a lot of pressure on your shoulders to perform, right? NRX has, from what we've been seeing in the group stage, has been the hard carry of N1 Hex. He has been doing so much of that work on the duelist role, whether it be on the Black Cat or any of those hit scan duelists as well. N1 Hex as a team have done a bit of that shuffling, right? Winsger, we usually see him on the strategist role, has moved over to the Vanguard. And I gotta highlight Winsger a little bit, right? His hero pool, we haven't seen a whole lot of it, right? He's usually playing the Devil Dinosaur or the Vanguard Deadpool. Devil Dinosaur also has been nerfed here in 8.5, so his next best option would be things like the Vanguard Deadpool, but does he have something else? I mean, he plays Strange as well, but like usually he's the one that's like charging up the Desperation portal play at that point.
Well, this should be a pretty diverse hero pool, too, coming into this patch, right? Cyclops has been pretty powerful. We have CB with her wonderful tier list. She did want to mention that there were some amendments to it, but overall, it is far different on the strategist front than we've seen in the past. There's a very good opportunity. We could see things like maybe the Rogue and Gambit team up make its way through. That's if Mantis' first ban.
I think there's definitely good opportunities for it to break out, but also Rogue being played like on their own without the team up has shown a little bit of play as well. And I think that Rogue is starting to find that place again because, yeah, it just has a lot of strength that I think we're going to be seeing that showcased at least once today.
Okay,
100%.
okay. Do we think the teams are going to be opting to play more aggressive now that there isn't like a ping differential, especially for the OCE teams?
I mean, with latency not being a factor now here in the playoffs, right? There's a world where some of the OCE teams could run more of that dive composition, although we have been trending more towards that brawl style of play here in 8.5, especially with Cyclops being that big of an influence in the ban draft as well. And then other duelists being more of that front-to-back style, like the Phoenix, Star-Lord, you name it, right? Elsa Bloodstone could even show up as well. So a lot of those strong duelists in the current moment are just favored towards that brawl style.
Okay. So when you say brawl style, Matsy, are we looking to see like more magic?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we're necessarily going to see that one.
We should
No?
talk to EXO.
Possible.
We should talk to EXO about
I
that
think we
one.
should talk to EXO about that one. But I mean, you know, maybe we see Spidey come through. You know, that'd be a lot of fun.
Really?
Yeah. Nah, if they brought that one out, I'd be pleasantly surprised. But
Again,
I
we
guess
asked XO about
touching
that one.
yeah, we'll run it to them if we see them today.
So,
Sure.
Celestial Husk is first map for today. This has been a map in the past we've seen Reject kind of have struggles on, but it was more so in that very early preseason week 1 where things were looking shaky for them, but it was an immediate comeback in the future.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the first map. It's always going to be domination. It's going to be randomized, so I don't think any of these teams really have a say in what kind of domination map really shows up. It's going to be Celestial Husk, but enough about the map. I feel like it's just all going to just be all eyes on the ban draft. How are you going to navigate it? What are you going to ban first? What are you going to save first? What are you going to ban next? So on and so forth. Because that's what I'm looking forward to. What kind of adaptations have we seen? Because it really feels like the ban draft that we saw back in preseason, right? Where teams were debating, hey, maybe do we ban the Gambit first? Do we ban the Elsa first? Like, which one is better here? And I feel like that's where we're trending towards.
Okay. Do we feel that it's kind of similar to that Elsa meta where Cyclops has to be banned no matter what, and then everything else is somewhat secondary?
I mean, you could argue there's a third option, right? The Mantis first ban could really become a factor as well, right? Mantis being taken away eliminates that Vibrant Vitality team-up, which is one of the strongest team-ups that you can use in that front-to-back style of play. And it's just like, which one is more threatening than the other? And those questions will be answered as we head into the ban draft.
So it's kind of a choose your own poison. So
in a way, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's map dependent as well, right?
Really? So for Celestial Husk, would you rather be team I can play Cyclops but can't play Mantis, or vice versa?
Ooh.
I guess a better way of
I
saying
think
it would be like, would you rather have a Mantis team up but can't play Cyclops, or would you rather play Cyclops but can't play Mantis?
Yeah, I think in any world right now, you're going to want to prefer the Cyclops into pretty much anything, right? I think the Cyclops is going to be best in slot, tier 1. But yeah, there's still use cases for both. Like, it's just so mix and match right now. It's difficult to really put a pin on one.
We just have a few extra moments before we get into game number 1, so I'm going to keep throwing hypotheticals at y'all because I like torturing you. So
we haven't seen a single game, so it's very hard to make any factual things about it.
Well, it's a good way to stall, but I will ask. So we mentioned earlier with the picks and bans that there's one team that gets 2 bans early on. The other team gets 1 ban, 1 reserve instead of that second ban slot. Matsy, you said the team with the first reserve slot is going to be the advantageous team. In a matchup like this for Celestial Husk, if there's a theory where N1 Hex does get that first reserve, does that change the percentage? Does that change the amount of winning percentage that they could get?
Yeah, I'd say that it definitely does give them a little bit more of an edge in the sense that they might go for your first ban Cyclops, then first protect on the Cyclops if they want to lock it in that direction there. If they want to force out the opposing Cyclops ban immediately, then they can just put the protect immediately onto the Mantis, for example, instead. There's a few ways that they can play into it. It just depends on what kind of composition they really want to enable here.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, right? So, Dan, what do we think about that? Do you want to be team Cyclops or team Mantis?
I mean, it's team Cyclops, right? Oh,
okay.
Because you essentially just have to force the enemy team to take away the Wolverine, because that Wolverine could really become a problem, at least for the Vanguard line. So it's just like Cyclops as well being so versatile, right? He has a lot of that range, he has a lot of that mobility, he can be in different places all at once. And if you are able to get away with something like a rocket amplifying Cyclops' damage, oh boy, you guys are cooked.
Hey, look, I saw that CB tier list. Rocket was also there in the S rank. So, I mean, strategists across the board are looking pretty dang good right now, outside of maybe Adam and Stratpool. Where does that leave Gambit now coming into this playoff section?
It's all going to come down to tempo, because Gambit's ultimate, the energy cost is insanely high when you compare it to things like the Loki ultimate, things like the Rocket ultimate. Keep in mind, Rocket did not get touched at all here in 8.5. There were some people saying that, yeah, they probably should have nerfed Rocket at least a little bit here in 8.5, but he came out untouched, so the ultimate energy cost reduction is still in effect. His 40% damage amp is still in effect, which I still think is absolutely insane when they buffed it way back before the grand finals. But Rocket is just an insane hero at the current moment. At least me personally, I've been calling it like the baby Gambit ult because of how aggressive you want to use it to take advantage of that damage amplification and also to try to create space within the map area as well. And I feel like teams are going to try to find ways to aggressively use it to try to outpace things like the Gambit, maybe the Mantis as well. But it's all going to come down to execution. You could pop off in the ban draft, but again, execution is where it really comes down to.
I'm putting on my devious face right now because I had a diabolical idea.
Uh-oh.
We're talking about Rocket getting a lot of damage amplification, Mantis the same. Does this mean Ultron could be played?
Yes, I think that there is a possibility that you do see the Ultron come out, but I feel like it's mostly relegated to certain compositions, which have been slightly trending lately. With
Trending?
the Torch
Do tell.
Ultron.
Torchtron! Yes!
So it really
Now you're speaking my language.
Going to be very situational. I don't think you'll see it all the time. Like, you have to fall into just a very specific set of circumstances for it to really shine, but we have seen a lot of experimentation in the scrim box in the background there where teams have been trying to work it through.
Well, no, hold on. You're a scrim enjoyer, so I gotta ask you, as someone who hasn't had the luxury of watching scrims, are we seeing Torchtron more on like domination maps? Is that a convoy only type beat? Like, what's going on there?
It's a bit of a mix and match again. I feel like you might see it on something like your Lower Manhattan or maybe Hell's Heaven. I had to think about that for a second there. But yeah, it really is going to be situational depending on, I guess, what your opponent's going to be bringing out to you in the draft as well.
Okay, so it's not environmentally based or mode based. It's more team comp based.
It's a bit of both. It's a bit of both. But
well, hold on. Let's pull on that thread a little bit more. So, what is the play that the enemy team would have to do to get the lowest percent picked hero in the entire game brought out?
So you're gonna have to really try and, I guess, shut down some of that front to back potential, right? So you can see the advantage of having the Rage of Ultron at the ready to try and blast through something like your CYA if they do play into something like the Rocket there. You can also have the Supernova to try and shut them down as well, because if they're more ground-based, then yeah, you can fall into the aerial combat, but then they can also try and shut you down as well. So it's a difficult ebb and flow.
Okay. But I mean, I think the case in point that we've been making so far is that there's really no bad option, maybe outside Adam, so far for this patch, right? So, are we an Adam enjoyer, Dan?
I mean, it's going to be very, very niche in terms of like the scenario you have to be in. I think the best application is when you're on the defensive side, either on the convoy or the convergence kind of maps. You pair it up with the Loki. If you really need to use it, you can go for a double Karmic Revival if need be. But other than that, it's just really not too much of a point to run the Adam Warlock, because right now there's a lot of those better options available. I mean, the big one is in the Invisible Woman, right? We haven't seen a whole lot back in the group stage in most of the regions, but now coming into 8.5 with Wolverine and Angela stocks being up even more, Invisible Woman could become a more of that priority in the strategist role.
Now, speaking of Invisible, so was our first match, but not for much longer, because I'm happy to tell you that in just a few moments, we are heading into game number 1 of playoffs for Pacific, and we get to see all of this theory crafting and to see how much all of us have been wrong.
Oh, I'm excited for the experiment to come full course on to this one, full swing, but no, it's going to be great. I want to touch back on one of the points you were making earlier, Keg. I think you're going to see.
I'm not the analyst.
No, it's relevant to you, trust me. So talking about the OCE teams playing not on ping anymore, I think you're going to see a lot of confidence from the Chiefs in particular. Reno, I think it shines brightly where they absolutely despise playing your things like your Wolverine, your Daredevil, Black Cat if they're pulled into it on ping. But now having that lesser difference, if they are pulled into those heroes, you'll see a ton of confidence from them there.
That looks like we are slowly but surely making our way into the band draft as we kick things off here on Celestial Husk between N1 Hex and Reject. Reject coming in, guns blazing, already on that hot streak, looking to extend it even further, while N1 Hex barely made it into playoffs and are trying to get some kind of run going as we soon enough show you guys what's been going on in the band draft. But for now, we're just going to try to, use your brains a little bit, right? And make you imagine how this band draft is coming out, because right now N1 Hex have kicked things off with the Gambit ban. Reject have used their first ban on the Mantis, and Reject will be able to secure it one-sided, which means that N1 Hex on their end have secured the Gambit for themselves while also taking away the Loki.
Yeah, going to be shutting that one down and putting full denial onto the Rogue team up there with the Gambit as well. Star-Lord looking to be hovered here. Could it be great? It looks like we do have our draft getting updated on screen as well. Big shout out to production there for putting that for your viewing pleasure, Dan.
Yep, and with the Gambit being secured on the side of N1 Hex, Reject, you can see the deviations in between the band drafts, right? Reject are really going to have to take away things that are enabled by the Gambit, right? You got to take away the Rogue, you got to take away the Star-Lord, and maybe even take away things like the Phoenix, maybe even Wolverine as well. Cyclops also being a problem. There you go. As I say that, both teams will take it out of the picture, which does lower the stock of Wolverine just a tiny bit.
Yeah, they'll have a little bit of priority there. Why not? Why not? I loved some of the hovers coming through. Unfortunately, chat can't see that, but I'd love to see the Hawkeye hovers coming out from M1 Hex there. That's just aura through and through. Bring back Hawkeye. Those who know. But we know that our game is about to get underway here. Very excited for the kinds of compositions we're going to see. I've heard that Emma Frost stocks are all the way up, by the way. So look forward to plenty of that getting into the game. See who is going to be bringing it out, if anybody, though, very soon.
Yeah, as we start to round things out here, Rocket Raccoon going to be taken away, which means that if N1 Hex want to really use that Star-Lord, they're not going to have access to the CYA. The best thing they've got is that Raging Royal Flush, and with the round-out ban onto the Luna Snow by N1 Hex means that Reject are gonna have to think of different ways to try to utilize that front to back. If N1 Hex really go for the more rush down / dive style of play, it's gonna get a little bit more difficult as we already get right into the map here. N1 Hex versus Reject as they both look to try to fight it out here in the neutral.
Yeah, time to battle it out and see who can dispel any doubts here. It's the King of the Skies, Biggie, rising up on the Angela right now. And we're going to see if they can destabilize the dive potential of D-Spooky here. I like how they're not giving them any freedom into this one and already are trying to force their hand here. But Mission Area now going to be unlocked. The full contest looking to come through, but M1 Hex, they just aren't coming calling. Rejects get a free capture there, Dan. What a start. And they're looking to rip it apart even more. Yaki going on talk here, finds Winsgar. Now Brownie backing it up as well. 1, 2, 3. They come into it for free. So Reject just having an absolute field day, singling them out, and that is a full send capture.
Yeah, I mean, there was one point where everyone on N1 Hex were just way too low to keep contesting on the mission area, and Reject used that as an opportunity to seize it for themselves, and then N1 Hex tried to force their way back in through the neutral area, but unfortunately, Reject are just the better team. Brownie getting that sweet little off angle to just take away 2 members of N1 Hex backline meant that with a severe man disadvantage, N1 Hex just could not extend that fight even more. Now they're going to have to go into what Reject are doing, because right now Reject, they have that front to back style of play, but if they need to, they can easily also just disrupt the backline.
Yeah, going to be able to shut them down nice and quick there. Louis, the first to fall, so M1 Hex is going to have to consider their options here. Symbiotic Resilience going to be popped by D-Spooky there to get out of the fight safely, but again, everything just looks quite disjointed for N1 Hex at the moment, as Reject just continue to decipher their stance piece by piece here, and they haven't had to commit much either. They almost have a full stack of ultimates onto this. This is kind of insane, Dad.
Yeah, this is what's scary. when you're on N1 Hex. Yeah, you do have the Raging Royal Flush on Exile, but look at how many ultimates Reject have. If they want to, they could easily keep N1 Hex at bay with that Rage Up Ultron. Also, maybe even use a defensive ultimate like Lastro with the Invisible Woman. If they need to, could just use the Invisible Boundary to just keep N1 Hex at bay, as Reject are just looking to make the more aggressive move. Taking away NRX means that if Exile wants to go for the Raging Royal Flush, NRX will not get any benefit out of it.
Yeah, no benefit, no worries as the story continues here. The Spooky trying the best they can to contest this one, but only going to be doing it singularly. Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Windsor there to at least try and sort things out a little while longer. The Spooky might be able to bring it back if they can maybe get a portal through or swing their way back to the mission area quick as lightning. NRX now delayed on the Galactic Legend, trying to keep things alive, but it's just not going well. One by one, they're all falling down here. They do manage to get the Spooky back on deck when it counts, so at least they got that going for them, but outside of that, everybody is bumbling down, and that will be Reject. Locking in the first capture point there. Well done, as the Celestial Hand comes to a close, and we open up the Celestial Codex.
I mean, great fight and discipline coming from Reject, not using any of their ultimates, right? Sunghun held on to the Soul Resurgence, Gargoyle held on to the Meteor M, could have easily used it defensively to deny NRX's Galactic Legend, to try to soak up all the bullets that NRX was flying at them. But Reject held onto it, and now we'll have access to it coming into the first fight here in the second round. As N1 Hex, they have more aggressive options, right? Louis with the Psion Seduction, the Spooky with the Feast of the Abyss could easily try to find ways to disrupt the backline of Reject, but with Reject having access to those ultimates like the Soul Resurgence and the Meteor M, N1 Hex are gonna have to work for it if they want to win out here in this first fight.
Yeah, let's see if they can cook up a storm now as the gates open. We get ready to roll out, and keen to see if they are going to be able to stroll ahead of this one, as M1 Hex not making any significant changes at all here, just trying to do the best they can under this one with just raw willpower. But with willpower, it's Reject willing their dive out of existence there. The Spooky is done, and they're now looking to make the rest of their potential come unwound, as well as Brownie is inbound, trying to hunt down NRX here, but not going to be able to get them away from this one just yet, although they do catch Blaziken, so always staying a man ahead of this.
I mean, Piggy's doing a great job at marking the back line, trying to disrupt it as much as possible. It just feels like N1 Hex are just so disjointed. Reject are playing together as a team, whereas N1 Hex, it just feels like everyone on that team is just doing their own thing, right? They have ultimates, but they're not really coordinating it. They just never found an opening because Reject just find all of the picks, all of the damage that they need, and are able to just build up that ultimate economy more and more, to the point where if N1 Hex want to use ultimates, Reject will have ways to clap back.
Yeah, they just have an answer for everything. They're going to go first and burst into this one with the Galactic Legend onto the Soul Resurgence. They are doing everything to shred them like paper right now. They did have the end song to sustain through the fight a bit longer, but it just doesn't matter. Heaven's Retribution coming down as well, locking the Spooky in place and getting them the hell out of that place. So that's going to be Reject on a full send towards the halfway point and maybe there beyond.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Reject want to do, right? You know that you have the better ultimate economy here. So that means you just pressure N1 Hex to the point where if N1 Hex want to use ultimates, they have to use it in front of their own spawn. And it just sucks for N1 Hex, because if they want to use ultimates, Reject still have ways to counteract. Finally, N1 Hex make the aggressive move, but it feels too little too late, because Reject already have those defensive answers.
Yeah, the answers are there, and the Meteors here as they step it into gear. Boom! They will find Blaziken there. So we're back in the dunk zone, Dan, and maybe more to follow up here. Carbon Crush coming out though. Gargoyle in a bit of trouble here. Needs that LOS towards their strategist. Will get it just in time. Otherwise, they might have been dialed out of the fight here. Brownie locked down as well. Does shut down the Emma Fox player. Looking for more around the corner. Bursting ahead of it. And they will continue to spread their reach forward. Little by little, the percentage claws its way up. A portal surely should ensue now, Dan.
Yeah, N1 Hex now finally have an ultimate advantage. It's going to be up to Brownie if he's able to get the Galactic Legend down. Windsor goes in with the Fate of Both Worlds. NRX is going to follow it up with the Galactic Legend, which means that everyone on Reject are going to have to retreat for a little bit and wait for their own ultimates to come back online. Piggy does go down in the end, but Brownie is able to get the Galactic Legend down, and it's completely uncontested. And the Hex have absolutely nothing to counter this. Reject are just going to go full force off the back of Brownie, and Reject surely are going to soon enough be able to flip the site over in their favor and take over map 1.
Yeah, surely they can get things back in the spin here as they're already committing absolute murder over the mission area. They found a triple KO for Sunghoon, making a quad on the Jeff there. You love to see Sunghoon absolutely farming. It's Jeff coming out as well for a bit of aura. They're trying to take their team on tour here to close out map number 1. Celestial Husk done and dusted. Reject fly through with confidence there. You gotta pay respect where it deserved, Dan. But one small thing I'll say, good on M1 Hex for at least taking a capture towards the tail end of that one. It does give me a little bit of hope that maybe we could be in an onwards and upwards from here approach for the rest of the series.
I mean, the only time they flipped it over is because they had the better ultimate economy. Fate of Both Worlds with Galactic Legend meant that Reject just had to reel back for a tiny bit. They know that they have Brownie coming up soon with the Galactic Legend. So if Reject are able to stay alive and just stall for a little bit, yeah, you did have to sacrifice the mission area for a little bit, but Reject knew, like, once Brownie was able to get that online, he's just able to just laser everyone down, because after that, they knew N1X had absolutely nothing to shut down that Galactic Legend.
Yeah, they just didn't have any answers there, and so they just got absolutely ripped apart, and it was over and out. Without a doubt there. So, a grand way to kick things off with a bang onto this one. Great to see that Brownie is being used into this part of the endeavor as well. I'm curious, Dan, when and if they'll be using Finale this time around as well, as I think even into previous times we did have conversations that they're kind of trying to play with both of those players. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see when they decide to put it. Maybe I assume maybe not in this series against N1 Hex, because we've all been predicting, right? Reject surely are able to handily take down N1 Hex here 3-0. But then again, right? It's a best of 5. There's still a lot of room to work with for N1 Hex to try to fabricate some sort of comeback potential, but after seeing that first map, I mean, looking at the KDs, right? Reject have double-digit eliminations across the board, and then you look at N1 Hex, it's just bone dry. They were just not able to find any sort of eliminations. And we talked about it, right? N1 Hex just play more together as a team, whereas... Or, no, sorry. Reject are playing more together as a team. And then N1 Hex, on the other hand, are just, like, doing their own little thing. There's not much cohesion. There is not much of that, like, hey, we want to use this ultimate and try to stack it up with this. And Hex just never found that aggressive move, and Reject were just able to punish it completely.
Yeah, it just felt like they were playing with a very just single mindset, you know, rather than being a hive mind there. So I'm hoping that they can come into their own heading in towards the next map there. We're going to have to find out what that's going to look like on the other side of this break, though, everybody. We'll be back with more Rivals action right after this.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Hey, look, I've read chat. I gotta ask, Dan, when are you starting stream?
Look, Day, I know you're in there. I know you started this. I don't have power. Don't make the entirety of chat go for my throat just yet. Not yet.
Not yet. We'll give it an
Soon
extra
enough.
map or two, and then it's a free for all for Dan. But speaking of a free for all, it kind of was for Reject. I will say
Yeah.
though, 27% P2 Celestial Hand for N1 Hex was pretty good, but I want to talk about the bans again because that's just been the most popular topic from our pre-show, right? We had N1 Hex focus entirely outside of Cyclops on strategist bans against Reject, but they left Ultron and Mantis open. Matsi, I feel like that was a fatal error in their part.
Yeah, because of how much those two especially can enable like a team composition right now, right? It is because we saw like the full effect of it as well, because all hell broke loose from then and there. So
Quite literally.
it really is like a give and take situation, right? You really have to consider exactly which heroes you do and don't want to deal with, and given that. You could even see just a full lineup of strategist bans coming out from teams, you know, if they aren't so worried about the Cyclops, for example. But given the impact of Cyclops as well, it leaves room for a lot of other things to be open.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just, not even, skipping over the whole Gambit aspect that we saw too, right? You're leaving a lot of damage amplification on the window that Reject certainly took advantage of, right? Would you rather have a lot of heals, like what Reject couldn't get, or do you want that double, maybe even if with Rocket available too, triple damage amplification?
I feel like it's just damage amplification, because if you have damage amp, you essentially have a faster ultimate charge, right? The amount of damage you do is almost 1-to-1 translated into ult charge. Yeah, Season 7.0 did reduce the amount of time it takes for you to get your ultimates a little bit, but still, it's like damage amplification is still insanely valuable if you want to get that ever so slight edge over your opponent if they don't have access to that same damage amp.
I see. Let's see how that affects things as we go to Yggdrasil path. Now remember, the way things work around here is that the losing team gets to choose their map.
Yep.
So Celestial Husk didn't go N1 Hex's way. They choose Yggdrasil instead, and just looking at some of my data, we normally get to see maybe like convergence maps or maybe even museum be that secondary post choice against Reject. Not this time around. Is Yggdrasil going to be the answer to N1 Hex's equation?
It's a tough one, right? I think that this map in particular can promote some of your more traditional type compositions there. I think we can definitely see them try and put priority over something like maybe the Groot, to hold on to that first choke point there. Emma Frost can definitely come out as well. As I've said, it stocks it up in a big way. But yeah, it's really tough as to how they want to track this one. I mean, like, yeah. What do you think, Dan?
I mean, we can see it right now, right? N1 Hex did choose the attack side first, so they're gonna have to find a way to break things open with some sort of spawn break, either through just sheer amount of damage amp and damage, or you just try to find ways to get some sort of dive going, try to make some space, move the convoy just a little bit, little by little, as they try to get the spawn break open. But it's just like, ooh, it's hard to say like what N1 Hex really should do, right? It really comes down to that ban trend, right? Leaving open the Mantis and the Ultron definitely was a little bit of a fumble in the camp of N1 Hex, because Reject were just able to take full advantage of it, and we're just able to run away with that game, because N1 Hex, they did rely on the Gambit a lot, and you saw how they just got simply out-tempoed by that damage amp.
We are moments away from map number 2, boys, and I've been looking over my notes while hearing sweet, delicious analysis in my ears. And I want to repeat 4 words to you all, maybe 5. I'm not a very good counter. Burning T'Challa, Symbiotic Surface, and Shin Shibuya. What do all these have in common? These are the only maps that Reject have lost since that second week of group stage back in preseason. It's not Yggdrasil, who could this be the 4th map this team loses to the hands of the team that barely squeaked into playoffs?
I mean, not only that, it's also they're all convergence maps. You could argue that Reject's weakness really could be those convergence maps, but right now, after seeing what they did in Stage 1 groups, I think that weakness is completely gone. And as a Reject are forced to put themselves on the Yggdrasil path by N1 Hex, we're going to see what N1 Hex do in terms of that adjustment. Do they try to stray away from focusing on the Gambit? Do they try to focus more on the Mantis instead? It's a lot of question marks for N1 Hex in terms of how they want to adjust going into this next ban draft.
Yeah, going to be jumping in into that right now, and let's see what our first bans and protects will end up being here. As we hold things out, hold a candle if you will. Will it be Gambit? Will it be Mantis? Will it be Cyclops? It's going to be both Gambit and Mantis to kick off.
Yep, I mean, that's been the exact same, right? Actually, no. Reject did take away the Gambit. They secured it for themselves, and N1 Hex on the flip side, they're just going to flip-flop what they did back in map 1, right? N1 Hex are now going to get access to the one-sided Mantis. Reject this time around will get access to the one-sided Gambit, and as we head further and further into this ban draft, you're gonna again see that differential of that like branching out of the ban draft, right? If you're on the side of N1 Hex, you gotta take away things that enable the Gambit. If you're on the side of Reject, you gotta take away things that are enabled by the Mantis, like the Ultron, like maybe like Cyclops, Wolverine, you name it. Anything that take advantage of that damage amplification, you need to take away pronto.
Yeah, as soon as possible. And I mean, the big thing right now is they've actually allowed Rogue through, so this could mean a protect, and there it is coming out from Reject here. So they are going to be able to play into the full extent to the team up between Gambit and Rogue, which is kind of crazy to see that one coming through from them. You know, they're allowed a strength into the first map there. Now they have another strength into this one, but I do see the opening opportunity now as well. I like how N1 Hex adapted and took away the Star-Lord from Reject. They have banned away the Rocket here as well, and they've taken it for themselves. So the Rocket Mantis into this is actually kind of good. I think that Rocket can play his own kind of pseudo Gambit role. You know, you were talking about that before. I think that the CYA definitely has its place.
And we'll see how N1 Hex utilize all of this damage amplification as Reject finalize their final ban on the Phoenix, taking away a little bit of that front-to-back potential as well, a little bit of that hit scan option on the side of N1 Hex, as Reject, I mean, Reject are happy with their ban draft. I'm sure N1 Hex are also happy because they got away with a triple damage amp style of a strategist backline, right? Winsger, if he does have the CYA, could utilize that 40% damage amp to enable the entire team. Exile and Blazescan will just consistently put out that damage amp to the rest of N1 Hex. We'll see if Reject are able to get the hold down. N1 Hex come in here on the attacking side with a ton of that damage amplification and also a little bit of that front to back as well, because they have that team up of the Vitality with the Mantis and the group.
Yeah, and you've spoken about the power of that before, and now they have that in their own favor here. So very keen to see if it plays out. Gargoyle almost in a bit of trouble. Assassin's Charge coming through, forcing them in to the back rooms there with Yaki. Now going to be running it back to the mission vehicle again, though. Trying their best to isolate something in the backline from this. I like their focus onto this. Brownie as well, trying to shut down all the KO enablers there. NRX, the first one to fall, and looking for more to stall it out. They're already doing what they do best again. Reject singling out those prior targets here and just disengaging so much of that attacking presence there.
At the very least, N1 Hex were able to get the convoy up to the halfway point. but Reject quickly are able to shut it down, at least here in the neutral, before any other ultimates are online. NRX is doing his best to try to find some sort of elimination, but with him getting dangerously low, he's going to have to tuck tail and run ever so slightly, as the rest of N1 Hex still struggling to find the opportunities of a pick potential, but at the very least are able to just, you know, hang back, wait for their ultimates to come online, because N1 Hex should have the upper hand in terms of that tempo.
Yeah, you'd imagine, especially with the Raging Royal Flush coming out, and now they're going to be able to flush their way straight through the attacking line here. And N1 Hex are trying to enable a flank, but I mean, they can only get so much from that when their whole front line is gone. They are out of here and forced on to the hard reset. So they are building up a few ults of their own, so they might be able to break past this first choke point, but Reject are just doing a great job of stalling them out right now.
I mean, this is the problem coming in, right? You have a lot of that damage amplification, but if you're not able to secure those eliminations, you're essentially giving a lot of that ult charge on the side of Reject, and that's why Sunghun was able to get his Raging Royal Flush so damn quickly. N1 Hex used both strategist ultimates to try to make some of that space. Whisker is still holding on to the CYA, so we'll see how Reject are able to handle this, as Lasho is already using that Fate of Both Worlds, so Whisker should be able to get that uncontested CYA, and is going to pair it up with NRX.
Yeah, pair it up and burn it through as Biggie pulls through for 3 there. Yaki on the scoop attack as well. Looking to scoop up yet another KO here. Not going to go for it all the way though. Will be forced to retreat out of that one, but it's good that they're commanding presence here, keeping control of this space and not allowing N1 Hex to push any further beyond. They've also got that last stand available, so even if they try and go for something, they can get shut down immediately by Yaki here.
Yeah, if N1 Hex aren't able to find eliminations, this is looking very likely to be a full hold in favor of Reject. Brownie finds that pick onto NRX, who does come back thanks to the BRB. But with Gargoyle putting that extra pressure and just limiting the ultimate gain on the side of N1 Hex means that Reject, as their ultimates get closer and closer online for their second rotation, N1 Hex, look at everyone on the board there. Everyone struggling to get any sort of ultimates online. Oh my god, what a straggling prison in mid-air of all places.
Aerial combat from the group, baby! You'll love to see it, Ed. We'll see if there's more where that came from. N1 Hex, no ults, many dreams here. They just need to break out a spawn and get back on that mission vehicle. They got the Raging Royal Flush at the ready to try and flush him out. Yaki in trouble, does struggle back and will be able to get back to safety. Brownie and co making sure it's not safe for anybody on N1 Hex right now, as Yaki now rip and tears their way through, trying their best to flank their way past this one. A Groot in trouble, down to the rubble now, and looking to see if they can catch anyone else around the corner here as well. Piggy and Co fighting slowly, carefully, and the timer almost runs its course before there's one more player left to try and clean up the pieces, Dan.
Oh, Yaki does go down. It's a man advantage in favor of N1 Hex. Reject, how do they navigate this? They have ultimates available, but look on the side of N1 Hex. They're able to, at the very least, extend this fight long enough so that they have their own ultimates online. Reject will have defensive options, as the rest of N1 Hex still creating more of that space. The convoy gets closer and closer to that first checkpoint, and this would be an absolute miracle if N1 Hex are able to secure something. Great spear coming in from D-Spooky as well to try to force away Reject, but with him going down, that's one of those vanguards gone out of the equation in this final fight, as N1 Hex gets closer and closer to that first checkpoint. It's already at 0.49 meters away.
So close, they walled off from the entire team.
Oh
a great way to enable the KO onto Biggie there, and they're going to be able to disengage them again. Yaki goes down. Louis going absolutely crazy for their team right now. Gargoyle again into the isolation chamber, and they have pushed it past the first checkpoint. They are going even further beyond Dan. N1 Hex back in the driver's seat.
All right, N1 Hex were just able to stall out long enough, keep that overtime meter alive to the point where N1 Hex were just able to find a way with their own ultimates to break through what Reject wanted to do. Because Reject went for those aggressive plays to try to flush out N1 Hex, I mean, we saw it way back when Sunghun used that Raging Royal Flush to try to finish off the rest of N1 Hex, so that even if they do respawn, they're not going to have enough time to get to the convoy in time to try to trigger overtime. N1 Hex just barely were able to get that done, as Yaki is able to get a kidnap onto Louis. That's going to be one Vanguard out of the equation for just a few seconds, as Louis is going to be brought back, but Winsger not going to be as lucky.
Yeah, not lucky this time. Maybe lucky next time, though, as Biggie and Go get the show back on the road here. Watch the attackers implode, but the attackers do have at least a couple more options they can play into here. Strangling Prison at the ready. Maybe looking to charge things up towards the Rage of Ultron to try and enable them. If they can get the CYA, though, into the Galactic Legend combo, this is a great way for them to break through. Will it allow them enough distance? I'm not so sure.
I'm looking at Gargoyle right now. He has the Heartbreaker. Could easily disrupt the ult economy of N1 Hex. He's not going to pull the trigger just yet. It's only going to be the Raging Royal Flush invested onto Sunghun. Last Stand going to be used as well by Yaki. And everyone on N1 Hex is just going to get wiped out from just 2 ultimates on the side of Reject. So a huge economical win on the side of Reject, as N1 Hex gonna have to reset one more time, but this time Blaziken does have that Rage of Ultron to try to create some space for N1 Hex to work with. But again, Reject do have ways to clap back.
Yeah, got plenty of ways to clap back here in a big way. They've got 4 ults to their name and take aim at even more. 20 seconds now, time to get desperate. Heartbreaker coming out. They can disengage M1 Hex out of this one quickly, but they're just holding patiently for the moment. Do have the Rage at the ready if required. CYA around the corner. It's time to get angry first and foremost, though. Trying their best to press the issue here. Utilize the cover as well just to smother their way forward. Piggy around the back, though. Strangling Prison disengages. Winsgo looking for more as well. They've got the end song burning their way through. All they have is the Soul Resurgence from XLL right now, and they might just have to do a bit more. NRX does shut down Sunghun, though, so they are fighting back. It isn't enough, though, because they are getting forced out further and further away here. They're still fighting, still contesting over the mission vehicle, but they can only stall it out for so long, Dad.
Oh my goodness, it's a back and forth affair. This fight is getting really scrappy as Gargoyle's trying to find some sort of picks. Everyone on Reject are going to have to regroup for a little bit, so N1 Hex have a little bit of room to breathe as D-Spooky and NRX are threatening their ultimates. Heaven's Retribution could be absolutely devastating for NRX to go absolutely ham, but then again, you've also got Reject with that Raging Royal Flush. They're going to look to make the first move here.
Make the first move, go first and burst in with a Galactic Legend. NRX hasn't been able to flex forward yet. They're taking a ton of damage and they will fall. Reject absolutely crush them down and will be able to stop them in their tracks. So, N1 Hex, they get going for a second there, but they can only go so far before we reach the side switch. It's time for Reject to get onto their own attack now. And let's see how N1 Hex's defense stacks up.
Do they want to go for the exact same composition, keep playing that front-to-back style of play, or do they try to switch things up a little bit? Maybe look towards like the Adam Warlock. Probably not going to be the best option, especially because they don't have access to the Loki. So they're just going to have to resort to a very similar composition. We're seeing NRX hover onto the Elsa Bloodstone, straying away from the Star-Lord for a little bit. Because right now, N1 Hex, they just need to find a way to bunker down, play strictly front to back. You don't really need the Star-Lord to just, you know, go into those off angles if you really just want to play together as a stack and try to get ultimates in that way to try to outpace what Reject want to do, right? Try to get ultimates online before that Raging Royal Flush becomes a problem. But with N1 Hex struggling to find eliminations, at least during the first part of that past round, meant that Sunghun was just able to combat and just respond with a Raging Royal Flush when N1 Hex had their own ultimates online, because their main goal with this damage amplification is to try to outpace Reject.
Yeah, they just have to go first, go faster, and see if they can blast out past them here. The Spooky is still playing into that dive roll onto the Angela this time, similar to the Venom that they were trying to play with earlier, but Reject were just able to shut them down entirely. Later that one might have a bit more luck on the Angela instead though, but I can see already N1 Hex are trying to play the corner here, but they're already playing a little bit further back, which means Reject can claim a lot of space here basically for free.
I mean, the biggest way this front-to-back style of play on N1 Hex gets disrupted is going to be Yaki on the Wolverine. If he's able to find any sort of key kidnap onto either the front line or the middle line members of N1 Hex, it's going to become absolutely problematic in terms of what N1 Hex wants to do in terms of that game plan. Is just to stay alive. It's out-sustain the rest of Reject. And so far with the pick onto Piggy, they're doing just that, but Brownie's going to pull it right back.
Right back and right in to gear. Winska instills fear into their enemies here. And it's looking to lock down on it even more. So a great reset coming through from M1 Hex onto this one. And trying to dish out a bit of damage from a distance as well. The cherry on top, if you will. Love to see it, but see if there's going to be more where that came from in a second, as they do have the Apex Predator almost at the ready here. Sunghorn are ready for the Rage of Royal Flush as well. Got first with that one. Rage of Ultron are forced out in contention. Will be able to sustain their team through the enhanced damage. And Piggy bringing out the Strangling Prison, forcing out the dance floor. Everything coming through right now. N1 Hex doing a great job, but they won't be able to keep D-Spooky in through it. They do have their own dance floor into the Apex Predator from NRX now. Doing the best they can to try and fight strong through this one, but they go down. D-Spooky onto the Strange, though. It's time for some Portal combat!
Surely he'll have enough time, as the rest of Reject are trying to find stagger eliminations. Winsker will go down the tail end, Blaziken even later. So coming into this Portal play from N1 Hex, it's going to be very difficult because they're already working at a man's advantage. Thankfully, Soul Returns is going to be online, but with that Heartbreaker doing all of that damage, Reject should just be able to scare away N1 Hex and just secure that first point. Unless N1 Hex finds something of their own, which is just going to be a prayer and a miracle, and none of that is going to be answered here.
None of it will be answered, but it may be answered soon. Heed the call. Get ready to sort things out as we are on the final stretch right now. Songhun and Co. ready for the rest of the show. We do have a Strangling Prison right around the corner on both teams. Will they be dunking on it again? We'll find out about that. I'm keen to find out, Dan.
It's going to be a bit of a mind games, right? If Louis does use Strangling Prison, it's surely going to be instantly cleansed by Sunquin. But no, Sunquin's going to be using it aggressively. Piggy's going to get taken down. But with Louis connecting that Strangling Prison, it's just too little too late. Two members of N1 Hex already go down, and everyone else will just follow suit. Blaziken is kind of just shooting at whatever he pleases, as the timer does hit 0. And Reject are able to follow through, and so far get themselves up to that 2-0 in this best of 3 series, best of 5 series.
Yeah, so far so good for Reject. I did like, Dan, that I feel like M1 Hex are starting to get a bit stronger as the series plays out. You know, it felt a little bit more competitive for them into that second map there. They pushed a little further than even we were expecting, right? Especially when they managed to turn it around. It showed that they do have some things cooking in the tank there, and I think if they continue to play into their strengths like that, they can even go a bit further beyond. It's like what we were talking about with Keg earlier. Those little victories just make all the difference for them.
Yeah, I mean, right now, N1 Hex, you can see the strength right now. It's really going towards that front-to-back bunker style of play. Just playing together as a team, that's all it takes, right? To at the very least get competitive with Reject. Get those eliminations down, try to focus down one member of Reject so that when they do go for those eliminations, they will be able to just, you know, get some sort of momentum going. It just felt like, at least in that first map, we talked about it a little bit, right? N1 Hex kind of just did their own thing. Like, each member just did whatever they wanted. But now here, coming into map 2, it does seem like N1 Hex are playing together as a team, trying to identify anyone that's caught isolated on the side of Reject. And at the very least, on the attacking side, it started to work out for them, but, you know, it was towards the tail end of that first round, right, when overtime was going on, as N1 Hex were able to add a little bit more time to that bank, but then, you know, Reject were able to finish them off there. But I gotta give props to N1 Hex, really, because they looked a lot better here in that episode.
Oh yeah, I think that they really leveled up between the first map on Domination there, playing into the Convoy on Idrisil Path. You can see that they really tried to play into their strengths onto that classical map there. So great to see how they were able to play and do the best that they could there. Obviously, Reject were able to decipher them, but M1 Hex were able to use the draft to their advantage to do the best that they could. And I think that, yeah, you got to give them props for getting it as far as they did there.
Yeah, I mean, and then again, Reject, you know, this is business as usual, right? They come in with
another day in
being
the
at
office.
match point, yeah, already at match point. They just need one more map to send N1 Hex down to the lower bracket. This is the expected result, but you gotta give props to N1 Hex in terms of trying to find ways to get some sort of an advantage inside of these maps, right? There were some moments where N1 Hex were just able to win out those fights. I mean, there was also a moment where Reject had a bit of a funny strangling prison. I wasn't sure where it was going, but I mean, Piggy's just having fun with it. It just feels like, because strangling prisons in midair, trying to connect it in elevated spaces of the map, you know, maybe it works out for them, maybe it doesn't, but either way, Reject were still able to come out relatively cleanly with a 2-0 so far. One more map is all it takes for Reject to stay alive in the upper bracket, and for N1 Hex, they just need to find ways. Maybe they get a reverse sweep going, albeit it does seem very unlikely, but we're gonna see after this short break. So we'll be back for map number 3.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Well, Reject are doing Reject things, but we did say that N1 Hex is looking a little bit better. Matsy, you are having a glowing time right now. Talk to me about map 2.
Yeah, map 2 was great. I think that M1 Hex, like I was talking about before, they're starting to amplify themselves up. It feels like throughout the series, they're kind of leveling up slowly but surely, and they've found, you know, that little victory there. Well, I thought it would be done and dusted before they even got to the first checkpoint there, but they surprised, they exceeded expectations, and managed to do a great job in just enabling themselves with those group walls there, isolating the lines of sight, and like because Reject was so single file into that last engagement of their attack, then M1 Hex just took advantage, singled them out like what Reject had been doing to them on domination, and managed to push it just that little bit further. So it's just those little victories that are building them up a little bit, even if they lost that map.
And those little victories have been really important for N1 Hex throughout the entirety of Stage 1. I would say it's because of those alone, they're the reason why they're here in playoffs and not the teams that didn't make it. Remember, N1 Hex only made it the playoffs by a 1-map differential from rivals, but that's because they got small victories like the ones you were mentioning before. But having a Gambit Rogue team up fall through in the bans and picks for the heroes, Dan, that seemed really risky, and although this map did go better for N1 Hex, it was still a loss.
I mean, it really came down to the tempo, right? If N1 Hex were just able to utilize the damage amplification to the full potential and find those eliminations, N1 Hex could have easily ran away with the game, but Reject were able to just stall it out very well, right? Disengage as much as possible, get that win condition of the Raging Royal Flush online as soon as possible, to the point where when N1 Hex just weren't able to follow through in those eliminations, Reject were able to just, you know, use the Raging Royal Flush aggressively, try to run over N1 Hex before they even had a chance to get any sort of ultimate combos online. And that's exactly what Reject have been doing, right? Play front to back, try to soak up as much damage as possible without getting knocked out, and make sure that Seunghoon on that Gambit was able to get that Royal Flush as soon as possible, to the point where even if N1 Hex had a little bit of that advantage in terms of that ultimate economy tempo, Reject were just able to match it, essentially.
Hey, we're moments away from going into what could very well be our final map of playoffs for the first series of all of Ignite for Stage 1 playoffs, and it's going to be the Hall of the Dahlia. Is this going to be the magic moment for N1 Hex? We have talked about how in the past Reject have struggled on convergence maps, but we don't really have a lot of new data to support that claim either.
It's a tough one, right? I think that, like, as we've talked about, you know, in the past, they've struggled a bit more on convergence. Will they struggle here on this map? Honestly, I don't think so. I think that a map like the Hall of Dahlia there is one of the stronghold maps, if you will. It's similar to like your Central Park there, where it's so difficult to break past that first mission area to even convert it into your convoy section, that they could just be like an iron fortress, which is impenetrable. That's kind of what I'm foreseeing here.
Well, you know what, Dan, we did talk about how N1 Hex have made leaps and bounds upgrades from map 1 to map 2. Can the same thing happen for map 3?
Yeah, I'm sure N1 Hex have found ways to ease themselves into this series. We saw back in map 1 they struggled a little bit. Map 2 they looked a lot better. And if map 3 is following the trends that we've been seeing in the past 2 maps, I'm sure N1 Hex could take a step even further. Maybe get some sort of push going. They got to the first checkpoint. Maybe they get to the second one this time. I have no idea. But
Baby steps.
N1 Hex are starting on the attacking side first here, as Reject are going to be starting on the defense once again.
Okay, so baby steps.
Yeah.
Now, spoilers ahead, I can see which side is which for the bans and picks. So will this mantra of having the first pick and first ban work well for N1 Hex, Matsy?
I think that it definitely will, in terms of enabling them, like what we saw in the last map there. It allowed them to play to their strengths a little bit more, because they were able to garner a little bit of early control into the draft phase there, comparable to the other side. So I think that they can definitely look to try and further themselves in the beginning here, rather than getting left behind as badly.
Could this be the beginning of the lower bracket run for N1 Hex if they can't win this next map up against Reject? Could very well be a possibility, but we're going to find out as we head over to the picks and bans momentarily. Dan, what is the wildest thing we could possibly see here in Hall of the Dahlia?
Blade.
Blade?
Yeah.
I see you. I threw you into a loop there, but I mean, it's just going to be ban draft first ban, right? Do you stick with the Gambit, or do you go towards the Mantis? Like, right now, it's really just been like, hey, is Mantis more of a problem, or is Gambit more of a problem? It's going to be a big question coming in to this next ban draft. I mean, I feel like it's going to be every ban draft, right? Still, people are figuring things out, right? Which is better? Which is worse of a ban? Do you want to focus Gambit to try to deny that Raging Royal Flush rushdown potential, and it's going to be one-sided most likely, or do you take away the Mantis, where the other team is just going to have a consistent ultimate economy advantage over you?
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow there of what do you take and what do you give here, you know? Like, we've seen Reject be enabled by the Gambit Rogue team up before. Obviously, they've done a good job to abandon away from N1 Hex here, so they won't have access to that. But we do see a double-sided Gambit Protects in the beginning here, so potentially looking to lock down that Cyclops in the middle again. We've seen that trend pretty much every time so far. Star-Lord going to be the first duelist to go, though.
Yep, and that's going to be one of those strongest ultimate combinations, right? Raging Royal Flush in tandem with the Galactic Legend can easily KO through those strategist ultimates. And you don't really want to deal with that, so that's going to be taken out of the equation very, very quickly. Whereas Reject are able to secure the Rogue once again. Gargoyle has been always doing very, very well on that Rogue pick. It wasn't very, very meta for a while because Rogue by herself was a little bit on the weaker side, I'll admit, without that Gambit. But now with both sides getting access to the Gambit, Rogue stocks just end up going through the roof here.
Oh yeah, they're at an all-time high, and maybe looking to go even higher as we jump into the Portal Combat in the beginning here. The Spooky playing around NRX on the Daredevil now. I'm ready to see the Devil get let out onto this one. We'll see how it all fares, though, as we play into our respective team-ups here. He's got and Louis looking to enable themselves as well. And one Hex have got a lot that they can cook on this. Curious if they can make it work in the beginning, though.
Yeah, they do make the textbook play of using the portal to get towards that high ground area here in the first checkpoint. And just at the very least, get control of it, poke and prod to find something to work with. But unfortunately, with D-Spooky going down, it's going to be just a little bit delayed. Blaziken also gets taken down very low, has to go towards the health pack to get himself sustained and stabilized. But with NRX now going down, there's going to be a lot of that space that N1X tried to break through, just thrown completely out the window. Now they're going to have to try to get space through the main area.
Yeah, try and push through the main road to glory here, but Brownie will be blocking off the road in the beginning here. Do manage to isolate out the KO on to Blaziken there, so going to be blasted away this time. Will be forced to make their team wait to regroup onto this before they go for anything deeper. They are scouting things out around the sides. You can see D-Spooky just trying to see if anyone's trying to push them from the outer rim of the map here. But no one are really looking to meet them with open arms just yet. And Piggy, though, is getting a bit more brazen, a bit more adventurous. They're trying to hunt down an isolation or a KO out of this one.
Yeah, and when the Hex still looking to find something, Piggy does find a nice little isolation onto Louis to try to get himself around the corner to limit the line of sight on N1 Hex. But right now, Reject doing a great job at covering all those angles that N1 Hex want to go for, because every time N1 Hex try to control somewhere in the side area of this map, someone on Reject is there to completely shut it down, and Piggy is literally doing that all by himself, going towards the left side, going towards the right side, because every time N1 Hex try to go for something, Piggy is literally right there to defend it.
Yeah, they're prepared for whatever they're going to try and throw at them.
Oh
It
my
looks
God.
like Yaki right now is trying to throw them away, but not going to be able to continue in that direction. It will be forced to just hold their stead here. But speaking of, they're now going to spread their reach onto this, trying to disengage both duelists here. Brownie in a bit of trouble, forces out the Ensong Inferno. Do have the CYA as well to play into this with the Galactic Legend delayed, but they're ready to display whatever they need. Elastra going down is a big problem. Brownie now following up, a Reject in a bit of trouble here. M1 Hex might actually be able to break past this one unless someone can go for the last second contest here, but no. Piggy disengages, and we move to the convoy section.
Yeah, huge play from N1 Hex to pressure Brownie to the point where he had to use the Ensong Inferno to get the health reset. And with that Ensong Inferno out of the picture, Exile was able to get an uncontested CYA, and N1 Hex are able to take full advantage of it. And now coming into this next engagement, Winsker will have access to the one-sided Gambit ultimate. Look at the side of the Reject. They don't have that Raging Royal Flush available to them. And it's going to be all eyes onto Reject if they're able to make the aggressive move first and try to limit what N1 Hex want to go for.
Yeah, limiting their options piece by piece, and will be able to feast on KOs for days right now. This is a great outcome for M1 Hex out of this one, and they can look to further pursue some progression here, and they're destabilizing Reject in the sense they have the staggered returns here, but they've found one of their own now. Zoning out NRX is great. Winsker catching Songhun is even greater, but Reject still got the upper hand for the moment.
And their spawn room is just a little bit closer. Piggy switches over to the Vanguard Deadbolt to try to provide a little bit of that extra pressure onto N1 Hex's backline to try to limit their ultimate charge economy, as Exile does get picked off by Brownie. Everyone else still scrambling right now, as everyone on Reject are doing a great job at keeping N1 Hex at bay, and although they do lose a few of their members, are able to just hold off until the rest of the team is all regrouped and ready to go. Yaki also switching over to the Daredevil means that a little bit more extra damage is going to be available on the side of Reject, as they do have ways to play front to back, but they also have the option if they really want to go for those dive kind of plays, because Piggy could enable both styles of play.
Yeah, they can enable anything, but it looks like they're not going to be enabled. He's Spooky going to be absolutely cancelled there. Not going to see Heaven Falls today. Heaven's Retribution back into the drawing board, and it's going to be Reject right now, rejecting any further entry onto this, but NRX does shut down Gargoyle, so this is a good start to trying to bounce back on a comeback here. Reject can stop them with a full stack of ults, though. Raging Royal Flush into the Devil coming out, Galactic Legend into CYA, into the end song coming through. Everything's popping and dropping and stopping right now, Dan, and it's Reject coming out on top. Blaziken does at least find Brownie out of it all, but they're forced to regroup, reconsider their options. The Banhammer even coming down as well, just for good measure there, and they're going to treasure those KOs as M1 Hex hit the full reset here, but with so many ults being committed from Reject, M1 Hex actually might have a better area of entry here. They're almost at the Raging Royal Flush, and maybe then some.
Yep, Raging Royal Flush is going to be once again uncontested because of how desynced both Gambits are at the current moment. There isn't a way to cancel each other out. It's going to be up to Lostro to get a really good Fate of both worlds, time it very well, so that if M1 Hex want to go for that aggression, Reject are able to rely on it to find some sort of defensive and just stall out that flying deck of cards being thrown at Reject, and so far Lily looks to go for some sort of piece of the Abyss, but isn't able to find anything valuable. D-Spooky even using the Heaven's Retribution to try to CC up some of the members of Reject, but he's not able to find any value, and Reject completely happy with this.
Oh yeah, they're going to be more than happy with this outcome right now, already managing to stall the front. Will force the BRB to be popped there, so anyone else going down from M1 Hex in a bit of trouble as they lose X-Lyle, and more going to be followed up. No one able to stall out the mission vehicle, and it gets stopped in its tracks just like that. So fairly similar distance to what we saw on Yggdrasil Path coming out from M1 Hex there. You got to respect them for trying to put full display on their confidence though.
Yep, and I mean, there were moments where N1 Hex shined. Like, you got to look all the way back to when they captured the first checkpoint, right? N1 Hex are able to pressure the very thing that's denying their win condition, right? Brownie on the Phoenix with the Endsong Inferno, because the Endsong Inferno could easily one-shot the CYA coming in from the Rocket Raccoon of N1 Hex. So if they're able to force it out early and wait until Brownie's forced to use it to crash down back to Earth, means that X-Lyle on the Rocket Raccoon just able to get a free CYA down, amplify the damage of N1 Hex, run over Reject, and are able to break through. So these kinds of plays is very, very important if you want to get any sort of momentum going. And right now, N1 Hex got a very decent push in, and it's going to be up to Reject if they're able to match that at the very least, because right now Reject not looking to make any changes to their composition, because right now they're really positioned towards either the front to back style or the dive style, because Gargoyle can easily play front to back or dive. Piggy could do the exact same thing, and with Yaki being there as well on the Daredevil, he also can either brawl or dive. So Reject, their composition is looking flexible than ever.
Yeah, more flexible than ever here. Let's see what they can do heading into the next portion here. M1 Hex just maintain stance over the high ground for now. Reject is scouting them out though. Ready to try and flank around the side. You can see one of them waiting patiently for the distraction to be enabled here before they go full commit onto this one. They're prepared for whatever may ensue in a second. It could be all on the other side of this though, but Dan Brownie has already started the train up here, that pain train, and ready to see if they can further themselves.
I mean, N1 Hex are trying to play a little bit more stacked. Reject are very spread out. That forces N1 Hex to cover all those bases, and with all of these different LOSs being manipulated by Reject, means that N1 Hex can't really focus onto a single point, a single line of sight. And N1 Hex are looking to crumble quick as you like it within the first minute here in the second round as we do go into a bit of a pause. We'll see what the cause of this pause was, but for now, Reject looked to be very much in the driver's seat.
It's the TVA. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
The TVA said it's time to prune the time stream. Yep, we run it back. M1 Hex called the TVA and said, no, we run it back. We want a full push on our attacking segment, please and thank you.
Just a little bit of a rewind, and then just like, yeah. I want a do-over. Can we run that back one more time? Just run that back.
Yeah,
again.
Well, let us have another go of it. Yeah. We want to change the draft a little bit. You know?
Oh, we're going that far.
Yeah, we're going that far.
Oh boy. But either way, I mean, right now, Reject just running right on over because we talked about it. They just spread out, force N1 Hex in a spot where they're uncomfortable, and force them to get very much spread out. And Reject were able to exploit that completely. N1 Hex just crumble at the seams because they're looking more aggressive, more dive-centric with NRXD, Spooky, and Louie. And if they're not able to, at the very least, fully focus onto a single target, it's just going to be so difficult to facilitate. Reject are doing a great job at covering the entire map.
Yeah, absolutely painting it right now with their territory. So, we'll be happy with that. But Lastro gonna make it even better as they are already more than halfway there. Louis, good to try and isolate the KO on a Piggy. Will succeed this time around and maybe more. Zax Lyle dials in on it. Looks to fall back for the team here. See if they can catch anyone else lacking on this one. Gargoyle in a bit of trouble as well, so opportunities could arise here, but I mean, Reject, they're not worried. They have almost 4.5 minutes to do whatever the heck they please.
And I don't think they need the entirety of that time because Sungun is threatening with the Raging Royal Flush. I'm sure N1 Hex are ready to try to shut it down. But with so many of these ultimates getting closer and closer to being online on the side of N1 Hex, Reject really need to win this fight fast.
Yeah, as fast as they possibly can here. They need to lock it in. Kumio Unleashed is still running its course here, but with Brownie setting sail towards many KOs, already locking in the triple, and could get more. It's kind of insane for Reject right now. 51.51 meters is all they need right now. They're still contesting. Raging Royal Flush now going to be used as well. Heaven's Retribution, it doesn't matter. Nobody's on the mission vehicle. Reject get it done and dusted. 3-0. They set sail to further progress through the PAC playoffs.
I mean, this is what we expect from Reject. This is the partner team here in the Pacific Asia region, and this is what we wanted to see, right? Yeah, we talked about preseason and how they got a little bumpy during their group stage run way back then, but here in stage 1, so far they're still flawless. That 14-0 map record is now 17-0. But N1 Hex, you gotta give props to them as well, right? Being able to get at times very competitive against what is the best team coming out of Asia. And this is a great look for N1 Hex. Although they do get swept and sent down to the lower bracket, it was not a complete blowout.
Yet there was a lot of moments where they definitely felt competitive. They were able to strengthen themselves, albeit they weren't able to further pursue any deeper progression there. It's just those little victories again that are really shining through for them. And I think if they can further, work on those things to get even deeper control against another team, they can definitely go places here. It's a pleasant surprise, I'd say, to see how well they actually did.
I mean, the only criticism coming in, right, is just play a little bit more together, right? Maybe look for more aggressive plays. I saw back in map number 1, there were a few moments where if N1 Hex went for the more aggressive play, they really could have made that first map way more competitive. But as we got further and further down into the series, it really did feel like N1 Hex were starting to warm up here in the playoffs. And hopefully that translates well when they make their lower bracket run.
I mean, you really just have to feel bad for N1 Hex too, right? They're the first team to play in the playoffs. They have to play against what could very well be the best team in the entire bracket. They get sent down to lowers first. Same thing happened at the beginning of stage 1. They played up against Reject, very first game, very first day of the entirety of group stage. Same exact ordeal happens, but given the small victories that we've seen from N1 Hex, Matsy, I think you're inclined to agree with me. Even from that very first showcase, when N1 Hex last faced up against Reject, I think this team is looking a lot better.
100%. I think that they've leveled up a bit. Like, we saw them making a little bit of progress, you know, but the fact that they managed to make it through the group stage of stage 1 in of itself is an achievement for them. I think that now they've managed to really lock in on some more of their strengths here into the playoffs, and we've seen that again. Obviously, you know, they weren't able to get the result they probably wanted there, but it's just that limit testing that's coming into effect there. They've found some little moments. Maybe they just need a little bit more time to kind of play into their synergies here, you know, play more together, as Dan said, instead of just playing into, like, individuality there, and they can definitely, yeah, find some further progress going forward.
And before we get to our interview, do we think that this could be the start of a big lower bracket run for N1 Hex?
I mean, the potential is very high for N1 Hex right now. We saw that they are able to go toe-to-toe with the best of Asia, and if they're able to do that, imagine what they could do against arguably a weaker opponent, right? There's a chance where N1 Hex could easily take a map or two, maybe even a series as well down the lowers. And I'm very hopeful for N1 Hex right now. They clearly showed that they did a lot of work in the background as they tried to prepare here in playoffs. Albeit map 1 made me hesitate a little bit, but as I saw maps 2 and 3, I think N1 Hex are looking better in terms of how they've been playing.
What do you think will be the biggest upset? Theoretically, obviously the bracket's not done yet, but theoretically, what would the biggest upset that we could realistically see in the lower bracket with N1 Hex be?
Oh, the biggest upset that could be feasible?
I'm going to say it right now, XO.
Wow, that is a bold one. I mean,
I'm a bold kind of guy.
I wanted to like maybe tone it down a little bit. Yeah, that's a little scary. I'm a little worried if N1 Hex are able to take down XO, but
Are you listening to these guys? I don't know, man.
It's hard. It's really tough to say in terms of like where N1 Hex are right now when you compare it to the rest of the teams that are here in the playoffs. But it's maybe like the Burgers, maybe Triple AD.
Okay,
I feel like around there is where N1 Hex could really make things very, very competitive if they're able to play like they did in maps 2 and 3.
I mean, look, you know, there's an elephant in the room now too. We've talked so much about N1 Hex. We're still waiting for the interview to get set up. The elephant has to be: is there a team that can knock Reject into the lower bracket themselves?
I mean, it's Genji. Like that might be the closest.
Well,
that might be able to take. Oh, wait, hold on.
Mr. Australia with the O.
Hold on.
I think that
was gonna be reversed.
Realistically, we will probably see Genji are the team most capable to do that. But there's another team which we're going to see very soon, which also could show some capabilities.
Oh, do tell,
to do
my
that
friends.
too. Because right now, you know, we're seeing our first little semblance of inter-regional combat, we'll say, between our OCE teams and our PAC teams. But I think we're going to hear a little bit about that soon. Yeah.
Ring, ring. We got Piggy on the line. Hello, Piggy. How are you?
I'm happy now.
Oh, I'm sure. Congratulations on your win, man. How would you evaluate your individual performance in this match?
I was good, but enemy team, I think, not good team, so just
Honest.
no, yeah, just so I think.
All right, but well, more focusing on your team, right? Who was the carry? who carried? Was it you, Piggy?
Sure.
I
always
the
carry.
gargoyle, man.
No, I love it. I guess in the last game there, how did you feel when you managed to take away the win?
What did you say?
How did you feel about winning the game?
Just we was play for fun. Yeah, just happy.
good.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
are
that's
too,
really
my
good.
friend. Thank you so much, Piggy. I really appreciate you being here, man. And I'm sure this won't be the last time we interview you either. Thank you so much, man. Go get a rest because you got bigger competitions coming up.
GG. See you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. It's a promise. We'll see you tomorrow, man. All right. So, I mean, I love interviewing Piggy, man. He's so honest. He just said, you
The
know,
amount of one-liners he says is absolutely legendary.
It's all zingers,
if you
man.
missed it in group stage, he straight up said Asia is bad. and then he
he's got to put his money where his mouth
I
is,
love
man.
Piggy. Yeah,
You know
and
what?
he's doing that.
Karmatic
just that.
justice from whatever deities in the sky. How much you want to bet we see Piggy go down to lower bracket tomorrow?
Oh boy, that would be that would be a really fun storyline to follow.
I
I'm just gonna put
love
it
a
there.
good story. And look, I got to rest up my story muscles, man. I did so much work watching the games, and these guys just yapped all day. So we're going to take a small break and get our next series set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라. Flashing on my window frame, on a boot to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we're doing. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight we go.
Mind crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
For the first time this year, two different regions are crossing swords in the playoff run for Ignite inside Pacific to see who can claw closer and closer to maybe getting that championship run from the upper bracket side. My name is Kag. I'm joined by Dan. I got Matsy on the line over here. We're going to be seeing Triple AD versus the Chiefs. Now, I gotta give the first question to our OCE representative, Matsy, over here. Chiefs were a team that looked so good way at the beginning of this year. They didn't quite have the first preseason run that we were expecting, man. But coming into stage one, they are looking pretty dang good.
Yeah, I think
That was
they're
not even a
fired
question.
up. They're very, yeah, no. They're fired up. They're very disciplined heading into stage one here. I think that, I guess the goal of both of the OCE teams is to try and get both of them into that LAN environment, you know? I think that their goal as a region, as a whole, is to, just put our region on the map there and, to try and lock in the first and second place across them. So I think they're very, very ready. They've been putting in a lot of practice in the background there, scoring a lot of teams, you know, albeit the Chiefs, as I've said before, they're playing or trying to fit in playing alongside their normal 9-to-5s there. So it's definitely a challenge in that sense, but they're doing the very best that they can.
It's been interesting to watch OCE. They're definitely the most unique region, I would say, in all of Ignite, just because the few representation that we have seen from them on the international stage, they have just made a tear through everything. Chopper Mag, for example, did great last year, and now with Gen G and Chiefs being here as remnants of that Chopper Mag core, we are seeing them once again run it back and tear it through it all. But I think the big question that is on a lot of people's minds is, do we think that this tear through the OCE brackets is because that OCE is a much smaller pond of players to fight against? Or is this going to be a team that can truly make it to a world championship?
At the very least, in a vacuum, Chiefs are looking to be one of the top teams, not just in OCE, but I feel like maybe in the entirety of the Pacific region right now. I mean, right now, looking at this matchup in particular, I think this is a great test to see where the Chiefs are at in terms of how strong they are when you compare it to Asia, the competition in Asia. Because we know Gen G are literally probably the best team in Pacific right now. I mean, they went flawless in their own group stage, reaching also
17
in
and
their
0
own group stage. But the Chiefs is really going to be a very good test to see how well they put up against Triple AD, because Triple AD, they are coming into playoffs as one of the teams that ended in like the midfield here in Asia, right? 4-3 being their match record, 8-7 their map score. And it just felt like this was the same kind of Triple AD that we saw back in preseason, and when you compare it to Stage 1, still the exact same, even though they made roster changes, right? Whisker being out, and they bring in Mandu, who I believe is a newcomer here in Rivals.
That's right. But even when we compare the preseason scoreline for Triple AD to the group stage of Stage 1, it is a downgrade. Triple AD was holding that second place mark for so long going into preseason playoffs, but Reject got their bearings together and rampaged through everybody. Triple AD haven't found that same mark even close in terms of scorelines. They're coming in the playoffs with 4 wins and 3 losses.
It's difficult, isn't it? You know, like, obviously it feels like they're trying to have a return to form there, but I don't know if they're going to be able to reach for the stars in the same way that they did. But I think that, as you said, it's going to be a good test for them here, especially against the second best team out of Oceania in the Chiefs here. I think that, yeah, it's going to be a good showcase for both of these rosters, Keg.
That's right, and the Chiefs, of course, have looked fantastic through and through all of their playoffs run. Them and Gen G have just been running circles around all the other teams, it feels like, man. And Donald has just been one of the most charismatic people I think we've had on our interviews thus far. Look, I'm not the predictor. I don't know what's happening up ahead. I really hope we get Donald for an interview.
Oh, that would be. I mean,
Surely.
Donald is always so fun to talk to. I mean, ever since I interviewed him way back in Ignite Asia 2025, he was really fun to interview. Right, he has a lot of things, a lot of insightful things to talk about, right, as well. And I hope we get to talk to Donald at the end of the series, but. We're not there yet. We got a whole best of 5 that we have to, at the very least, see how the Chiefs fare up against Triple AD, because there's a chance this could go the distance.
Okay,
I'll say
okay.
Right now.
Do we think a map 5 is in the cards, Dan?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I think
Matsy.
Triple AD could take 2 maps, and Chiefs could take 2 maps. You know.
Matsy, surely
Yes.
you don't agree with that.
Nope, the Chiefs are taking it 3-0 or nothing. It is
Ooh,
done.
Quick day for us, huh?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Dan, explain yourself.
I mean, Triple AD, they have, they able to utilize so many different compositions, right? They got Duba that can play the Vanpool really well. No Smite, has Venom, has Captain America. Both Vanguards are very strong right now. Angela's also rising up, which does help Duba's hero pool. And from that Vanguard line alone, are able to flex into different compositions, at least for the back line, right? Quasin has been very solid on the Jeff pick, and if Triple AD are able to utilize the Vanguard Deadpool and the Venom, that enables Jeff with both the Deadpool and the Venom team up, which has been really strong way back in preseason, but still here in Stage 1, it's still just as strong, even though Symbiote Shenanigans got nerfed a little bit.
Now, we're moments away from going into map number 1 here, but I just came up with a question, and I think this might be a banger one for both of you. We've seen OCE play, we've seen Asia play, but this is our first time seeing what could very well be 2 different big macro-level style shifts play up against each other internationally in 2026. Have OCE and Asia played Marvel Rivals different enough to clash very differently into this matchup?
I feel like
It's a tough one, isn't it, Dan?
I think the answer is museum.
If we're talking back in like the group stage, yes. But now coming into playoffs, I feel like not so much, right? Because they've done a lot of prep, right? Scrimming each other, is making sure that they're able to try to figure out the band draft for season 8.5. And with all that prep going on, I feel like right now, because we know that both OCE and Asia are going to clash together, I feel like we're going to see a little bit less of like OCE is doing this and Asia's doing that. I feel like it's just going to all mash up into one single like meta here in Pacific.
Now hold on. Is that because they've been scrimming up against each other, or is that mostly just like VOD review?
Definitely.
I'll dive in there. Yeah, I think it is both, because a lot of the teams in Oceania are actively playing against the teams across Asia, across China, because one thing in particular, the time zones just match. So it's easiest to scrim against each other in that sense, rather than their America's counterparts or EMEA for that matter, because the time zones are a little bit more very different, let's say.
Oh, really?
You know, if you're playing from Oceania, for example, you're going to have to be awake very early in the morning just to have a chance to scrim like some of your America's teams. So, yes, you will see some
Matthew, what time is it for you right now?
5:48 p.m. on the clock.
God, I hate
What about you, Kay?
It's 1 a.m. That's exactly what we mean. Okay, so pulling on that thread too, right? Because now we have these teams playing together more in a much closer environment, that also means Chiefs won't have any sort of ping differential, or not as big of a ping differential, facing against a team like Triple AD, do we think that makes a team like Chiefs or really any OCE team inside playoffs play more aggressively?
Yeah, for sure.
First of all,
right?
that stat's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a crazy stat. Donald just being miles ahead on the Devil Dinosaur. What sucks is Devil Dinosaur did get a very big nerf, right? Essentially, his damage over time output has been cut in half. So we're probably not going to see as much Devil Dinosaur as much as we did back in the group stage, but hey, you never know. In very niche scenarios, we could see it.
It's a thinker, isn't it? Is this going to make someone like Donald have to play drastically different? I mean, surely he's had time to prep and get a new potential backup that could replace the DD usage time on here, right?
Well, I mean, Keg, there's a reason that Donald's nickname is LeBronald. He could be running it back onto that Magneto all over again, or pretty much anything else you can think of. So I think that, yeah, he's going to have plenty of time to adapt and play into another Vanguard there. There's a lot of options.
I mean,
you know,
rebounding to what you said, right, Keg, about, like, will the Chiefs play a little more free, more aggressive? I think it's a resounding yes, because, I mean, we have heard that Chiefs really don't like playing the dive style of play, but, I mean, if the Chiefs are able to, at the very least, find, like, ways to disrupt the backline of Triple AD, I feel like the Chiefs, if they do go for the front-to-back style of play, could just easily run over Triple AD. But it's going to be up to Triple AD if they're able to play like they have been doing in the group stage, just very consistent, right? Making sure that they're able to get the fundamentals down. But it's going to come down to, like, those micro/macro plays that could mean all the difference in terms of winning those key team fights.
You say Triple AD's been playing consistently, but they have gone 4-3 in their wins and losses so far in group stage. That is consistent. Yes, they have a 50-50 win rate, but is that going to be enough to take up against what could very well be a juggernaut like Chiefs?
It's going to come down to the X factor. It's going to come down to, like, clutch plays. If anyone on Triple AD are able to, at the very least, identify, like, hey, if I go for this risky, aggressive play, there is a chance that we could win out in this fight. And I feel like I haven't seen much of that from Triple AD, right? These clutch moments, right? These moments where someone on Triple AD rises up to the occasion to absolutely be the reason why they win an essential team fight, and then just ride that momentum further and further. But yeah, that's really where Triple AD are a little bit lacking. They have most of, like, the fundamentals. Like, this is a very experienced roster with a ton of experience, not only just here in Marvel Rivals, but also in other titles. And Triple AD, for sure, definitely have the fundamentals of this genre down. It's just a matter of execution. Can they find these aggressive plays? Can they find something that'll bring themselves over the edge of their opponent?
But what you're saying is that Chiefs do have that X factor for individual clutches. Well, who are we going to be looking at into that matchup for that?
I mean, it's Zhang, Beck, and Reno. Both of them.
Oh,
not LeBron?
There's more than that, surely. Yeah.
I mean, it's really the deal. It's like Zhang Beck is outputting so much damage as, like, one of those key hit scan players. Reno has been running more that dive style of play, right? The Daredevil, the Black Cat, but he's been doing very, very well in trying to find those eliminations as well. But, I mean, the amount of times I've seen Zhang just absolutely pop off on hit scan has been, it's been insane to watch, right? And I'm sure they're going to be able to enable him to make sure that the Chiefs are able to just, you know, fry the rest of Triple AD.
Now, chat, I have my eyes on the lobby right now. You will know as soon as we are ready to get into this first matchup. We are going to Krakoa. I'm going to ask you, because I just like stirring the pot with you two. I want to see you two start going at each other's throats. Dan, who do we think takes map 1?
I think the Chiefs might take map 1 here. Chiefs have a little bit more of that dive style of play experience. Krakoa is very, very favored towards those dive style of plays, especially with those little portals that you can use to navigate around the map. I think the Chiefs should have a slight edge here over Triple AD, at least here in this first map.
Okay, I don't even have to ask Mancy. I already know what the answer is.
Yep, my answer's pretty clear. Yep, Chiefs rise up and lock it in. That is my final answer.
At this point, we're at a standstill, right? Because, I mean, we know exactly where Matzy is going to be, but the big question is, it's domination. I still feel deep down in whatever is left of my soul that there is going to be a fundamental difference, just like culturally. I can't think of a better word, really, how OCE teams and teams from Asia play, right? I think there could be a major clash, depending on how much these teams have scrimmed or not, that we could see quite literally a culture shock in game that could throw a team like Chiefs off.
I mean, it's also the scrim books, right?
Yeah.
Some teams aren't going to show their entire playbook in scrims. They're going to save some things for their official matches. We don't know if the Chiefs have been hiding anything in the background. We don't know if Triple AD are doing the exact same thing as well. So here in the officials, if any of us saw any of their scrim VODs or anything like that, there's a world where all of that scrimming that they did is just thrown out the window.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have any insider information. I wish I did, but I know some of us have been able to be blessed with it, being able to partake in scrims and see, like, okay, well, what exactly is going on? Does anybody here know what we can expect in terms of strategy? Speak up now or forever hold your peace. I'm marrying you two.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I do.
I am a registered minister.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's lore for a different time.
All right, Minister Keg, I'm holding you to it. No, I definitely think that the Chiefs playing into this meta are really going to be enabled, especially with the fact that Angela is back in a big way. I think we're going to see Beast Node go Beast Mode all over again with that one in particular. Like, my focus is more towards the Vanguard lineup of the Chiefs rather than towards their duelists. I think that the Vanguards are going to be the pillar of their success into this.
I mean, if we're going to talk Vanguard pillage, I still feel like it's going to be Triple AD. It's going to come down to 2-button no spite to try to find this some sort of ways. Like, both of these players can play dive, right? Duba can play either the Deadpool or the Angela. No spite can either play the Venom or the Captain America. And it's just a matter of the rest of Triple AD or if they're able to follow through on it. And we've been really talking about Rocco a ton, right? He has really been like one of those star players on Triple AD. He really needs to just come up clutch and come up huge in trying to follow up what both NoSpite and Duba are doing, because I feel like NoSpite and Duba are doing a ton of work. We don't really talk about it a whole lot, but they definitely do a lot of work.
I pressed the button!
It wasn't me. I'm not the one that starts the game. It's Keg. It's Keg.
Yes. I have control. I determine when the game starts. I just wanted the more extra screen time. No, the game is finally starting. We are moments away from picks and bans. Dan, you were focusing a lot on the Vanguards. We saw a lot of strategist bans in the last series. Will we see more strat bans going into this? I don't know how much longer I have on the screen.
I mean, I think strategists are still going to be the main focus. Gambit and Mantis still being highly contested. We saw it back in that past series, right? Sometimes teams ban the Mantis first, sometimes teams ban the Gambit first, sometimes teams ban... It's just a bunch of different ideas floating around, at least in that first ban, and I love seeing that, right? Seeing the amount of diversity, the amount of adjustments coming in, because for a while it has been, you have to ban the Gambit first or you will lose. But now with Gambit being nerfed a little bit, I think the floor does open a little bit more in terms of
open the floor for me, Matt.
It's open.
You're supposed to transition to picks and bans. No, you're supposed to transition.
Where did he go?
That would have been a banger transition.
Yeah.
we just saw Keg just slowly sink away, just melting out of existence.
It's so back.
Yes, the floor is closed. Matty, talk to me about these bans.
Yeah, so I think we're definitely going to see similar focus again, right? I think it's either going to be your Mantis straight up, could see Cyclops go on, and or your Gambit. It's really going to be dependent on the kind of focus that both of these teams want to deliver here. Maybe you look to see that Gambit and Rogue team up disengaged again, and one of the same. You could look to see Mantis disengaged as well, so you don't get to play into that Vibrant Vitality there. So, yeah, it's really going to be that give and take there.
I will see how they turn around. Oh, goodbye, Keg. He is now faded out of existence. Now we head into the first map between Triple AD and the Chiefs. This is the first crossover matchup we have between the OCE and the Asia region. So I'm excited, right? Both of these teams definitely have been doing a lot of work in the background, and now we begin our crossover episode.
Here we are. The moment we've all been waiting for. The draft. And to kick off the draft, we do see Mantis and Gambit taken away. But Gambit's here to stay if you're AAD today. So, very eager to see how it's going to go for them and theirs right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the Chiefs committing their first ban onto the Mantis, AAD committing their first ban onto the Gambit means that AAD will get the one-sided Gambit. And now, again, right, the Chiefs just have to take away things that are enabled by the Gambit, and the Rogue will be that first priority being taken off the table. AAD will take away the Mantis because it does seem like the Chiefs didn't really want to go for the Mantis save, instead went over towards the Rocket. So right now, these ban drafts looking a little bit spicier right now. Looking at that part where both teams have a chance to ban at the exact same time, it does seem like AAD take away the Cyclops, but the Chiefs take away the Rocket. So it's going to be a Rocket Raccoon one-sided, and there's a chance that this Cyclops finally goes untouched.
Oh my goodness, we might
Or at
see
least
some
for one
Ruby
side.
Rage. Yeah. So we could see one-sided Gambit and one-sided Cyclops, depending on the last point of priority here. I'm really curious as to what's going to be locked in last. Luna going to be locked in for the AAD side there, so they've at least got that they can play with. The Chiefs have one last point in contention here, and now though, Dan, who's it going to be?
Ooh, it's going to be Star-Lord. I mean, that's a great ban to try to deny that. The strongest Wombo combo, I feel like, in this entire game, right? The Raging Royal Flush in tandem with the Galactic Legend. It's just so valuable in terms of that space that you make, and if anyone is caught in the crossfires, they're just immediately knocked out. But right now, we have to set your sights on AAD because they are able to secure the Cyclops one-sided, and Snake will be the honors of choosing the first ever Cyclops seen on the Ignite stage.
Here it is, a Ruby Rage ready to engage, and they're gonna have the Elsa at the ready as well. But before we get to open up the account here, it's gonna be a short time between the mission area opening. They have found the Battle Recon Beacon as well, and they will shut down Donald. So, first and foremost is AAD gaining early control, shutting down the Vanguard lineup entirely, and then some. AAD storm the gates, guns blazing.
Great look for AAD. I mean, Rocco, we talked about him for a while before we got into this first map. He has been the star player on AAD, and he's showing exactly why. Already getting, what, 2-3 eliminations to help AAD get that first checkpoint, and they're looking to push on further to try to limit the space that Chiefs want to work with, as AAD still stacking closer and closer to those ultimates. But Rocco on that Elsa Bloodstone, Elsa Bloodstone definitely did take a step back during the group stage, but with that buff coming in here in Season 8.5, Rocco is using it to its full utmost advantage as Tuba uses that Banhammer onto Zykrek to pressure the back line, and Rocco will just keep on frying the rest of the Chiefs.
Yeah, they're cooking up a storm under this one, and leaving no stone unturned here, so going to be able to burn through whatever they please onto this one, and we'll be able to blaze ahead with the flying colors here. We'll see if No Smite and Ko can shut down the backline again. They sure can. A bubble out of town. A Banhammer coming down from Donald there, trying the best that they can to deliver, but AAD just deliver in a bigger way.
I mean, AAD have so much damage. Rocco is able to utilize the Apex Predator before a single ultimate is available on the side of the Chiefs. And Snake, with that Ruby Rage, is going to influence that, at the very least, this main chokehold that the Chiefs are going to have to try to navigate into. Rocco already used his to influence the main lanes with the Apex Predator. Now it's Snake's turn with the Ruby Rage.
Ruby Rage and ready to try and bring it out, and they will! It's time to get angry, and they will shut down Zykrek and more! So, Chiefs are not even going to be able to engage over to the mission area. Triple AD take complete control in the beginning. Will there be one last second of contention? No! It's Triple AD taking control of Krakoa to start things off here, and the cradle is locked in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, Triple AD just... It's so hard to pinpoint what went wrong on the Chiefs. It just felt like after that first fight loss, Chiefs just could not catch a break. Every time they tried to go for something, Triple AD were just able to quickly beat them to it. And with so much of that range in favor of Triple AD, because right now, look at what the Chiefs are running. The best thing they got for range is either Donald on the Vanguard Deadpool, Zykrek on the Luna Snow, or Jongvek on the Star-Lord. But you look on Triple AD's side, they just have way more range, way more damage, and in the end, it just translates to way more influence in how the map turns out. Snake and Rocco are just doing so much damage to the point where even if the Chiefs want to look for something, they're already too hurt in order to extend that play.
All you need to do is head to the mission area.
The hurt just keeps on giving Dan, but they're looking to change it up now, matching the Elsa from Reno this time around. Jongvek actually going to be sticking it out on the Star-Lord there. So, goes to show the flexibility of their roster, considering you'd normally see Jongvek playing into the Elsa for the Chiefs roster here. But we'll see who is going to be able to go first on to this one as they look to lock it in for the holidays here. It's time for the Galactic Legend to lock down on the damage. Rocco the first to fall there, and they will be able to stall them out even further. So, good early control being gained by the Chiefs here. They aren't able to get the capture over the mission area yet, though.
Yeah, they only found one elimination thanks to the Galactic Legend. Nosebite's going to try to stall out for a little bit. Heaven's Retribution is going to buy a bit of time. Nosebite does go down. Mondo's going to try to extend this fight with the Kumiho Unleashed, but he gets instantly burned down because Bubble CYA. Duba's going to use the Banhammer to try to extend this fight. Zykrek's going to use the Fatal Bofurls in response, and both Lunas will be using that dance floor as Snake tries to escape, but he's going to get lasered down as the Chiefs are looking to fight on back. Reno with the double thanks to the Apex Predator and the Elephant Gun means that the Chiefs now switching over to the Elsa Bloodstone, foregoing the dive style of play, now playing more of that front to back style, means that the Chiefs are just going to be able to, at the very least, make this fight a little bit more competitive, whereas Triple AD, they're going to have to make a little bit of adjustments to try to find ways to get a retake going, because right now Triple AD, they do have the Luna Snow and the White Fox teamed up together, but with the Chiefs foregoing that dive, maybe they look to find a different strategist line elsewhere.
Oh, but it looks like they're going to be finding the dunk line! Look, Ronald! Back on deck, baby! Shots down Amanda! And looks to see what more they can do with Rocco locking it back in on the Zykrek there. Oh, they're brought back by the BRB just in time. Not able to shut that one down, but Reno will deliver one back in a big way here. The Chiefs gonna be fine as ever here, calming the storm and looking to storm the front. If they can get Tuba, that would be big, but not gonna be able to deliver that KO just yet.
I mean, this is where the Chiefs shine, right? They don't really like going to dive composition so much. A little bit surprised that they went for it back in that first round, but now coming into the second round, whoo! Insane shots coming from Snake, but the Chiefs really love to play that front-to-back style of play. Jong is able to get a second rotation of the Galactic Legend down, but Snake is there in the off angle to try to pepper down any backline member of the Chiefs as Triple AD get closer and closer to clamp down onto the Chiefs, because if Triple AD are able to find an opportunity to go for something, that Ruby Rage could be absolutely devastating if it's teamed up with something like No Smite on the Angel ultimate, but he's just gonna not use it, and he comes out with a double.
Double trouble, trying to crawl out from this one, but the Chiefs just aren't able to bring it back here. Reno still delivering though. They bring it back, finding three between them. It's Jongvek and Reno going absolutely to town right now for the Chiefs. Just when you think Triple AD turn it around, no, the Chiefs come crawling and crawling away with KO for KO. Rocco, the last stand, but no, the Chiefs bring it up and take control on Krakoa!
Snake lasered the backline of the Chiefs. There were no heals in that final fight. Somehow the Chiefs were able to clutch up huge eliminations coming in from Reno on the Elsa Bloodstone, absolutely frying the rest of Triple AD. And how in the world did the Chiefs win out on that? No heals, no problem, it feels like, for the Chiefs. Triple AD definitely are a bit stunned because that should have been an easy fight win.
Yeah, I thought that they were able to lock it in then and there, but you know, it plays into what you were saying earlier, Dan. The strength of the duelist lineup on the Chiefs is a sight to behold, and even if the circumstances looked dire there, they stay composed in the face of pressure and were able to tie it back up. One capture point apiece now, and it all goes down to the line. One last capture point to decide our map 1 victor here. Will we see the full Cyclops effect play in true and get a victory? Will the Chiefs be able to lock it back in?
I mean, coming into this fight right now, it's surely going to be an exchange of Fate of both worlds. Both of them are going to be online relatively at the same time. Might come down to Mondo if he's able to try to extend this fight even further with the Kumio Unleashed. Duba's going to get very, very aggressive. Huge pick onto Reno. That's a lot of that damage potential on the Chiefs gone. Do the Chiefs want to extend this fight? Yes, they will. Zyker will commit to Fate of both worlds as Mondo is able to try to stabilize the rest of Triple AD. Apex Predator going to catch up multiple members of the Chiefs, but the Chiefs are looking to stay tall and stay alive. No Spike gets a good Heaven's Retribution down, but Donald's able to snipe down Snake.
Not down and ready to go to town here. Chiefs have the player advantage for now, and a Heartbreaker if required. Quasi going to be bringing down the dance floor though. CYA coming into play as well. Rito hunting their prey and says not today. Tuba is out of here, and the Chiefs will be able to get even further beyond here. Assassin's Charge coming up though, but it isolates the line of sight. Reno not even going to give a damn though. They go ham on it, fighting Mandu there. Isolating the line of sight around the wall there, stalling it out, and managing to get the control when it counts.
Yep, Triple AD are going to have to quickly reset. Mondo switches over from the White Fox onto the Loki. I like this coming in from Triple AD's strategist here because Chiefs, they're not really running that dive style anymore. You don't really need all of that crowd control. Maybe you use the White Fox, could argue, as like a little bit more of that iframe potential, but the rest of the Chiefs are just brawling it out, and Triple AD are just never together to try to combat it.
Yeah, they're just getting disengaged piece by piece here. The Chiefs doing a great job of just destabilizing them.
Beast Note just lasered Scott. That's crazy.
Yeah. You love to see the laser on the laser, huh?
Yeah.
Proves that maybe the stronger laser onto that one.
That EDM light show.
Ooh, yeah, we're having a bit of a light show, bit of a rave here. We got Rocco on the Wolby right now, though. Dan, is this going to be the difference maker?
Oh, it could be. I mean, Beast Note and Donald are going to be the main targets to try to isolate them, but with the Heartbreaker coming in, the freeze is good to keep them at bay. Snake is going to use the Ruby Rage to try to find something, but there's the team up in play. This is the strength of Triple AD. You got Rocco on the Wolverine. He has been very, very solid on this hero, and Snake getting access to the Cyclops means that Rocco is able to do whatever he chooses, because right now Rocco, the biggest downside of Wolverine is playing in that open space, but with that team up available, Rocco, that weakness is thrown out completely.
Yeah, thrown out of orbit and ready to storm the front here. Beast Node trying to lock him in place. The strategist in trouble. Regeneration Domain are going down as well, but they're still going to be feeling the pain here. They need to contest when it counts, otherwise they are going to be counted out of this one. To have the Meteor coming up. Tuba trying to lock it in from afar here. Not going to be able to do it. Donald will block it in place there. They're ready to try and lock it back. Donald in trouble. Snake now starts the counterattack.
Yep, there we go. Donald is thankfully is brought back thanks to the BRB. Portal's going to be invested on Triple AD to try to extend this fight a little bit, and Triple AD are successful in flipping the mission area over to themselves, but Zykrek finds Rocco, and this might be bad news for Triple AD because right now they're down a member. Triple AD need to find a way to stall and try to stabilize and wait for Rocco to come back, but the Chiefs want to make some sort of aggressive moves down, but they do draw out the Fate of both worlds. That is going to be huge for the Chiefs, as John could go crazy with the Galactic Legend. Triple AD need to tuck tail and try to stall.
stall it out the best they can. The Chiefs are bouncing it back, though, almost in control. They've lost 2 members now. Triple AD in trouble. They do have a nose smite at the ready, but is it going to be enough here? The timing is going down. The CYA comes up. Reno locks it in, and the Chiefs take control of map number 1. Just when you think the game might go on, no! The carousel's captured, and the Chiefs get the full reverse sweep in domination.
The first round looks so good for Triple AD. I mean, the Chiefs tried to utilize a dive style of play, but once they switched over to what they really wanted to do was that front-to-back style, making sure that they enable Jong, enable Reno to just laser down the rest of Triple AD. The Chiefs, it just felt like they got the download onto Triple AD. They saw what Triple AD were doing and they're just like, wait, yeah, we could just do the exact same thing, right? We gave away the Cyclops and the Wolverine team up. But if we're able to just stack together, play to our strengths, and just work together to try to find and pick apart Triple AD as they navigate throughout that team fight, meant that the Chiefs really just were like, yeah, we're just going to sandbag for a round, and then as we go deeper and deeper, we're just going to just destroy them. And that's exactly what the Chiefs did.
Yeah, absolutely rip and tear when it counted there, Dan, and they will be trying to destroy them with lasers in the beginning there, Triple AD, but when the Chiefs broke free, they managed to break out in a huge way on to that one, and you can see the turnaround all the way in to the second capture point there. This was the big turning point, and it all went down to business into the third, the final capture, as the Chiefs lock it down in the beginning of this series.
I mean, if that doesn't show that the Chiefs really love the brawl style over the dive, I don't know what else does, because when they tried to run the dive, they just did not look good. I mean, Triple AD were able to get that early advantage, and Chiefs still trying to stick to dive with limited map space meant that the Chiefs were just digging their own grave, at least in that first round. And going into the second, Chiefs did a great job in identifying, hey, this dive isn't working. We're just getting absolutely destroyed. We should go back to what we really like to do, and that was, you know, put the Vanguards in the front, put the Duelists in the middle, and then the Strategists in the back, you know, front to back. And that's exactly what the Chiefs wanted to go for, and they executed it perfectly. Triple AD, they have been doing a bit of that, right? They went a little bit of dive, they went a little bit of brawl as well, but the Chiefs stuck to one style and, quite frankly, just completely diffed Triple AD.
Absolutely fantastic adaptability coming through from them, and there's there, but we're going to see a more showcased on the other side of this break, everybody. Map 2 right after this. You do not want to miss it. We'll be back very soon.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Well, where to begin? First of all, I gotta say, the bans and picks, I was reading chat, I saw what all my colleagues were saying. I gotta say, Chiefs, they didn't do a good job with it.
Yeah, it looked rough for them in the ban draft, giving away the one-sided Cyclops and the Wolverine and the Gambit as well. It was just like, it was hard to see what the Chiefs really wanted to go for, and it really seemed like that in the first round, right? They wanted to go dive, and then it was just like, yeah, it was hard to say like what the Chiefs wanted to go for. Thankfully, in the second and third rounds, they were able to clean things up and were just able to just completely diff triple AD with Reno onto the Elsa. Because if it weren't for Reno coming up huge in that second round, there was a world where triple AD could have just ran away with map number 1.
CB said it in the green room. I mean, Reno's just kind of him. And I like how I'm completely inclined to agree. You know, Matsy, I was so ready to have a bit coming back here, just staring at you, saying, well, what's going on, man? But I don't need to now, because if Chiefs can continue to play like this, they're on track for that 3-0.
Confidence is key. And I think right now they're fired up, you know? But
Dan?
That's lower
I
Manhattan.
like what I'm seeing
Yes,
here,
it is, Dan.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Chiefs like to go for when they played against Shenji.
Okay.
When they lost out on some maps, they were just like, yeah, screw it. We're going to pick lower Manhattan. And fun fact, the Chiefs are the first team to pick lower Manhattan ever in Ignite. So this might just, I mean, this is what Triple AD chose. Does it bite them back here? Because Chiefs have a lot of experience playing lower Manhattan at the highest level.
But why? Why would it Triple AD go here?
It's hard to say. I mean, Triple AD, I can see it right now. They do seem to choose the defensive side first. And if you know anything about Lower Manhattan, that first checkpoint allows a lot of that bunker style of play, especially when you're on the defensive side. Like Penny Parker becomes a little bit more valuable if you're able to get a good hold inside the indoor area right before that first checkpoint, because that outside area is not really offensive sided. Like the defense could easily just take over that area as well, because when you're on the attacking side there, that outside area doesn't have much cover to work with.
I mean, talk to me about this, Coach Matsy. Why would Triple AD want to go for a map like this? Is it just because of cross-region differences? Is it maybe Triple AD not aware that Chiefs have played this against Gen G? What's going on?
I think this is a confidence pick for them, and
Okay.
it's pretty difficult to take like some of the areas of the map on this one in particular, right? I think Lower Manhattan is one of the more hard maps to try and claw for control on, and I think they're gaming on that to try and really play into like your spawn hold type thing there, you know, especially playing into that first mission area. It's hard to get through, especially against Vesta teams, you know. I think that it's going to be a struggle for them, and maybe that's what they're trying to play on. They're trying to see if they can disengage them, stop them from building up that momentum, you know, pull the handbrake on the train before it inflicts even more pain.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Trains can do a lot of damage. But to tie this back all around, boys, to tie this all back around, we talked about how Chiefs did not do a good job in their bans. They left a lot of things open. They telegraphed that they wanted to go for a dive style. Do we think that Chiefs are going to make the same mistake going into this next matchup?
They should clean it up, but I have a feeling that it might not matter if the Chiefs are this locked in. I mean, we saw that the Chiefs completely binned their ban draft, but in the end, it didn't matter because Reno is him. And he was like, you saw in that fight in that first map as well, Chiefs had no heals, and they still win a fight 4v6, it felt like. And, if that doesn't show that the Chiefs have the X factor over Triple AD, I don't know what will, because the Chiefs, you could screw up bad draft all you want, but if the Chiefs are locked in, it's not gonna matter.
Yeah. All right. Let's assume that Reno can't clutch it up this time. He plays like a normal human being.
Then you look at the bad draft and be
What are we gonna correct? What are Chiefs gonna correct here?
I mean, first of all, figure out what you want to go for, because it felt like they were like teetering between maybe we go brawl, maybe we go dive, maybe we go more anti-dive to try to counter what Triple AD wanted to go. It just felt all over the place, right? They didn't ban for their identity. It just looked like, hey, we're gonna ban a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We see that they have Gambit, so we're probably gonna ban a little bit of those things that help enable the Gambit, right? Like Rogue, Star Lord, stuff like that. They just need to stick to one thing and just make it so that when they do load into the game and they load into their composition, there is going to be very little resistance.
We are moments away into going to game number 2. Matsy, are we still feeling confident in that 3-0?
Yes, I am fully confident.
Damn right we are.
Not even breaking a sweat. I'm full send on this outcome, Keg. There's no other way.
It is exactly 100 American degrees in my room. I am sweating all over the place, but not for the Chiefs. They are looking good. They are looking confident. The onus now is on Triple AD. They're the ones that are going to have to get an exemplary ban draft once again. Even though they had that in game 1 and still lost it out, they've got to run it back again.
We'll see how the adjustments have been made here in the second map here. It's going to be Lower Manhattan, the Chiefs on the attacking side, Triple AD on the defensive. So the Chiefs, how do they clean up their ban draft? Are they able to figure out their team identity? Has something changed here? We'll see once we load in a few short moments.
That's right. We're moments away again. We get that fancy graphic too, man.
Yeah.
They showed it to us like an hour before the stream started. We were all
we were sitting there in awe. We were just like,
dude, it looks so good. Fun fact, because I know everyone wants to hear fun facts from me. The green in the background, that's my favorite color. Dance background too. Actually, you did that on purpose, didn't you?
I mean, I got a light over here that's doing that.
You matched
Pacific
it on
lights.
purpose.
Yeah. I have to like do a little bit of, that finagling to make sure it's like the right.
I gotta make this green.
That.
I gotta make this green.
Oh yeah, you should.
Sure.
I have a green curtain too, man.
Yeah, just why not? Just just take that.
I'm
down,
lazy.
Hey, at least we're loading into the match very, very soon. Chiefs are up 1 map over Triple AD here in a best of 5. So Triple AD still have a little bit of room to work with, right? They're not completely backs against the wall. They're getting there, but not quite there yet. But right now, all eyes are going to be on this ban draft coming in here. What's going to be the first ban for both sides? Is it Gambit? Is it Mantis? Is it going to be something else? It's going to be Triple AD taking away the Gambit and the Chiefs taking away Mantis.
Ooh, that they will, Mr. Dan. So a good start on both sides, prioritizing the strategists there. Looks like the Chiefs are looking to lock it down. The Rocket as their first protect here, so definitely having full focus of playing around the BRB there again. Gonna have Mantis disengaged on both sides though, so it looks like this does leave opening for Gambit for Triple AD if they want to play into that again here. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw Rogue banned out later from the Chiefs as well, if they do head in that direction.
Yep, there's the one side of the Gambit being secured by Triple AD, as now the ball is in the Chiefs' court. What do they want to go for? They know that the Gambit is available for Triple AD one-sided, so Chiefs, surely it's going to be a Star Lord ban, surely it's going to be a Rogue ban, it's going to be the latter, so no Rogue Gambit team up, because not only is it a lot of damage, it's also a lot of that healing as well, and providing all that sustain for Triple AD, and Chiefs will be able to take it away, as well as that Rocket Raccoon that will be secured one-sided for the Chiefs.
Yeah, they're going to be really happy with that because, as you said before, you have your pseudo Raging Royal Flush there with the CYA, so definitely keen to play into that factor. I like how we do see the Protect onto the Groot here for Triple AD, though. I think that the Strangling Prison is going to be a big factor. I mean, we saw that into the first series, right? Seeing even airborne Strangling Prisons. So we could see some more insanity just like that into this series here as well.
And, I mean, the Chiefs are doing a great job at taking away the resources that Triple AD want to go for if they want to enable the Gambit. It does seem like the Chiefs are completely okay with giving away the Cyclops. And it seems like both sides are looking to aim in that sort of realm. Usually in that middle part of the band draft is where the Cyclops is being targeted, but with that Cyclops being completely out of the picture, both sides will get access to that Cyclops pick, and the Chiefs are able to secure Loki one-sided to boot, while... No, it's going to be Triple AD securing the Loki one-sided, and then the Chiefs are able to secure the group one-sided. So lots of one-sided picks all around. It's just a matter of execution now.
Yeah, curious how it's all going to work out here, whether the Chiefs are play into the Loki long term, but no, it looks like we will see Reno bringing out the Wolverine. Definitely one of the staple jewelers they're known for there, but they're going to be disengaged immediately. So, great shots coming out from a Snake to kick off here. Reno going to be back with the BRB though, so they're not too worried. The Chiefs are already looking to take the fight straight to them there. I like how they use that portal early.
Yep, and both sides are utilizing the Cyclops and the Wolverine team up. Snake is still untouched, unbothered. He's just free-dealing in the backline and is able to laser down Donald, looking to laser another member of the Chiefs. As the Chiefs, look at their health bars. They're just so damn low, and the Chiefs aren't able to recover.
Yeah, it's going to be a full sweeper coming out from a Snake there. So, just absolutely pelting them down with the lasers onto this one. And already getting dangerously close to that Ruby Rage here. The more they charge up, the scarier it gets for the Chiefs onto this one. And I like how they're utilizing the shielding there from the Invis as well, so they can kind of play a bit more confidently.
Yeah, and look at the ultimate economy as well. Triple AD are definitely in the driver's seat here. Snake and Mandu could easily team up together. Snake with the Ruby Rage could just easily secure, or at least control the main choke area here, the main entrance of this entire building, as the Chiefs are still navigating closer and closer. Bubble is looking to get an aggressive CYA down, but the Chiefs need to be in position for this.
And they will.
Oh, it's already gone.
There, CYA down. Ruby Rage in response. John Beck goes down immediately, but they're back in the fight. Strangling Prism coming out to try and lock them in place here. Will be able to clear the space onto this one. They do find at least a trade on a No Smite, but they're already being forced all the way back to spawn here. The Chiefs in so deep in trouble. They can't adapt around this, and they are going to be hitting the hard reset here. At least one bit of reprieve for themselves is that they are building up to a ton of ults onto this one. They've only got really 2 to 3 available in the meanwhile for Triple AD here, so the Chiefs might be able to break through momentarily.
Yeah, but Triple AD have ways to respond, right? Silent Seduction is going to be used in response to the Chiefs' Freedom Charge, I'm sure, because Beast Node is going to try to, at the very least, find a way to safely let the Chiefs enter into this building. And with the scan coming in there as well, both sides know which ultimates are available, and Triple AD are going to have to try to stay alive. Great discipline coming from Closet to get a very, very late cast of the Fate of Both Worlds while keeping the rest of Triple AD alive, and Snake is just able to take advantage of that.
Oh, and Snake is trying to shut down the opposing Cyclops right now as well. I'm not going to be able to lock it in yet. Last stand comes out from Rocco though, and we'll be able to disengage Zycric here, but the Chiefs come back, double down onto it, and look to go to town. They finally got one tick over the mission area here, and are looking to further their pursuit as well. Resolve is unchanging here as they get closer and closer to potentially locking in. CYA going to be put in play here. They will be able to shut them down piece by piece, and now the Chiefs restore peace to their lineup, and will be able to lock in a staggered KO onto Quasid. Poor Quasid, man.
Yeah,
just stuck in the corner.
bro just can't catch a break. I mean, the Triple AD, the hold looks solid, but then the Chiefs finally found a way to break through. It took them a bit of time, and they only have about around 2 minutes 40 seconds to get themselves to that second checkpoint. But so far, look at the control coming in from the Chiefs, making sure that they're covering all of those different angles, especially that upper area right now, because that's going to be a highly contested point here in this second checkpoint here in Lower Manhattan. Beast Node is already getting backline access, but with Mandu utilizing that invisible boundary aggressively, the Chiefs just have no response.
No response whatsoever, so they will have to just concede for the moment and see if they can look to run it back in a second here. Gonna have to charge up a little bit more as well. They do have Reno playing onto the Daredevil now, so definitely can find a bit of value out of that one. But whether he is going to be able to match up to Triple AD is going to be another thing entirely. You can see that Donald's trying to charge up as well now, and they will be able to get the scoop up onto the KO there. Nicely done from Tuba and Go as they start the show rolling and continue to stroll ahead here. Not going to be able to isolate out Donald there, but might not even matter. The damage just too grand onto this one, and they are sending them far, far away.
Ooh, this is good. This is good for Triple AD. Buying enough time for Quasit to get his Fate of Both Worlds online so that when the Chiefs look for those aggressive moves, they will have something defensive to rely on as Quasit gets closer and closer to that Fate of Both Worlds. Triple AD, however, they do have aggressive options as well. With the Strangling Prison coming in from Nosebite, we'll see if it comes up huge, and it doesn't catch any members here as the Chiefs are able to disengage from that quite perfectly as Tuba will still have the Silent Seduction, could use it in response to Donald, but Donald is allowing the Chiefs to create some of that space here.
Yeah, doing a great job to hold on to this one. We'll be able to shut down a Nosebite as well, and Reno looking to further it. It's going to be the last stand coming out from Rocco. Dance Floor coming through with the Sonic Seduction. CYA is up though. They might just be able to burn through. Ruby Rage now engaging. No one going down though. So far so good here. Do see the Freedom Charge coming up in response with a Boundary. Beast Note in trouble. Glatrox coming out now. And will be looking to collect whatever they please, but they're not going to be able to collect anything except a Rocco. Nice KO from Zycrick there. This could be the start of something new here as they do what they can to break through it, but Triple AD are maintaining stance over the high ground.
Oh, this is looking rough. It's going to be pure neutral until Snake gets to Ruby Rage, and Zycrick is for sure going to use the Invisible Boundary in response to the Cyclops ultimate on the side of Triple AD. We'll see when that decides to be used. 1-for-1 trade overall. Zycrick's going to use the Invisible Boundary to try to keep the members of the Chiefs sustained, and Triple AD, no defensive option, means that they're just going to crumble here.
Yeah, crumble and fumble. We'll see if they can stumble forward as the OT time primes up. Jongvek going to be priming down, sending a Snake out of town now. So going to be their primary powerhouse shut out of play here. Rocco not lucky either. Jongvek just sniping them down from afar here, trying to lock it in on the strategists as well. See if they can get that line of sight here, and they will deliver. The portal came through, but it just isn't enough. The Chiefs are collecting these KOs one after another. Nice fade away from Jongvek as well, and they will lock it down when it mattered. So OT timer runs its course. The Chiefs set sail through the final stretch.
All right, it's going to be very difficult for the Chiefs to secure this third checkpoint with only a minute and a half added to the time bank. Triple AD just have to build up those ultimates and then just unload them in one single fight. Try to make it long enough so that the timer is going to be concerningly low for the Chiefs to make any more advances forward. But how well does Triple AD stall? How well, or at least how long can they wait until their ultimates are online? Because the Chiefs need to make their aggressive move now.
Yeah, they need to go first and burst into it. It's going to be Ruby Rage. Oh, Mandu, first one to fall there. Now looking to isolate the Phoenix. They will deliver. The Chiefs now in the driver's seat, getting KO for KO onto this one as they run it around the corner. No! Snake getting disengaged as well. This is worst case scenario, Dad.
Triple AD need to rely on this Silent Seduction if they want to entry their way into the site. They have defensive options, but it's going to be all eyes onto Nosebite to get a huge Strangling Prison. Snake is going to open things up here with a pick onto Reno, but with the BRB being burned out, it's still going to be a 6 versus 6.
All hands on deck here. Gonna be Common Crush now entering a rush. Beast Note the first to go. Strangling Prison online. This is exactly what Triple AD needed. Hitting it off with an absolute bang over the mission area. OT timer running its course. Beast Note rushing their way forward. But it's just not enough. At the final hurdle, Triple AD will lock in and send them away into the next half.
Huge pick coming in from Triple AD, the likes of Snake, to try to shut down Reno. And with that man advantage, Triple AD were able to get their ultimates online. They thankfully had a lot of aggressive options, and Nosebite comes up huge with the Strangling Prison, is able to wipe out the backline of the Chiefs, and then are able to, at the very least, deny overtime here in Lower Manhattan. the Chiefs do push very far, but it's definitely doable on the side of Triple AD when they do go for this push. It's just a matter of what kind of composition do they want to utilize. Do the Chiefs want to go a more bunker style of play, or do they want to go a little bit more aggressive in terms of their defense? But it looks to be postured towards that bunker.
I'm seeing some changes, Mr. Dan. It's Adam. The first time here tonight, Adam is online. And we got that dino coming through as well. Donald going to be bringing out the penny here. So I think they're definitely looking to play into that hold style composition there, especially playing into these heroes in particular, trying to stall out as long as they can, as similar to what Triple AD delivered before. But Triple AD have a lot of pieces to break through this, don't they?
Yep, but it's just a matter of how they can navigate the space. It's going to be very hard to break through, especially with the amount of options that the Chiefs have. And right now, the portal is a great option to try to disrupt the bunker style, because look at everyone on the Chiefs. They know the portal is coming. Donald has to reposition the nest elsewhere, and Triple AD looking to control that high ground area here. And where do they go from here? Do they navigate towards the back area, or do they try to push forward into the mission area?
Oh, it's going to be the big tester for them, isn't it? Let's see if they go high or low around the side. Oh, slide past, but it's going to be Snake again, taking aim and claiming the opening KO in their favor there on the beast node. And going to see if they can run it around the back as well. John Vac in a bit of trouble there. Focus in their side. Snake knows exactly where their priorities lie here. Rocco also going to be able to dismantle the defenses piece by piece onto this one. And in very quick succession, the Chiefs now going to be forced off the line. They will get back just when the time mattered, and they will be able to force the issue. But no, Triple AD, they don't play around, Dan. They claim the mission area.
How do you beat a Adam Warlock Loki composition? You play as fast as possible, and that's exactly what Triple AD did. Use the portal aggressively, try to get that high ground advantage so that you don't have to worry about any sort of bunker that you have to worry about getting closer and closer to that entrance. And Triple AD just executed it perfectly. Play fast, deny ult charge from the Adam Warlock so that even if Triple AD go for any sort of engagements, the Chiefs just won't have any sort of ways to extend it. And Triple AD, knowing that, are able to aggressively make moves, aggressively find picks, and Snake does that even more.
Yeah, they're just finding those clean lines of sight there, absolutely destroying the strategist lineup, and then this forces the Chiefs' hand time and time again. You know, you take down some of those critical pieces, and then the path just becomes that much more clearer. So, Triple AD are able to clear the space in quick succession all over again and force the Chiefs to play so far from it all.
Yeah, and look at the amount of space Triple AD are able to utilize, right? They get control of that high ground area in the middle of this area between the first and second checkpoint, and the Chiefs are just going to have to make really awkward rotations. They're still bunkered down in these small rooms, but Rocco is doing a great job at isolating the Vanguards. Nosebite helping out as well, and the Last Stand even going to extend it. Oh my god, what is that?
It's just Leap City, baby! And now it's time for the Strangling Prison to come out. Double down, going to town for Nosebite here into the Triple Ripple. And they will find a plentiful amounts of success here on the edge of potentially getting the next capture point, and Snake is not allowing them to get any closer at all. They will stall it out in the end though, the boundary coming up. They can potentially move that into the Freedom Charge as well if the need arises. They do have the Psionic Seduction, trying to clear a bit of space here. They play it to the back, it will be Glartrox on lock here. Dance Floor coming out as well, so Triple AD trying to respond to this one accordingly. They're so close right now, but the Chiefs just continue to pelt up whatever they can. Ruby Rage gonna force their hand again, but no KOs have been collected from it. They're just on the edge of this one, Dan.
Oh, Triple AD do have an invisible boundary coming up. This might be the second checkpoint secure for Triple AD. Chiefs have absolutely nothing to respond to this. So Triple AD just have to find those eliminations quickly while they have that advantage in terms of that healing per second, and they do just that. Will able to break through into the second checkpoint with 4 minutes on the clock. And the Chiefs really need to find a way to stall and build up that ultimate economy because time is running out, and it's running out fast.
Fast as lightning. The time is not on their side here, but you know what is on their side? A fastball special. The Hulk is out, baby. The Chiefs are changing it up, and we're going to see if they can scoop up a KOs for days here. Maybe trying to throw Reno into the back line to collect Snake. Could be the answer here. We'll see what happens, though. So we jump into an X-Bite territory here. They're already isolating lines of sight on Donald there, using the walls to their advantage, but looks like the CYA is going to come up, and the Chiefs are going to try and bounce right back into it. Beast Node already in a bit of trouble here, down to puny banner form. Doesn't even matter. Their whole team is going to be able to wipe them up when it counts. Rocco in trouble. Will be able to get away for the time being. Reno almost overcooking there, but the Chiefs now cause a hasty retreat.
Yep, and Triple AD are just going to quickly reset. They have ultimates. They're going to have 6 ultimates very, very soon. The Chiefs will be in a similar boat, but with all these ultimates available, there's a world that this could be an ult dump, but it's going to be up to how these teams want to navigate this fight. You don't really want to use all of your ultimates in this single fight because you have so much time to work with. If the Chiefs go for aggressive moves, they're going to be in the back foot, like Donald here with the Silent Seduction. Great block as well to deny the Strangling Prison from No Smite, and Triple AD are going to have to try to match Zyker's ultimate here. Wait a minute. Oh my.
Dan on Demander. Incredible turn of events here, Dan, and they will be able to take advantage in a huge way there. The Ruby Rage enabling them so well here. They're trying to lock out Snake for the fight as well, and it will work out to absolute perfection. So, just when you think Triple AD are back online, no, the Chiefs send them back to the drawing board.
Alright, how does Triple AD adjust their composition if they really do want to? They still really want to stick to that front-to-back style of play. Rocco staying onto the Wolverine to try to take advantage of that Cyclops and the Wolverine team-up. But right now, the Chiefs, with this Hulk pick, is doing wonders right now. Beast Node even has access to the Hulk ultimate, so if he does get taken down low, he's just able to get the health reset with his ultimate and make it that much more difficult for Triple AD to break through.
Yeah, they're playing so quick around the fastball special as well. It's just like absolute lightning throws onto Reno there, and they're trying to disengage any one of their KO enabling heroes. So, going to be a very difficult time ahead for Triple AD to adapt to this, and they don't have much time to do just that, but they are charging up to a critical moment and could look to lock something down here. Rocco in a bit of trouble though. He's locked back in. Psionic Seduction going to go first onto this one, and it's not going to be matched. Donald going to get cancelled out there. Brought back with a BRB.
Oh, wow.
CYA going to be up to try and play around it, but Triple AD not playing around. Ruby Rage going to be engaged as well here. Not going to be able to do much with it though. The boundary forced out into the dance floor there. They have to be careful though. That's Strangling Prison. They have lost Rocco though, so this could be a big problem. Hulk Smash also coming out here right now, Dan, and it's another boundary. Reno down, Strangling Prison in town, and everybody goes down. Triple AD, lock it in when it counts, Dan. We could see one final stall here, one final fight, but No Smite and Co do not want to let them out the gate.
Does Reno get the clutch he needs? Last stand is gonna be all it comes down to if he's able to get it down in time. Snake, oh my god, you gotta be careful, my friend. As Donald is also very close to that Silent Seduction, but it's gonna be all eyes on Reno. Look how close the convoy is getting to that point, because Triple AD are so close to securing map number 2.
Oh! Reno locks it down on Demander and No Smite. The Psionic Seduction comes down. Quantum gets the clap, but no. Beast Node taps in. The freeze comes through. They're trying to lock it down here. It's a collecting. Good night.
Oh my god.
Reno gets a delivery off the map. Oh my goodness. Snake goes down. The Chiefs bring it all the way back, and we'll be able to win it out on map number 2. Oh my god.
Reno. Oh my god. We talked about it before this series. The amount of clutch potential this team has is through the roof. And they show us exactly that. Reno coming up insanely huge in that final fight. Gets 2 with the last stand, and then gets a 3rd sent into the abyss. And what else can you ask for? All of the Chiefs are just so dialed in and Triple AD. Like, you saw how well they played together as a team, getting that wombo combo with the Strangling Prison into the Ruby Rage. That was their ticket to getting a win, but then the Chiefs clutched. Reno is him. Well, like, how do you go against that? Like, I am in shock right now. This is 2 maps in a row that the Chiefs clutched. 2.
This is insanity. We are witnessing absolute heat in real time, my man. I cannot believe they get it done like that. You highlighted the criticalness of the last stand there. They made it come out in a big way, and then they put the cherry on top with the special delivery into the environmental KO. It's just absolute peak. Absolute cinema.
No, this was like the spray in the game. Absolute game. That was one hell of a game coming in from the Chiefs. And you could imagine how it feels in the Triple AD camp right now. They are stunned because they thought they had that win in the bag, right? With the Ruby Rage finding 2, and then Nosmite finding a 3rd with the Strangling Prison. There was a world where Triple AD could have just followed through and won that fight straight up, but Chiefs just clutched time and time again. Like how many times do we have to talk about the Chiefs being able to clutch, right? Like, Triple AD, they've done everything right. And then the Chiefs are just like, yeah, it don't matter. Goodbye. Last stand. And then we send one more into the abyss. Goodbye. You're going to be backs against the wall here now.
Yeah, access denied. See you later. My goodness, Dad, it has been absolutely insane to see how they turn things around, but there's a chance of redemption into map 3. We're going to be loading right up into that on the other side of this break, everybody. You do not want to miss the great potential conclusion to this series right on the other side of this. We'll see you soon.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Welcome back to the cinema region, everybody. Oh my god. What could you possibly expect happening from here? Guess what? This is the only the second series of the day. The second series of the tournament, even. It's the second series of Ignite playoffs for Stage 1, period. We are in for an absolute Omega level banger of a time. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Dan, and I'm joined by Matsy once again. Each time, I am so ready to count Chiefs out, Matsy, and be like, well, I don't know. I don't think we're going to get a 3-0. And then here we are again. The Chiefs clutch it up. How do they do it?
Never stop believing. Always had faith there,
Yep.
Keg, you know.
It's because we have you on the desk.
The deed's not done yet, all right?
Okay,
but it's
okay.
looking good so far. But no, I think that, again, the thing that's playing into effect here is just their adaptability. You know, when something's not working, they try something different. They changed into a Hulk. You saw a complete change in momentum from there. They were able to go that bit faster with the fastball special there and just disengage some of their KO enabling heroes there. You know, they managed to go band for band with the opposing Wolverine there. They managed to shut down Snake on the Cyclops as well a little bit. So it was great to see that they were trying to match or even exceed those Mach 5 speeds.
Yeah, I think the adaptability has been really strong, right? But talk to me about the wolf clops we started seeing on both sides, because that really threw me in for a loop.
I mean, we talked about how strong that team up is. I mean, I've talked to a few other pros as well. They know how strong it is, and you saw it, right? Both teams really trying to make it work, because when you have that team up available, the one weakness Wolverine has is playing in those open areas, and with that team up, that literally fixes that weakness. Like, now it's just Wolverine is enabled to his full potential, and we literally saw that in Lower Manhattan. Both Wolverines getting so much value with this team up, because the amount of flight and the amount of airtime you get with that team up is absolutely insane.
Well, no, hold on, because a lot of people here might not be Wolverine players, right? Can you explain what the team up exactly does to benefit Wolf?
So, when you enable the team up when you're on the Wolverine, because Cyclops is the anchor, so all he does get is stat buffs. When you enable the ability, right, you get a little bit of that attack range, but the big thing is your right click, right? It becomes that spinning top, right? The Beyblade that most people like to call it. And you can just spin as far as you want, but the thing is, you can go up. You can fly with it.
Okay.
And if you're able to fly in open space, that gives Wolverine a lot of mobility, a lot of freedom to go wherever he pleases.
I'm happy I asked you that, my friend, because we are going to a map with a lot of open space. Triple AD has taken Chiefs to the Pacific Domain. We are going to Museum of Contemplation.
Not again. Not again.
Number 81.
Not again. We just escaped. No! Oh, we're back. We're so back. But you know what? This is going to be the perfect mapper to play out for both of these teams here. You know, they've had a lot of rounds on it. You know, a lot of experience playing into the museum here. We could have the wackiest compositions known to man, or it could be a much stock standard. So I'm really curious how both of these teams are looking to approach this one in particular.
Yeah, I think if we see Wolf Clops come through again for this matchup, it'll be devastating for both teams. Cyclops gets so much ricochet value out of Museum of Contemplation, but I mean, surely you don't allow that to happen again, right?
I mean, at least in this series right now, I think both teams have been okay with letting the Cyclops through, because when they went through those band drafts, it just felt like there were other picks that were way more stronger, way more influential in the game. It just feels like Triple AD and the Chiefs are just like, yeah, we'll just ban out like things like the Mantis, things like the Gambit, and we'll just let the Cyclops and the Wolverine through, because that's okay, right? Both teams are going to have access to it, and they're just going to... At that point, it's just a skill matchup, right? Who can use the team up better than the other? And right now, it just seems like the Chiefs and AAA are just like, yeah, there's just too many good things to ban out, so we're just going to focus on those and not really put a little more emphasis on the Cyclops.
Yeah. We are moments away from going to our picks and bans of our possibly final, I can't say that quite just yet, matchup between our first cross-international competition of Ignite 2026. Triple AD over from Asia, and of course we have Chiefs from the OCE region duking it out here, and we get to see whether or not this will be a 3-0 from the Chiefs, or if Triple AD can finally bring it back. Dan, how are we feeling about Triple AD? Can they make that comeback? Can they make a reverse sweep?
Triple AD just need to find that X factor. They are able to execute their composition. They are able to make plays on their own, like getting that teamwork down, right? Getting combos of their ultimates and finding eliminations that way. But Chiefs are just clutching every single time. Triple AD need to find a way to put a stop to that. And if they're able to do that, Triple AD should have a way of getting at least some sort of reverse sweep going. But here is where it all begins. Here in the ban draft, as both teams, will they make adjustments, or are we just gonna let it ride, do the exact same thing from map number 2?
Let it ride, let it in as we jump into the draft right now, everybody. The moment you've all been waiting for, the return to the museum, and the draft will start. Exactly the same. It's going to be Gambit Take It Away and the Mantis. So, first protect from the Chiefs before has been priority over the Rocket, and it's going to be one and the same all over again.
Yep, and we saw a lot of that emphasis back when we covered Stage 1 group stage over in the OCE region. It felt like OCE figured out how strong Rocket was very, very early, way before any other region saw it, right? Both the Americas and EMEA took a little bit of time to figure out how strong the Rocket Raccoon was to, at the very least, warrant either a ban or try to find a way to make it one-sided. And the Chiefs are definitely showing that OCE magic, right? Prioritizing that first save onto the Rocket Raccoon, and then eventually going to maybe make it one-sided for themselves. But for now, they're just going to invest a little bit of those resources to make sure that this Gambit save isn't going to be too much out of control if it does end up being used.
Yeah, they've at least got that locked down here, but you know what else is locked down? It's going to be, again, Cyclops banned out here, but this time the Chiefs are going to be the ones not having access to it. So Rocket will be taken away from a Triple AD here, so they can't match the BRBs there, CYAs, but they will have access to the Groot. So Triple AD are going to be very happy to bring that one onto Museum. They can use that to control a lot of the space here. You know, we've seen a lot of potential from that, especially in Lower Manhattan, but Loki is going to be banned out as well now.
Yep, gonna deny the double Raging Royal Flush. That's gonna cause a lot of issues if that does end up getting pulled through. So far, I mean, the Chiefs are doing a great job at keeping this Gambit save at bay. I mean, we saw it time and time again, right? Triple AD, they get the save onto the Gambit, but they just can't use it because of the lack of resources that are available to them. And the Chiefs definitely look a lot better when it comes to this ban draft, it feels like, because the Wolverine save definitely is going to help them out in the long term in terms of trying to shred down the Vanguards on the side of Triple AD. And when Triple AD are going to commit their final ban onto the group, making this group one-sided once again, and now coming into this map, Triple AD will have access to the Cyclops Wolverine team-up, whereas the Chiefs will not.
Yeah, and this really could be a bit of a difference maker here, but it looks like early in the piece here, Reno and Beast Node are going to be playing in to the fastball again, but No Smite goes first onto this one and will burst ahead. Jong Beck going to be brought back, puny banner former for Beast Node, and they fall down with it. So, a grand start from Triple AD in the beginning, but they have a caught No Smite now. This could be the opening the Chiefs were looking for here. They already look to go back into it. Beast Node back on track as well now. Can play into the fastball again if needed, but they are doing a great job of just clearing out this initial corner here.
Yeah, Vanguard for Vanguard. Chiefs are now 6 members strong, but not for now, as Reno does get clapped down by Closet. So that gives Triple AD a little bit more time to stabilize and group up together as 6. Chiefs, their spawn room is closer when you do it when you put it in comparison to Triple AD. So now both sides are going to be 6 versus 6 once again as we get closer and closer to some of these ultimates. And I'm looking at Bubble right now with the CYA because his ultimate is up way before anything else. Bandu needs to come up huge with this invisible boundary.
They will match it straddle for straddle here, and we'll be able to shut down the CYA there and look to do more momentarily here. But for the moment, everybody, just going to be looking to have a hold in the time stream and go back to Matty and Dan. Welcome back, everybody. It's the casting desk.
Ah, yes. We'll back up here before we go back into the game. We did experience a little bit of a pause, but we'll be back into the game in a few short moments as Mandu was just able to just barely get that invisible boundary down. The Chiefs had a little bit of an opportunity to try to find eliminations with the 40% damage amplification coming in from the CYA, but Triple AD are just able to, at the very least, just neutralize that rocket ultimate that the Chiefs were trying to use aggressively. I mean, we talked about it, right? How many teams like to use the rocket ultimate very aggressively. It's like a baby version of that Gambit ultimate that we've been talking about as well. And the Chiefs tried to use it, but Triple AD thankfully were able to get their safety net just in time.
Yeah, they're able to get there when it mattered there, and it's going to be good that they're able to adapt around it. I think that, you know, there's advantages to both forms of the ultimates, right? Where with the Rage and Royal Flush, if you do have your Gambit go down, then the ult goes down with him. But with the CYA, even if Rocket goes down, it stays in play there. So, you know, pros and cons, I suppose. But also, having the stationary target on the CYA is another factor.
And then one thing that we're mentioning, right? Phoenix isn't really present right now. Both sides do have access to it. Triple AD, because they really want to utilize the Cyclops and the Wolverine together, means that they can't really make much room for the Phoenix. So I feel like the Chiefs are making a kind of a big brain move by letting the Cyclops through, because these teams know how strong this Cyclops is, and there you go, just like that, two just get eviscerated from this entire map. Donald is able to get himself prepared thanks to the BRB, but still, Triple AD are in the driver's seat, but because that they literally can't run the Phoenix because it just doesn't fit here, the Chiefs are able to get away with several one-sided and uncontested rocket ultimates.
Yeah, and might be getting more where that came from. Again, Snake looking to play the angles here. Will fall out of the fight, but they're going to get caught in the seduction raid there. Luckily, will fall out of play. That could have been uncomfortable very quickly, but for now, it's the Strangling Prison. Immediate effect there from a Triple AD. They will be able to take down Jong Vek. At least the rest of the Chiefs do manage to clear out when it mattered. Now building up to more ults in their favor. Hulk Smash online are trying their best to charge up to the last stand as well. They got the CYA in play here, and Reno will be able to scoop up Tuba, so it's a great start, and now can look to further themselves as well. But for now, they're just going for further progression over the mission vehicle here, doing the best they can in the back line, and it could be Rocco time as they get their own scoop up KO.
Oh, wait, but the Apex Predator comes in clutch as well, CCing up members of Triple AD. Last stand going to be invested. That Zykrek going to be taken out of this fight, and Triple AD are able to stabilize thanks to a little bit of those ultimate exchanges. But the Chiefs are looking to adjust their composition a little bit, going away from the Elsa Bloodstone, going towards the Phoenix now. So Triple AD just need to be a little bit more careful when they're fighting in these mid to long range fights.
Yeah, they need to exercise the utmost caution here. And speaking of caution, Ruby Rage is online right now, and Donald going down to follow. So, going to be a great starter from Triple AD, forcing out the BRB activation there, and maybe more. John Beck in a bit of trouble. First to fall there. This is not good for the Chiefs right now. They need to find that comeback factor, and quick smart. Snake again, just farming freely around the lines of sight here. The Chiefs don't have the time to muck around on this one, and they could just be left behind unless they can activate now. CYA into the last stand. It's time to make a stand of their own here. Sonic Seduction pulling them out of play here. Something needs to turn around. Something needs to change as they engage into this.
Yeah, ultimates being exchanged left and right. Duba still holding on to that Sonic Seduction. It felt like he's been holding on to it the entire game. He just never found an opportunity to do so. Chiefs are able to break through, find 2 picks. And the Triple AD, do they have time to go for some sort of portal play? Not entirely sure. No, somebody's going to switch over, but with the convoy moving closer and closer to that first checkpoint, it's going to be a very, very small window.
Ooh, they will be able to get a contest for a second, but not long enough to lock the Chiefs out, so they will be able to force the issue there, getting some KOs into their favor, and now claiming a bit of space of their own. See if they can capture a little bit more than that, though. Is already going for a bit of that scoop play again. Beast Snow going to be in big trouble there. Will be brought back with the BRB, though, so it's not all going to be the worst case scenario yet. But the Chiefs still got a bit of time to cook up to fight towards the next choke point here.
Yeah, Triple AD are getting closer and closer to a lot of their ultimates. Reno does get the 1v1 win against Rocco, it seemed like, but it feels like Duva just never found an opportunity to use that Silent Seduction. Oh my goodness, great shots coming in from Beast Node, but either way, Duva, it seems like he's just holding on to that Silent Seduction. I was gonna say he was gonna probably use it to try to shut down Jongvek on the Galactic Legend, but that's already been used up. And Chiefs are able to get a lot more of that space down, and Duba is just, he just can't catch a break. He's just trying to find this opportunity to find any sort of way for Triple AD to make space, and finally they're going to look to break through.
Be able to break it through as Zykrek and more now as Donald and Go will fall down. So the sooner they go down, the sooner they can reset here, and the Chiefs are going to have to do exactly that. Do have just over a minute to spare on this one. The tools at their disposal: a last stand, a CYA, and maybe a boundary. Triple AD can match that or exceed it, especially with their own last stand and Strangling Prison here.
Yeah, I feel like it's all going to come down to No Smite or Rocco coming in. Triple AD definitely have the resources to extend this fight, but it's the matter of, are they going to be using it? Do they need it? Is essentially the big question coming into this fight, because Triple AD, ideally they don't use every single ultimate coming into this fight, but with 30 seconds left, there is a world where the Chiefs try to dump everything into the kitchen sink to try to take advantage of the CYA, but the Tendrils are able to find Quasid, and that's the fate of both worlds gone. That's no more extension for Triple AD here. Chiefs, if they do find an opportunity to ult dump, they just run over Triple AD.
Oh my days, Strangling Prison coming up as well. They're doing the best that they can to hold on to this one. The Chiefs need to find a KOs immediately. Reno going down is not going to be good for them here, as they now have all hands back on deck here. The dance floor coming out for Triple AD as well. The Chiefs doing the best they can to stall it out, but they're in big trouble here. Rocco hunting them down, and will find Beast Note here. Not going to be able to play into the Feast of the Abyss. Not going to be able to play into anything, as Triple AD hold them down right on the edge of the line there, and we move on to switch sides.
This looks a lot cleaner from Triple AD, it looked like. There were a little hiccups here and there, but thankfully Triple AD were able to clean things up and at the very least keep the Chiefs from getting to the second checkpoint, albeit it is very difficult when you're on the attacking side here on the Museum of Contemplation to get to that second checkpoint, but Triple AD, gotta give props to them for, at the very least, making sure that the Chiefs don't move any further. And now they have a chance to, at the very least, get a map for themselves here.
Yeah, there's a big chance for them to do that, Dan. You know, there's not that much distance they need to cover, but the difficulty is going to be breaking through those defenses. We've seen them do it before, though. You know, they had a confident beginning, especially on to the Lower Manhattan side of things there. So that potential can certainly be tapped into. You know, Snake has been a huge factor into that, being able to absolutely farm up damage and just disparage the defenses of anyone laying in their path there. But we spoke about Phoenix before. Phoenix is here, Dan, so there's that solution to the CYA coming into play.
So they decide to not forego the Cyclops Wolverine team up. Oh, never mind. All right. I mean, the Phoenix would have been fine, right? Try to shut down the CYA, but it seems like Triple AD instead really want to prioritize getting that team up down. But I mean, you talked about Snake for a while, right? The way he's been doing so much work, getting those off angles down, like right here, right? Not just playing in main, he's taking control of these side rooms, these side lanes as well, to make sure that the Chiefs, whenever they want to look for something, they gotta make sure that they're staying out of the line of sight of Snake and making sure they're not getting absolutely bursted and lasered down. And so far, this is exactly what Snake is doing. And if you want to take something out of this game and put it into your own games and competitive, this is the thing you want to do, right? Get control of those side areas to try to manipulate the lines of sight on your opponent, and so far Snake is doing a perfect job at just executing that perfectly.
Yeah, they're playing the tight lines of sight here and really not giving the Chiefs time to react to it in any way, shape, or form here. So they're just building themselves up piece by piece onto this one, and we're going to take that control very, very quickly. But speaking of quickly, we now quickly charge up to the CYA coming into play here. Beast Snow going to be diving in, frozen out. Boundary coming in response right now, though. Going to see the Beyblade coming into play as well. Glatrox, big collection there, but it's immediately dealt with. Boundary going to be followed up by Zycric as well here. They aren't able to really follow up with any KO potential. They just hold things down for a second there as well, but Snake is ready to play into this. Does have Ruby Rage available if needed, but the Chiefs, they're just trying to stall this out right now.
Do they use the Fatal Force aggressively to get the damage boost in favor of Snake's Ruby Rage? We'll see. Donald's going to use the Silent Seduction to, at the very least, keep the rest of Triple AD at bay. So if they want to execute this combination, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. There's the Fatal Force invested. Snake, does he want to use the Ruby Rage? It doesn't seem like it's going to be needed, as Zycric does go down. Donald going to be taken away as a late stagger, it seems like, and Triple AD are going to be in the driver's seat here. Duba going even further deeper into this.
Yeah, trying to go even further beyond onto this one. Reno does have the last stand available now, and it looks like Zycric going to be on portal duty right now. Temporary change as they will look to try and re-engage here. Jumping straight back into the fray. CYA coming into play. Last stand.
Oh my god!
Boom! Locking it down from afar. Rocco leaves a nasty scar on the Chiefs here, and they're not even close to being done. Reno tries to bounce back, but they're not able to get the counter attack here. Triple AD will be able to dismantle them entirely, wall them away from the mission vehicle. They get the last moment contest, but it just ain't enough. Triple AD push it past the checkpoint.
I mean, you can see how strong this team up is. Rocco is just so much enabled right now, right? Utilizing that dash, getting a lot of that verticality down. He's just everywhere. Sometimes he's in the back line, and then he spins towards the front line, and then uses the last stand to just pin them down, and the Chiefs just have their entire front line dissipated right in front of them. Thankfully, one of them did come back thanks to Bubbles BRB, but still, the damage was already done. A nasty scar meant that Triple AD were able to secure the first checkpoint and already are halfway to, at the very least, getting at least a map for themselves.
See if this is going to be the turning point for them here and now. The Chiefs play the lines of sight from afar here. Do the best that they can. Snake now looking to disengage Beast Node over and over again. As soon as they try and dive in, Snake just deals with them accordingly, forcing out the proc on the BRB there. Glatrox going out as well. Now Boundary going to be forced into play as well, but Beast Node finally finds the value there. Quasi going down, Strangling Prison in response though, trying to dish out the damage. It's incredible! Triple AD completely annihilate them here. The Chiefs only have Bubble there to stall 1 second, maybe everything. Jong Beck bringing out the Spidey to try and get back onto the mission area. Will they succeed? They just might.
It looks like they did, but it's only going to be a momentary abatement. Invisible Boundary are going to be invested to try to get the Chiefs inside of that area as soon as possible. Here we go. Bubble gets the CYA down. That's so much damage on the Chiefs. And it looks like the Chiefs just barely are able to stabilize. And now, with a minute 45 on the clock, Triple AD do have time to reset and look for another engagement.
Oh my goodness. The Chiefs have done it again. Just when you think it's over and out, they will roll it all the way back, albeit they had to commit so much to that fight in order to
That's
bring
what
it
I'm
back
concerned
down.
about right now. Yeah, Chiefs use so much to, at the very least, stabilize, and Triple AD will have access to the fate of both worlds, even the last stand, to try to shut down the rest of the Chiefs. But the Chiefs do have offensive options coming up online. Beast Node with the Heaven's Retribution, as well as Reyna with the Devil Out, and with a quick pick onto Snake. This might help the Chiefs in terms of stabilizing even further.
This could be exactly what they're hoping for here. Using the Daredevil to go for the scouting as well is only going to strengthen them at this point in their resolve. And you see, they're playing a very KO Ball style composition here. The Devil's coming out now as well. Last Stand immediately scooping them up
my
into the
God,
barrel lead.
huge.
So it's a grand response from Rocco, but Reno's back. They just don't care. They're looking to see if they can continue to instill a confidence here. Heaven's Retribution now coming out. Here's that Beyblade into Parade. Quasita bringing out the dance floor as well. Jongbeck in trouble, but maybe not for long. All they need is a couple percent. It could be time to go absolutely legendary.
Wait.
They're waiting for it. It's still got a bit of time, Dan.
Oh my god, Mandu's getting taken down so low. Jong is threatening with that Galactic Legend. No Smite's threatening with the Strangling Prison. One of these ultimates is going to get more value than the other. Mandu still alive in this fight. He's going to get closer and closer to that invisible boundary. Is he able to get it in time to save the rest of his team? He does, but he's not going to use it. Insane discipline coming in from Triple AD to try to hide it, but somehow it looks like Triple AD might have gotten it down. But
No,
or is
they
it?
did not.
They didn't.
The Chiefs
Oh
beat
my
them.
god, the timer.
Oh my days.
Overtime didn't even show up.
They have done it, Dan! No one was on the mission
Wow.
vehicle! The Chiefs get it done! 3-0, baby! We never doubted, and they will secure the victory! Oh my goodness! I cannot believe this!
I'm a little bit shocked right now. Triple AD, if they used any of their ultimates, they could have stayed onto the mission area, but I don't think anyone was looking at the time. It might have been a little bit of that miscommunication, it seemed like. Triple AD, they had ultimates to extend the fight, but they didn't even use it. They tried to save it. They were trying to take cover from Jongbeck with the Galactic Legend, and Triple AD just lost track of time. No one was there on the point. The timer hits 0, and the Chiefs sneak away.
I can't.
How
I'm in
else
disbelief.
Triple AD, man.
You can't make
They
this
were-
up.
They were playing so well, like playing together as a team, and then that happens, and it's just like, what? Wait, what? What in the world? What just happened?
I can't believe they have done this, but the Chiefs will be able to clean up house just when you think things are taking a turn for the worst for the Chiefs. And no, they make it the best possible timeline and will be able to redeem the map and take control in their favor. So they will be pushing on ahead into the upper bracket.
I mean, I got to give props to Triple AD, right? We talked about it right before we got into the series, right? They do play very well together as a team, but it just feels like the execution, the clutch factor, just never was present there. And we saw how well the Chiefs clutch. Like Reno again, bro is him. Reno is the Chiefs, and the Chiefs is Reno. Like, what more can you ask for here?
Cinema. We are the cinema region. 1000%. You will not get this from any other region. Pacific on top. Dude, these have been crazy games back to back to back, man.
Yeah, like I know this was a 3-0 sweep, but this was definitely one of the best 3-0 series I have ever seen.
I am stun locked. I can't believe it. Matsy, I was hearing you at least 3 miles away, man. That was unbelievable work. Great casting from y'all as well, of course. How did Chiefs clutch it up not once, not twice, but 3 times in this 3-0 back to back to back?
It's just incredible, right? They just have that X factor that Dan was touching on, you know, really managing to force things out when it counts there. Like, the fact of the matter is, like, towards the tail end of it, they played into the Galactic Legend there, which forces all your enemies to kind of disperse away from the mission area. So Triple AD is so focused on playing line of sight to try and get away from the impact of that Galactic Legend that they're just a little too far away to go for the contest. It's just so difficult.
We talked about the clutch factor for both of these teams and how it comes down to very small moments that really matter most. Yeah, I think UCM is the best example of that. I mean, did you see how you had to have seen how close the convoy was to hitting that second marker for Triple AD to take the map. It had to have been millimeters away. The game didn't even load what number that was. It was so small. And yet, through it all, the swap, I think, to the Daredevil was the biggest factor for me, Dan. I'm not sure if you agree, but it really felt like the scouting, the info gathering, the manipulation that you were able to achieve on that second point really changed the game.
I mean, that's the power of Daredevil. The most broken thing about Daredevil is his passive, where he's able to see everywhere, the enemy team anywhere on the map within a 40-meter radius. It did get nerfed, but it's still very, very strong, right? Not only that, you're also able to apply so much pressure into the enemy backline as well. You could just stay in there as long as you want because of the amount of sustain that you have. And I mean, you talked about it perfectly, right? The amount of disruption as well coming in with that Daredevil pick, and it just felt like Triple AD needed to find something to try to remedy it. They did try to use like the Last Stand to try to shut down the Devil out. We saw that happen in one of those fights, but other than that, it's just been like, it's just so much pressure coming in from Triple AD.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure potential for both these teams has been exemplary. And we're just moments away until getting our interviews set up. But in the meantime, Matsy, man, honestly, I think the floor is yours, dude. Like, this is the OCE representation. It's one of the first time we've seen both this region and Asia face up against each other, especially this year. What do you have to say, man?
It's incredible to see the hard work across both regions now being put to the test, being put on full showcase here. I think that, as Dan alluded towards there, I think Triple AD did incredible work as well, and there's a reason that that series was as competitive as it was. It's fantastic that we've been able to lock down our playoffs teams. You know, they've certainly earned their spot to be here, and I think that this is definitely not going to be the last we see from Triple AD 100%. If they're playing like that, surely they can run it back in the lower bracket.
I mean, yeah, this lower bracket's getting feisty right now. I made the correct call that N1 Hex is going to make the big tear through the lower bracket, but Dan, I feel like you could make a pretty strong argument that Triple AD could do the same.
Yeah, I mean, Triple AD, they have the fundamentals down. This team has a lot of experience in their belt from other titles, and then they're bringing that experience here into Rivals, and you saw how well they play together as a team. It's just like, yeah, we have these combos, we just have to use these in order to try to give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. But then, like, the Chiefs, you know, they're just better.
Yeah.
And like, the tensest of moments, the smallest of plays just made the biggest difference here, it felt like, right? Triple AD, like, they have the macros down, but then when you go into like the micro scale of things, the Chiefs, that's really where they shined.
I just feel like this matchup is going to be a VOD review dream come true. Everyone's going to be making long videos about the micro plays of each of these teams, man. And hey, maybe, you know, our watch partiers will enjoy breaking it down as well. I know you're there. But even then, right, we're still moments away from our interviewers, and I'm very... What do you know? Ring, ring. Our interview is ready. Who do we have on the line? Oh, it's Reno. Hello,
hey.
my friend. How are you?
Hello. How you guys going?
Oh, we're doing great after watching your matchups, man. I mean,
we're losing our damn minds.
Yeah, good lord, where to begin, right? So, your team is the first one to play in international cross borders inside of 2026. You just faced against Triple AD. They're a team that's not in a region that's yours. Were you coming into this matchup expecting a very different style of Marvel Rivals being played against you?
I mean, to be honest, like, they're all, like, these teams are all very good, and we have very high expectations that they'll all be able to match us in a good way. Like, they'll all be good enough to verse us, and Triple AD was very skilled, you know, very close maps, all of them. But at the end of the day, like, we took it back, we communicated, and we took it back.
Just to talk to me real quick about the clutch moments in each of these maps, because it was a slow start for the Chiefs. I would say just about every single map, Triple AD just seemed like they were getting better and better, and when it seemed like an impossible situation for your team to win, somehow you did it. Talk to me more about that.
I mean, yeah, it was very intense. Obviously, like it was neck and neck down to the wire. Had to make swaps. That was the biggest thing. Like we were walking out on the like a lot of bad stuff, and like even that first map, like they were on a complete counter comp. Like it was unplayable for us, and like obviously we knew that after the first round. Completely swapped it up, and we managed to bring it back. And then the other maps, yeah, like trust me, you should hear the comms, man. Oh.
I mean, take me through this as well, right? Well, we talked about it a little bit in it, like how you play in the game, but we gotta talk about out of the game, right? You guys are playing over in China, right? You take me through on how that adjustment has been, right? Getting used to that environment in terms of trying to play on, you know, like a better latency.
To be honest, it's really nice, and obviously thank you to NetEase for like letting us do this. Like, it's an awesome experience, very new experience for like me personally, and I'm sure everyone else is also feeling the same. Yeah, no, like the ping has been really nice. Not having to verse like teams we scrim on like 100 ping makes a lot of characters a lot more playable and less like struggles. And we're all here on time, right?
Who would have thought?
No, most of the time, yeah.
I can just picture that confidence shining through on your Wolf, your DD, Reno, and it's shown in a big way in your play there. But running it back to map number 2, you know, when you clutched it out of that last stand into the double KO into the special delivery off the map, what was your comms like in that big moment?
I mean, it was kind of like, you guys know that one meme, the Golden Scar meme from Fortnite? You know, when I hit that wall vault and I saw an invis that was 1 HP? I was like, oh my days, this is my moment, bro. It was insane. Like, everyone was screaming, like, nice. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Oh, man. Reno, I'm sure you're still adjusting over, you know, traveling so far, you know, jet lag, whoever, you know. The floor is yours, man. Like, you absolutely deserve to say whatever you want right now. If you want to shout out any enemies, your friends, future people that you're going to be facing up against. This is a wild playoffs time and a very unique one. So the floor is yours, dude.
Yeah, well, I'd like to shout out obviously my team and my coach and even like Genji, because we're gonna be versing them, and I'm very excited for that. Also Reject, very excited to verse them. Yeah, Zen's in the room. But yeah, I'd like to shout out just everyone in China and like everyone playing. Yeah, and I'm very excited to verse Reject and Genji next.
Okay. Do you think the just one last question. What is the possibility that Chiefs can make the ultimate upset and take the victory here? Are you confident that your team can win the championship?
No chance, bro. I can't lie. No, I'm joking. Of course we can. We if we play how we normally do, we'll take it, bro. We'll take it. We'll take the
That's
victory.
what I want to hear. The clutches from y'all were absolutely amazing. I have no doubt in my mind, at the very least, top 3. But I want to see you on the championship side, my friend. Reno, thank you so much for the interview, dude. Get some rest, man. You have a long playoffs ahead of you.
No, yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Reno, and hi, Zen.
Hi, Zen. See you later.
The confidence is there, boys. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They are looking great. The Chiefs had me scared so many times. My heart had so many palpitations. It had to have taken at least 3 or 4, 6 or 7 years off.
Oh, there
life.
we go.
Yeah,
That's more like it.
Had to find it.
We had to sneak one in every broadcast. I swear, it's just like a rule, like an unwritten rule for us.
It's the PAC rule, man. That's why we're cinema.
Oh yeah,
the Pacinema.
Every day of the week. That's it. Pacinema. All day,
Pacinema.
every day. You don't want to miss it.
But you know what the craziest thing is? Like, we just had 2 amazing series, but we're not done yet. We still have so many more series to go today, but it won't be us covering it. We have the second half of our amazing Pacific crew that are here to hold the ship through the sails and winds of what could very well be another Pacinema matchup that we have coming up soon. You won't want to miss it. We got Diatonic, we got CB, we got Liger on the line. You don't want to go anywhere. They're coming up real soon. We'll see you then.
More enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
I got flight mode. Be brick free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우린 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져, fade out, fade moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 realize 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat. Gotta get it, We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, 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 burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 너
Pentagram of Farah. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic!
Mind crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world.
Let the double go! You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back everybody to Marvel Rivals Ignite tonight here in the Pacific region. It's about to go off, it's about to go down. We are here for the second shift of the day for the next two matches. It's going to be absolute banger after banger. We're looking forward to it. And I'm of course joined by two amazing casters today, CB and Diatonic.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. I'm super excited to get back into the action. It feels like it's been a lot longer than it actually has. You know, a couple of week breaks, but it always feels like an eternity. So I'm itching to get back into it. And I'm also itching to see how we get to re-spark this old rivalry for our first matchup of the day. But we'll get there when we get there. There's plenty of rivals, plenty of Ignite, and plenty of Pacific playoffs coming down the pipeline. And I'm here for every bit of it.
Yeah, and plenty of cinema left in the card for tonight, of course. If you thought those first two matchups were solid, you are in for a treat because, yeah, we got a rematch on the cards first up. And then, of course, still waiting in the wings, Gen G, somewhere floating out there, still yet to make an appearance in these playoffs. But, yeah, been far too long and lots changed in the Rivals landscape in the last couple of weeks. So definitely interested to see how the rest of the teams in the field are adapting to this new meta, how they're bringing in Cyclops, and if Gambit will keep surviving some of these drafts. Because, you know, love to see our card dealer hit the battlefield for sure.
Well, for the sake of Dan and smacking the whiteboard again, let's hope Gambit is not going to get out there too much. Okay, we need the whiteboard for notes, but what I will want to bring up to everyone's attention, storyline, how are we here, what are we here for? Right now we have a matchup between the teams that got a podium finish in Asia, okay? All right, this is big XOXO and Z10. Now, the thing is, the meta's kind of flipped a little bit, maybe in favor of Z10 a little. Maybe that might mean they have the advantage going to this. XOXO, one of the premier teams to bring Dive to the Ignite scene. So how could that play out? How, you know, I wonder how Scrim's been going. How have the rumors been flowing? Do we know if XOXO has adapted, or is Z10 going to take the lead back?
I actually haven't gotten to get my eyes on EXO, so I don't know if I have the complete answer to that question. And full disclosure, you know, when I was able to get my eyes on Z10 for scrims, it was very early on in the patch. A lot of experimental phase, you know, shenanigans were still happening. But one thing that I will say is that the introduction of Cyclops does bode pretty well for XE. But this is the team in front of us right now, XOXO01, and it's going to be kind of interesting, right? In this new landscape, this is a team that is known to, we'll say, innovate on the meta in certain ways, you know? I'm curious to see how they're able to adapt in this new landscape.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been a wild card in Asia. And of course, crossing swords are OCE and Asia for the first time tonight. But of course, keeping it in Asia here is they're going to take on Zero Tenacity. And yeah, you guys hit the nail on the head. I mean, you want to know what things are looking like for EXO, because it does seem like Dive is not as strong, not as prevalent in this meta. But if there's a team that's going to rise to the occasion and adapt to that meta and bring you something you probably weren't expecting, I would bet all of those channel points on XOXO01 in this matchup for sure. The question is, what do they bring to the table here, and is it enough to take down Zero Tenacity? Because you guys are right, these two are some of the toughest that Asia has to offer, and Z10 of course has been in the conversation ever since they joined the Asia region, no doubt, with this insane lineup from left to right that they've got here being a big part of that. But yeah, I am definitely looking forward to this one, because obviously not the first time these two have crossed paths.
And speaking of this lineup from left to right, I do want to highlight they will be playing with Creative in the lineup. When we saw a little bit of a switch up midway through stage 1, group stage, where they had Baser in previously, but then subbed them out for Creative instead. And I think Creative is who they preferred, but they just hadn't had as much time to gel. But now they've had that time. They've been strumming together. Creative has been integrated into the lineup quite nicely, and I think that will also help Zero Tenacity to level up alongside a very handy meta favor. Again, I talk about Cyclops and how scary Xe can be on some of these hit scan heroes, but also Jerry's flexibility. Like, you could even see some double hit scan looks coming out from the squad, and it will be twice as scary.
I mean, look, you know what's scary? These jerseys. Because right now, if I was looking at that team running at me, if that was on a Deadpool, if that jersey was on a Deadpool, I'd be running.
Not a jersey, that's just their abs. Like, that's just how they all look. They're all ripped.
You're right. Hey, you're right. You might be right. You know, they got that Ben Grimm build. Maybe we might see the thing. I'm probably getting too hopeful. It's not happening. But maybe one day. For now, we know we're going to see some Cyclops, whether he's banned or picked. Definitely going to see him on our screens. We're going to definitely have a little bit of a dabble look at the Mantis factor as well. Right now, I want to address this, okay? Gambit has been that dominant strategist, but right now, Rocket and Mantis are taking a bit of the pie that's being fed normally to Gambit. How is this strategic lineup changing the game right now? Like, how are we going to see the results we've seen so far? We've had 2 3-0s today. Teams that kind of understand the ban draft, collected information from their opponents early, took that little sacrificial little round on domination, and then, let's say it, reverse swept. Really? Put themselves in such a crazy momentum, and we've seen it. Momentum is just magic right here in Ignite, and if you can get that, you can secure yourself BO3's best of 5 series very, very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, like, the Mantis coming into the forefront, I think, you know, alongside the Gambit, they're like kind of splitting that first ban, and it kind of feels like that preseason era where we had, you know, Gambit and Elsa kind of sharing the spotlight. There's 2 different paths you can go down, and from there it just kind of becomes its own branching path narrative here. But one narrative that we have got to talk about has been JT3, since he's been added to XOXO01, and how he has kind of helped level up their front line, giving them a little bit more stability and a little bit more staying power, and just generally making his mark as one of the best vanguards in the entire region. And the stats don't lie, and that translates directly to success for EXO when it came to the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the best we have seen out of XOXO01. You know, they've been kind of in that top 3, top 4 conversation in Ignite for so long now, but JT3 definitely been a key to their success in that group stage, a key to the success that allowed them to beat Zero Tenacity in that matchup 2-1, a close shave for sure, but one that they came out on the other end of very solid. And, you know, we've already kind of dropped the hint here about Rocket Raccoon, but with somebody like JT3 in the front line taking some damage, and absolutely energizing the Rocket in the backline. Expect for some CYA beacons to hit the battlefield almost every single fight because, yeah, that ult charge insanely fast right now. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the question, guys. I mean, we're really looking at what is that backline going to consist of? Are we looking at Mantis, Gambit, Rocket? It's a little bit of a different picture here as we get into these playoffs.
And we're also looking at the front lines, JT3 going up against Marvel. And again, as we talk a little bit about those back lines and the bans, just to bring it all full circle, whether we have the Gambit or the Mantis, if the Gambit does get through, you have to ban the Rogue, and Marvel is one of those players where that becomes doubly so because his Rogue is one of the few in the Asia regions that we saw, rearing its ugly head back in the preseason. We know he's got hands on that Southern Belle, and you definitely want to be aware of that one. So, maybe XO is a team that you don't want to let the Mantis through because you don't want to damage boost the hit scans, but you also don't want to let the Gambit through and also the Rogue because then Marvel just becomes unleashed and becomes an entirely new beast.
I mean, speaking of new beasts, let's talk about it. Rocket Raccoon is here. Diatonic, you are our field expert, okay, in the battlefield about Rocket Raccoon. Why is Rocket so good? Coming out of this, I mean, Gambit's still pretty dominant, but why is Rocket specifically so pivotal to these team compositions, whether he's a ban or a pick?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that damage amplification, similar to why Gambit is so strong. That ult giving the team that buff. The CYA ult so strong, and this patch, ult charge speed increased here. It is even faster to get that one online, and I do believe now the fastest ult charge in the game. And yes, I speak from experience, climbed as high as I've ever climbed in Marvel Rivals, and I've been a player since day number 1 with the Rocket, so he has been absolutely insane. It's so easy to anchor into a team fight when you've got that CYA at your back reliably almost every single time you go toe-to-toe. So yeah, definitely expect to see some motion from Rocket in the ban draft, and if he makes it through, you are almost guaranteed to see him on the battlefield too.
I think the only other hero who charges their ult roughly as fast as Rocket right now is Loki, which makes it interesting, right? Like, we're not seeing it a whole lot here, but it kind of makes a Loki Rocket backline viable, and I've seen it a couple times in scrims, which previously it would have been unheard of, because like, what, you're just gonna duplicate the CYA? Like, no, that's not worth it. You want that invisible boundary, baby, or you want that double flush, but no, now it's a legitimate strategy, and you can have constant damage amps all throughout the fights if we do see the Loki come through. He's actually kind of dodging some of these picks and ban drafts nowadays, and even, in situations where you might think you would see him, like even when Gambit gets through, no one wants to play for the double flush anymore. So, there's a lot of different ways that you can go when it comes to these strat lines.
Definitely. And look, the good news is we're getting into the game. We're heading to Krakoa, and we're getting into our third series of Ignite tonight, everybody. Whether you're watching on your phone, on your laptop, on your flat screen TV, whether you're watching in dark or light mode, thank you for joining us for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Get ready. The game's about to start between podium finishing teams, second and third in Asia group stage. We're going to have XOXO take on Zero Tenacity here on Krakoa. Domination kicking us off in this best of 5 series. It's going to be an absolute barn burner. I hopefully believe so. I would like that because it's currently winter in Australia. We are freezing, so I need that heat. Chiefs brought the heat. I need some more heat. Warm me up. That's what I want. We're going to get into this ban phase soon as well.
I think these two teams are going to bring the heat. It's always a good match between these two. They always bring the heat. They always go the distance with one another. And by the way, speaking of, I did a little bit of digging. In Ignite, these two are tied up 2 for 2. The most recent win going to XOXO01, but I do recall at least one win in MRC where EXO went up 1 over Zero Tenacity. So I think history might be on EXO's favor, but the meta very much so in Z10's pocket. So we'll see how it goes, because like you mentioned, momentum can be everything, especially in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Liger. Definitely in desperate need of some igniting the battle here between these two. Zero Tenacity's got to be hungry to come back into this match and prove themselves here after taking the loss back in the group stage. It was close again, 2-1, a very, very close series between these two. No doubt, though, Zero Tenacity going to look to get their get back here in this matchup against the loose cannons from Asia, XOXO01. It is going to start on Krakoa, and I am ready to crack into this one. I have been waiting all night for this matchup, and if those first 2 series weren't enough for you, this is one to lock in on. Like Liger said, no matter where you're watching from, lock in, get that edge of your seat ready, because no doubt these two are going to go blow for blow here.
Yeah, it's kind of the way that these double limb brackets like start to shake out when you get the seeding. You know, you get the top seed from one region against the bottom seed from another, and you know, so your first and last matches of the day, they might be blowouts, but the real meat and potatoes is going to be those middle two matchups. Our last one, Triple AD versus the Chiefs, I think definitely delivered. Could have gone a little bit longer. I think this one is going to deliver, and I think it's going to go the distance. And as we kick off this pick and ban phase, it is not Gambit that is first banned on both sides. No. It is the Mantis.
Yeah, it is kind of the end of an era here. You are not going to be seeing the double Gambit ban right off the rip here. Mantis off the table. Gambit going to be saved by Zero Tenacity. Of course, he is wide open here. So EXO, knowing that they've got some things they're going to have to get off the table here if Gambit's on the board. Rogue being one of those, of course, that team up still very, very powerful. But the buffs to Rogue definitely have made her work on her own here. EXO also going to save the Cyclops, so they're going to be bringing some hit scan to the table here. Z10, make that Gambit a one-sided, but it's going to be a one-sided rocket for EXO, so it is going to be a battle of the power strategists, no doubt.
And there's an Ultron ban coming through as well from the side of Z10, and that's a little bit of an interesting one. You know, you know, we've talked a little bit about the Torchtron, you know, Torch and Ultron kind of making a comeback, but that usually relies on the Mantis, which has already been banned out. I'm curious if, you know, they just want to make sure that there's a no damage amps whatsoever for the protected Cyclops, but it's now going to be available for Z10 as well. And as the doors burst on open, have a look at what we've got. Sungjuk Woo kicking things off with the Spider-Man. And we asked, how is this team going to innovate? Well, here is an emphatic answer from the man himself.
Yeah, definitely going to stick to their guns a little bit here, at least on rollout for point number 1 here on Krakoa. Couple of oldies from EXO as well. JT3 still rocking the tank pool, and it's going to be Sungjuk Woo that opens this up, finds Jerry on the Daredevil, sends him all the way back to square number 1, and the mission area not even unlocked yet, so big body advantage here, though creative on the Gambit, gonna find a quick staff hit onto Sungjuk Woo, and JT3 will even things out here, so EXO quickly scrambling for a body advantage here, stop for that first selfie of this matchup. Long road ahead here for EXO, but already off to a decent start. Wendy on the Fox as well, gonna find Zatha, so KO's left and right, but it's gonna be EXO that walks away with the first tank on this one.
I don't know if Z10 are willing to give this fight up just yet. They still got a couple men down there, but Jerry is gonna get taken down just inches away from a health pack. Zatha denying his medical insurance and setting him back onto urgent care, and Zero Tenacity going to back on out and try and reassess here once they have a full deck, but that does now mean that Sungjuk Woo has full control over the map. He can lurk wherever he wants to, swing into another deadly position, and try and find another early opening frag. And Zero Tenacity, like, every time they have to turn around to try and deal with that, it just gives more room for Zatha, for JT3, and for Alone Fills even to get in deep, draw more aggro, and find the shots.
Yeah, a lot of room for EXO to breathe here. Zatha in a little bit of trouble, but he will make the escape here. I always wondered if the Avengers had any kind of health care, and as long as Zatha's around and able to do his job, no such luck here. It is going to be Marvel on the Venom, though. Will take out Felix very early on, but it's a BRB to get that Luna right back into the fight. So not down too many strategists here, but Alone Fills is going to be down and out in this fight. Jerry on that Daredevil picking up one, and Z10 been trying to find a way to get this capture point their way, and XE might be able to deliver here on the Cyclops, the hit scan monster to start things off. They haven't quite made the point yet, but a one body left for EXO. That will be more than enough for Z10 to take over here.
Look, I've gone on record a couple of times, and I said that I think that XE is one of the best hit scan players, not just in Pacific, not just in Asia, but in the entire world. And Cyclops is a hero that seems tailor-built for his skill set, and he is fragging out to kick things off. We'll see if he can keep that tempo going, but Alone Fills with the Ruby Rage. XE just returns fire with a double KO and casually drifting above that Ruby Rage. Let's make it a triple, and maybe even we give him the quad if Zatha can't get out alive. And he is on a sliver of HP. It just might not be happening. You want to talk about the health insurance for Avengers? I can guarantee you Zatha is pulling his card out right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, definitely taking full advantage of the benefits, if they do exist here, but yeah, XE delivering even without the Ruby Rage, and he's got it ready to go now. A lot of cards on the table for Z10, but EXO gonna get right back into the fight here. Ruby Rage for XE is a whiff, though, and it's gonna be 2 KOs now for EXO. Felix and Alone Fills gonna take down some of Zero Tenacity. That forces out every ult they've got here, but it is gonna be Zero Tenacity on the receiving end of some pain here. Zatha and Ace, both of them gonna find some KOs here as well, and they are quickly getting themselves back into the fight. Double KO for the Rocket, and just like that, EXO back in control yet again.
It costs both strategist ultimates, but they hold on to pretty much everything else, so I think you're okay with that if you're XO and you're able to maintain the lead. Zero Tenacity, though, they don't really have a whole lot of tools here, so you gotta imagine this is gonna get up to 99 to 99 before they can really make a play here, and XO can just stall this out. And you know, when you're trying to play that slow play for an ultimate, that is exactly where Sungjuk Woo wants to strike. He's got his eyes on creative. The uppercut goes in. He can't quite finish him off in the spectacular spin. Not all of that spectacular if Soko has anything to say about it. And his guns, they keep on singing. They have got a lot left to say. A little bit of a low HP action there, getting down to 6 HP, but the healing comes through. Freedom charge now for Zeta, and EXO need to take this fight and try and force Z10 back, but with that opening elo onto Sungjuk Woo, it's going to be a little bit difficult for EXO. They're going to trade that one out and take down Soko, and EXO firmly in control, and a Ruby Rage will just deny the backline any angle, and Z10 shunted from the point. EXO will take Cradle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about body advantage here. EXO finding some early picks before the fight really even kicked off. It was already 6v5. Solid Ruby Rage landing from Alone Fills to basically seal the deal here for EXO. I thought we would at least be seeing one more fight there, but EXO just built that advantage for themselves so early on here. Did not leave the door open at all for Zero Tenacity. So definitely feels like EXO just got that early lead, and there just was too much of a gap for them to try to make up, especially once they were out of resources, had no ults left to go. But now looking ahead, Zero Tenacity definitely gonna have some tools to bring to the table here, especially in this very first fight.
Yeah, like that's kind of the thing is, right, like they didn't have any ultimates, they didn't have any utility, and they had to try and play on with their head on a swivel to try and deal with Sungjuk Woo's dive, so it just takes too much time for Zero Tenacity to build up to anything. But that was essentially their dry fight, and now they've got quite the moist one coming into this next one. You know, they're going to be coming up on Feast of the Abyss and the Rage and Royal Flush. That alone could be able to find a single or double KO if Marvel is able to strike deep at the heart of EXO, and really no ultimates coming online anytime soon for EXO, so now they're going to be the ones who have to try and take a dry fight. But Sungjuk Woo wants to do no such thing, already being a pesterous mosquito in the backline. Exy looks to swat him, but can't quite hit him, and he'll get away alive for now.
Yeah, Sungjuk Woo gonna prime the pump. 10 seconds still before the mission area even unlocked. He's already in there fighting. Creative's got the Raging Royal Flush, though, ready to go. So Z10 gonna try to take some early aggression here in this fight. JT3 in trouble, and he will go down at the hands of Creative on that Gambit. That's the BRB already gone, and now Jerry gets a confirmed KO onto Felix. Alonefill's gonna even it out here. Soko on that Danpool taking one down as well. That's Sungjuk Woo all the way back to spawn for now, and JT3, even after the res, in some serious trouble here. It's Deadpool versus Deadpool, and it's Soko that comes out on top along with the rest of Zero Tenacity. They will take the first cap here.
And I do think the Vanpool here, you know, even though I rated him kind of low coming into this meta, he does serve as a decent stopgap. Oh, goodbye, Ooh. Hello. All right, Soko nearly bit the dust just as I was about to gas up the hero pick. We'll get back to that when the time is right, because right now it's time for Zero Tenacity to take another fight, try and force EXO back.
Yeah, back in the driver's seat here. A better look on point number 2 so far for Z10. They've already got a couple things online too, so you know they are going to look to try and hold this one out. But EXO pushing back appropriately here. There's the banhammer from Soko. Marvel's got that Beast of the Abyss on the move as well, so they're going to move in here, and they will deliver on it. 3 KOs now for Z10. It's a 1-for-3 favoring them, and they will firmly hold control of this point all the way to 50% and beyond. Sungjuk Woo in some trouble there too. Almost got a spectacular spin ready to go, but he is going to have to back down for now. Z10 got a little bit of that forward pressure going, so definitely a better position for them to be in than point number 1.
So anyway, as I was trying to say, the Vanpool does kind of work as a decent hybrid between an Anchor Vanguard and a Dive Vanguard, so for both the styles that these two teams want to play, it works out quite well. But the other key difference is that Rocket Raccoon, and there's going to be a Ruby Rage coming to the other side with a spectacular spin now from Sungjuk Woo will take Soko down, and pulling a Fox into the sky with an uppercut. Not going to be able to confirm the elim, but EXO have already made their presence felt, and then some. They've got a few more ultimates to utilize. Fate of Both Worlds and a Banhammer with another uppercut. Sungjuk Woo is going to bring Exy to justice. 81% for Zero Tenacity, but EXO will find the flip and get a couple of stagger elims to boot.
Yeah, good stuff from Sungjuk Woo here. Still sticking to the Spider-Man for now as the scales tip in EXO's favor. Z10 gonna have to cut their losses here, but they're almost one fight away from taking this point and getting us all the way to the end of Krakoa here. Sungjuk Woo looking for the off-map yet again here. No fear whatsoever from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in this matchup. But EXO, you know, obviously in control now, looking to get a little bit of forward pressure, but I have no doubt Zero Tenacity is gonna come out swinging here.
Sungjuk Woo is just such a pest right now. Freedom Charge is going to make it so difficult for Zero Tenacity to burst anybody down, and EXO holding on for dear life. That's going to be a res that comes out for JT3, but Felix won't get that res now, so you're down a major source of your healing, and Creative is making you wish you had all that healing as he is putting down the hurt, putting some of those cards right in that frontal cortex, and a double KO for him. That's going to be Zero Tenacity finding the flip again, and it's one fight territory. EXO are going to have to try and get bodies on the point again.
Yeah, it's the second verse, same as the first here, really. Zero Tenacity go for a very early aggressive pick to get that BRB out of the way, and everything from then on out is confirmed here. Now, EXO gonna have to try to find a way to get that overtime to keep this fight rolling here. They will find the OT, but now the fight unleashed here. Marvel gonna go for the Feast of the Abyss. We'll find the KO onto Felix again. Absolutely bullied out of this point here, but BRB ready to go yet again. Half of overtime gone now for EXO. They are still looking for a way to get in the door here. Big freeze on the Marvel, but not before he can take down the Rocket here. 2 for 1 as Alone Fills will find Jerry, but Creative taking down Sungjuk Woo. Spider-Man out the equation. Felix in trouble as well here. No strategist on the point, and it is a matter of when and not if Z10 will close this one out. Ruby Rage ready to go for Alone Fills, though, and a couple of big KOs coming through at the end. A double KO for the Cyclops here, and they're almost ready to make the flip. Maybe I spoke too soon. Triple now for Alone Fills as he is keeping EXO in this fight, and they will make the flip.
Well, you said when, not if. They still could do it, but it definitely won't be now. So win might be later, as they do have more ultimates coming into this next one. Kumiho Unleashed and a Ruby Rage, but EXO are going to be able to match this time bank for sure with the Ruby Rage of their own and a spectacular spin. And the biggest problem that CYA, that Zero Tenacity, haven't really been able to deal with, and they're so far away from a commensurate ultimate. They will take down Sungjuk Woo. Anti-aircraft gambit from Creative goes helicopter mode once again. No res for him either. We'll be back fast. There's the CYA burned early on. They lose Jerry, but I think that's a trade that you are A-okay with if you're Z10, because you've got time to regroup, and now 2 of your biggest threats have already been dealt with.
Yeah, and they trashed the CYA very early on here. Now another pick here from Creative onto JT3. We'll get up off the BRB yet again, but Marvel now gonna find the confirm again onto Felix. Taken down, still holding the Fate of Both Worlds, so no strat ults for EXO online now as Z10 are gonna look to get back into the fight here. It is gonna be a Kumiho Unleashed from Wendy, and Z10 got 3 ults left in the tank here as they will maintain control yet again. Overtime back on the board here. Zeta gonna try to keep this fight alive here. Freedom Charge now, and he is on the point, looking to try and delay, do what Captain America does best here, but Soko all business here, taking down Felix yet again, rocked right out of the fight here, and now Z10 mostly bodies on the point, but again EXO are trying to make the flip here. Sungjuk Woo the hero now this time for EXO. We'll find a couple of KOs here, and they are looking to make the flip yet again. Exy though gonna fight back, will find the Spider-Man, swat the flyer, the spider I should say here. Banhammer from JT3, a sliver of overtime left for EXO to try and make the flip here. Alonefill's gonna find one, Wendy will find one as well. 1 for 1 here. There is a portal onto the board here from Creative on the side of Z10, so the troops back on through. Jerry going huge on the Daredevil as well. Triple KO here. Creative will find one, and that is all she wrote here for point number 2. Z10 gonna play this map out to its very end.
You mean EXO also willing to play it out so its very end. The fight ain't lost till it's lost. They go in with the Freedom Charge, and, you know, they force resources out of Zero Tenacity. I thought that was more than enough, but then Sungjuk Woo comes in, gets a double, and then Alone Fills is there with the Ruby Rage. Like, all of it starts to coalesce, and you start to believe for a second that maybe EXO can find the flip, but the Strange TP comes out. The target prio for Marvel and Jerry, this 2-man hit squad from Zero Tenacity. It works out. They have been hunting Felix down time and time again, and the healing just isn't there for EXO, so they can't sustain once that Freedom Charge goes away. But EXO themselves, they just don't go away. They keep coming at you until there's nothing left, and that might just be enough, because even though Zero Tenacity, right, they win that one, they don't feel like they won. They feel like they survived.
Yeah, very well put, because, yeah, EXO just do not quit. No matter how many times you put them in the dirt, they will get right back up. The target prioritization onto Phoenix, though, great point there, because, you know, it does take Felix out of the equation, even when the BRBs are there and the Luna will get rest. Of course, it does take a few seconds, and that leaves a window of opportunity for Z10 to find those early picks that they've found. That's how they're creating a lot of advantage in these fights. So definitely gonna have to protect that backline if you're on the side of EXO here, as Zero Tenacity Tenacity gonna get aggressive yet again. Soko finds the opener onto Sungjuk Woo. Already the Spider-Man sent back. No BRB now as EXO gonna make a couple swaps here, so no rocket on the board here. It is gonna be a fan of both worlds from Felix and a banhammer from JT3. They're gonna throw everything they've got here at Zero Tenacity to start things off, and they'll pay off. EXO will get the first cap here and a couple of KOs. Sungjuk Woo back on the scene and will take out Exy, but Marvel so nasty in this matchup here will find Felix, and there is no BRB to get that Luna back into the fight. Zathan alone feels though gonna even the odds, and we've seen this time and time again in these fights, in this matchup. EXO able to find something in every single opportunity, even when it feels like Z10 have the advantage.
Little parting shot onto Marvel as EXO will finally get the dub there. But yeah, you're right, like it felt like Zero Tenacity, like there was a moment in time where they could have won that fight, but EXO were just able to hold on for dear life. There's also a moment where Alone Feels was like in the washing machine. Bro got put in the spin cycle, but he comes out clean, and he's coming out encroaching on another Ruby Rage, gonna beat Exy to that particular punch, and if it lands, it's gonna be another fight win for EXO.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very early pick on to Wendy, though. It's going to be a 1-for-2 here. That's going to favor EXO. Sungjuk Woo and Zatha in some trouble here with one strat down. Gonna have to protect Felix with your lives here to stay in this fight. They do have an advantage, but Soko is going to try to even the odds here. Freedom charge from Zatha gets some overheal onto the team, but now he is in some serious trouble here. No strategist inside. His ace is still trying to walk it back, and he will go down. Zero Tenacity find a big advantage in this fight here. Soko going to get one more for the road here as Z10 take control of point number 3 for the first time.
65% though for EXO, so you know, maybe 2 fights if they're able to find the flip, and Zero Tenacity only holding on Feast of the Abyss and potentially let the Devil out to try and stagger this one out. And I kind of feel like, you know, if you're Z10, you would like to have a strategist ultimate, you'd like to have something big to stall this fight out, try and match that percentage, but Creative, I mean, you don't really need strategist ultimates when Creative is going as aggressive on the Gambit as he is. He is constantly finding Elims. I think he's got more final blows than even Jerry might at this point.
Yeah, absolutely no heal bot Gambit here, and that's been clutch for Z10 to stay in these fights, as well as Soko on that Deadpool. Absolutely deadly this matchup here, though it is a 1-for-1 yet again here, and around every turn it feels like EXO are able to get something out of these fights here. Ruby Rage from Alone Feels puts some damage down, but not enough to get the KOs here, and Soko will be in that KO feed yet again here, finding a double KO onto EXO. Bodies falling one by one as Z10 maintain control and are quickly closing the gap.
You know, speaking of having so many final blows, you know, Jerry gets one there, but does fall for it. But Soko is having such a good game right now when it comes to this fan pool, like you said. And it just kind of feels like across the board, both teams, all the stars are out right now. Everyone's playing their hearts out. And it's only map number 1. We're going all the way. 65% apiece. Zero Tenacity now going to take the lead. EXO looking to try and find the flip. They don't really have a lot of good ultimates to be able to do it. Banhammer already expended, but Sungjuk Woo gets caught out before he can really do any damage in the back line. So Zero Tenacity with a man advantage and an ult advantage, and Lone Phil's going for the back cap. He snipes Wendy.
I feel like Zero Tenacity were maybe trying to hold on to some ults for this fight and maybe for the next, but they're going to let him rip here. Creative's got Rage and Royal Flush. Ruby Rage from Exy. They've got 2 KOs up on the board here and 90% and counting. Sungjuk Woo sneaking up on him there. Creative taken by surprise by the Spider-Man here. And now EXO trying to wrest control away, just a sliver away from making the flip here. Jerry's going to let that Devil out though, trying to find a way to close this out here. Not going to be any good though, because that fate of both worlds, the dance floor, the club, is open here for EXO to try and protect themselves, but for how long can they hold out here? Z10 still in control of the point. Marvel's gonna have Feast of the Abyss in just a second here, and the only thing stopping it is that Captain America shield, that freedom charge going offline here. JT3 finding a pick onto Exy, taking on a big piece of damage for Zero Tenacity as EXO back in control here, but it is just one fight for Z10 to close out the map.
Yeah, and I think that you know, characteristic aggression on the Gambit from Creative came back to bite Z10, because again, you know, before that fight kicks off, Alone Feels gets that snipe onto Wendy, and then Creative pops that Rage and Royal Flush. There's just not enough healing while he's going in to try and get some KOs off the back of it, that the front line just crumbles, and EXO are able to parlay that into a fight win, and they're keeping the momentum going. Sungjuk Woo continues to be a pest, takes down Wendy again. 97% and Zero Tenacity are threatening a flip. There will be overtime, and they're able to deal with Ace, so both white boxes down. It is all or nothing for both sides at 99 to 99, and Alone Feels gets swallowed whole.
And this is going to be rough here. Felix just now getting back to the battlefield, but the team in some serious trouble here. You see Ace over onto the Doctor Strange, so the portal is incoming here, but can they make it in time? Soko finds one, and no, they cannot. No portal in sight for EXO, and Z10 will complete the reverse sweep here on Krakoa and put one up on the board over EXO. What a comeback.
I mean, they had to work for every inch of that one, though. Like, all 3 points, even when it felt like Zero Tenacity was in the driver's seat, you know, EXO were still yanking the steering wheel away from them, forced them to swerve off course. This guy right here, though, Soko, never veered. He had his eyes locked down the sights and was just popping heads left and right with those deagles. All the stars were out, just like I said. 15 final hits for Soko, 16 for Marvel, 13 for Exy, and 11 for Creative. I was right, he did end up finishing with more than Jerry, but that is a lot of final hits and a lot of casualties for the side of EXO, so it kind of feels like the modus operandi for EXO right now in this newfound meta where dive isn't quite as strong is we win by attrition.
Yeah, definitely feels like they're just trying to hang on for dear life in every fight. Look for those brief moments, those opportunities to try and turn the value their direction. But this Zero Tenacity team, deadly from front to back. Like you said, almost every single line, multiple final hits, double-digit final hits for a majority of the team here. And yeah, an insane game for Soko. And we haven't really talked about the Vanguard Deadpool too much coming into this patch. Feels like kind of a sleeper hit here as Soko finds a ton of value. And JG3 got some work done on him as well here, so interesting to see him kind of back in the mix here in this new meta. But yeah, Zero Tenacity, I mean, it is a war of attrition between these two teams, but they are able to keep boots planted on the point when it counts. But you said it best, CB. I mean, they had to work for every single % of capture progress. So, you know, we had 2 3-0s tonight, but I have a very sneaking suspicion that that is not going to be the scoreline at the end of this one.
Yeah, if they had to work for every inch of Krakoa, they're going to have to work overtime or whatever map number 2 is going to be, because you better believe with EXO's map pick, they are going to pick something diabolical and force Zero Tenacity to need to adapt to it. But I do kind of like the adaptations that they made on Krakoa. Like, we highlighted the Vanpool so many times. You know, Exy already on that Cyclops. These hit scan heroes, they play so well up against the Spider-Man if you can just land your shots, so they're able to shut down Sung Juk Woo pretty consistently, despite him being able to get a whopping 13 final hits for the side of EXO. And, you know, the Vanpool as well also kind of plays into that, and it's also really good up against a Venom. If EXO are going to come out with, you know, a Captain America or an Angela, they do come out with the Captain America, but even still, you know, Soko's able to keep him in check. I think it works out pretty well. I think Zero Tenacity have the meta dialed in, but we will put that to the test on EXO's map pick. Don't go anywhere, chat. This one's just heating up. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the double go! You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite here today, and okay, close first map here today. I think a lot of people may be very much crying in their predictions right now. Unfortunately, that's the game. You are never right, you are always wrong, and always doubt what you believe and believe in what you doubt, and that's the game. Welcome to Marvel Rivals. Now, at the end of the day, we are here to witness two teams that want each other to go down. They want to finally claim victory over each other and move on. They want to go on and say, I want to take on Reject. But at the rate we are seeing right now, these teams are putting up numbers that are just going to keep them in the conversation. And really right now, I don't know about y'all, but creative, woo, people are talking.
Yeah, I'm definitely one of those people who's talking. You know, I highlighted a couple times his aggression when it came to the Gambit, and here's his usage time for the White Fox. He's also been pretty aggressive when it comes to this hero as well. If it's any of the strategists that you can kind of get active in the KO feed on, that you can actually put in the damage on, I think that's going to be something that suits creative very well. Gambit, White Fox, both very much so in his wheelhouse, and it does play quite well alongside Wendy, who's a little bit more, you know, the Luna Snow, the Invis woman kind of type. So you have sort of your main strategist, your off strategist, creative kind of doing that flex strategist role, and he is playing it very, very well, among the best in the region.
I was going to say, Creative definitely been pulling his weight in the group stage. Very instrumental to a lot of Z10's wins there. And now here tonight in map number 1, you can already see his influence hard at work, putting up numbers on the Gambit. And like we talked about, not just sitting back and healing, not throwing Rage and Royal Flushes, but he is right up there in the mix with everyone. So yeah, you know, top to bottom on that leaderboard, you got to watch out for every single line, front, middle, and back.
You know what? Speaking of lines, let's draw the line between the Cyclops factor here. We're getting lasers. We're getting the punch dimension going off right now. Is he that factor to consider here? Is he really turning the tides of these ban phases? Are we going to see something be tackled different now that the teams have kind of downloaded how each other want to play the ban phase here in this season? Do they have a better plan going into this next one? Obviously, XOXO now can pick a map, which means they can pick to their strengths. The question is, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to see Museum. I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm worried we're going to it, but it doesn't scream dive map to me. XOXO, you guys have been diving since February 2025. Good lord, please. Do not pick me. Yes!
Ooh,
yes! It's Spider Islands, finally! This is exactly. Oh, I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
It's my favorite map in the game, and I think it does play very well into what EXO have been coming out here with, because, you know, you talk about the Cyclops. Both teams, for the record, protected the Cyclops, so it's not just Xe, it's going to be Alone Fills. We're going to be seeing that head-to-head throughout, and I do think this is a pretty strong map for hit scan, but there's also a lot of different places that a Spider-Man can strike you from on a map like this. So if Sungjuk Woo wants to stick to his guns on that one, it's definitely going to be a great map pick and an uphill battle for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, considering how close map number 1 was, even the smallest advantage that EXO can give themselves are going to put them right back in contention. So map pick here is definitely going to be huge. And yeah, the Cyclops matchup is interesting. I think Xe is finding his mark, getting some numbers, but I really feel like Alone Fills is kind of keeping the team in the fight. Those Ruby Rages have been landing pretty consistently, where I feel like there were a couple that Xe missed in that first matchup. But of course, you know, still pretty new hero, the newest in the game so far. So definitely looking to see how they will shore up, because we still got a long series ahead of us.
Now, I'm going to actually unpack another element that's kind of been introducing itself in this patch as well. We saw a little bit of a downturn in the dive duelists, but that means those dive vanguards are finally shining. Your Cap, your Angela, your Venom. Now, specifically those two, Angela, Venom, they play extremely well on Spider Island, so I'd like to see them here. Cap might not survive the ban draft, but we're going to find out very, very soon, because I believe it's actually kicking off right now. But I would like to see Angela. I know Zetha's got a crazy good Angela. We could see that today. Could get into that spear in action. Assassin's Charge now has a 4-second cooldown. Yes, it's got the bar, but the amount of mobility Angela can get, the displacement she can put out is insane right now. And who better to combo with the Cyclops? Who better than Angela, who has an ult, has more mobility than a Groot, to be able to keep up with your Cyclops, to make your team move fast and combo fast. It may be the more mobile, the more sort of dive pokes hybrid variant of the Groot Knight.
Yeah,
another version.
You just lock him down and hit the Ruby Rage and then knock him down. And I kind of agree with you there, and I think Zetha does as well, because you guys can't see it, chat, but I can see the lobby right now. Zetha's hovering over the Angela. I think EXO are predicting that the Captain America ban might come through from the side of EXO eventually in this ban draft, and they're already pre-gaming. They say don't care. We don't need our freedom. We don't need Captain America because we will simply rule the skies here on Spider Islands. But let's get into this pick and ban phase, Diatonic. Let's see how things are going to shake out, starting with, of course, a couple of Mantis bans.
Yeah, that is the era we live in now. First ban Mantis from both teams. And yeah, you're right. I'm definitely interested to see what EXO is going to bring to the table on the second round of ban drafts here, because they've got some new intel here against Zero Tenacity. They know that there are some problems out there they're going to have to deal with. One of those, of course, is going to be the King of Thieves himself, Gambit, saved again by Zero Tenacity. So you're looking at a pretty similar draft line so far here, because Rogue going to be taken off the table and EXO making sure they can bring Rocket to the table here. But yeah, you guys really nailed it with the Angela Cyclops. I mean, it's literally putting a Cyclops target on a stick, saying, here, shoot this one, get him, while you know, he's on the edge of my spear.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, you know, have been doing a fair bit of shooting when it comes to the Cyclops, but one team will not be able to do so, as that's going to be a Cyclops ban coming through, and also a one-sided Gambit. Interesting that they opted to protect the Rocket before the Gambit ban came through, so, you know, they're really putting their stocks into that Rocket right now, and Star-Lord going to be banned on the other side again, taking down that Galactic Flush, but there's an Ultron Protect, and suddenly EXO are cooking.
Yeah, I mean, some of the classics, you gotta ban against Gambit. Star-Lord and Rogue off the table here. They're gonna bring the Ultron to the table. Before that save, I was kind of wondering, are we maybe gonna see some of that Rocket Loki here? They're, like you said, putting a lot of stock into CYA, so maybe I thought they would go for as many as they can get their hands on, but maybe not in this matchup here. Star-Lord banned out by Z10, and of course, they are going to take that Cyclops one-sided here, keep it away from Alone Fills, because he definitely put in some work on Krakoa, so definitely going to be a lot of changes on rollout here for EXO. One ban left in the tank. It is the White Fox, taken out by EXO against Zero Tenacity, so one of their tools, one of their most favorite tools in the backline, off the table for this one. Definitely a different draft for sure. Maybe not exactly what I expected here, but you know, out of EXO, it's kind of what you should look for, really.
Well, so that last ban on the White Fox is interesting because EXO had an opportunity to go for a one-sided Rocket. They're giving up a Rocket Gambit backline, which are arguably the two strongest strategists outside of Mantis. So I like this backline for Zero Tenacity, but in order to go for the White Fox instead, EXO are going to be confident that they can deal with it, and especially with, like we mentioned, JT3, as a matter of fact, on the Angela, and Cap gets through as well. So Zeta is going to be manning that on the defensive side, and Zero Tenacity, you know, Marvel's just looking around, trying to find the targets. Where are they? They're in your backline.
And Sungjuk Woo, laser focus here, already taken out the Rocket. And Wendy gonna make a quick swap here. Creative taken down as well by Alone Fills, who's on the Adam Warlock this time around, making a double KO for the Golden God right out the gate here. Z10 on attack first, 60 seconds away, able to at least get the card rolling here, but not maybe as much progress as they were hoping for to start things off. I like EXO's backline here. I'm interested to see how it's gonna play out here. Ultron and the Adam Warlock on top of that Rocket Raccoon, but of course, Angela on both sides of the board here, so JT3 and Marvel in the matchup here, but JT3 in trouble, and Marvel is going to take him down. That'll pop the BRB for now, so EXO going to be a little bit on the back foot here.
And Marvel's still going to go in, though, and try and make a little bit of space from the skies. Jerry making the swap over onto the Winter Soldier as well to try and keep some of these divers in check, and Zeta getting displaced very heavily, but Marvel essentially just hand delivers him straight to a Mega Health Pack, so Zeta will be healed up nicely. He can just sprint right on back, you know, take another lap coach, and Zero Tenacity getting a little bit of progress here, but the Rage of Ultron coming up from Felix should put a stop to that progress for the time being. There's going to be a ban hammer to try and pressure him out there, make sure he hits those shots. The healing will be enough to keep him alive, and we are still at a stalemate.
Yeah, definitely locking horns here as 2 minutes away off of Zero Tenacity's clock here, but Creative going down at the hands of Zeta on that Captain America yet again here, and yeah, displacement definitely going to be the name of the game with both sides running the Angela here, looking to try and pull the rug out wherever they can. Soko's back on the Vanpool and right back to work here, taking down JT3, grab that selfie, get that XP snowball rolling, buff yourself up here for that last minute and 45 because Zero Tenacity gotta find a way to get this card on the move. It might be Exy and Jerry, though, as Jerry's onto the Winter Soldier, and they are ready to cook here.
Well, here's the problem, though, is that the 2 KOs that they find, Captain America and Spider-Man, arguably 2 of the fastest re-engagers, so they'll both be back in time. This is not a done deal yet for Zero Tenacity. That's a good elim there onto Felix, so it'll probably be a 5-man recontest that comes out from EXO if they decide to go for it. They don't have the Karmic Revival just yet, but they will definitely have the tools to bleed this health bar out, or sorry, this time bank out. Speaking of health bars, though, there goes Wendy's.
Yeah, they are going to try to drag this out here. CYA taken down by Zero Tenacity already here. Marvel does have that Heaven's Retribution ready to go, but that spectacular spin is huge for Sungjuk Woo here. Triple KO. Felix is going to follow up and get one as well, and just like that, screech to a halt is this Zero Tenacity offense. Less than 60 seconds to go. You know, EXO is going to look for some forward pressure here to try and choke out the last of that time bank.
But that's the scary thing, though, is Zero Tenacity, they use both Duelist ults and the Royal Flush, and they're not able to win the fight, and they weren't even able to force out the Karmic Revival, so now they gotta win this next fight twice, and they don't have any good tools to do it. So Marvel is gonna have to try and fly around and hunt down Alone Fills, but that means he's not gonna be there to peel when Heaven's Retribution comes on down. Jerry's gonna clean up JT3, Zeta gonna follow as well. Good use of that Fate of Both Worlds. There's gonna be a BRB again for JT3, so even when Zero Tenacity win, they haven't fully won.
Yeah, it is a tough road here. Under 20 seconds left to go for Z10. They can see the finish line here, but they gotta find a play to get over the hump. JT3 going down early, though, at the hands of Xe on that Cyclops, and there's the Karmic Revival from Alone Phil, so he's gonna be back up, and they're gonna be ready to engage here. Rage of Ultron overhead for Felix. Xe trying to go for the play here, and JT3 dumps Marvel right off the side here. The Flyer beats the Flyer, sends him out of bounds. One more offline for Z10 here, and a big opening for EXO to try and close this out. Felix will find Wendy as well, so the Luna Snow taking out the fight very early on here. Health bar's looking pretty low. Marvel going over to the Doctor Strange, but there is no way he can get that portal in time, and EXO will stop Z10 short of checkpoint number 1.
Yeah, it's just such a good map pick and such a good meta read coming out from EXO. Like Zero Tenacity, they had the right tools. They had the hit scans, they had the Angela, they had everything they needed to try and lock down what EXO were trying to play, but EXO just played the map so well. JT3 or Sungjuk Woo, you know, they go in onto the backline at just the right times to draw aggro, and there's just not really any good tools that they can utilize to just turn around while also moving forward and creating space, so they just can't. They're not able to get the full cap, and that Karmic Revival, even though it only gets 1 onto JT3, when he comes back, he makes his presence felt. Bro has got so many second lives that come out from all those BRBs he burned up and the Karmic Revival, but he made the most of every single one of them.
Oh yeah, utilizing every life that he's got here. And yeah, I mean, you know, Gambit not in the cards for XOXO, but one card they definitely brought, their library card, because you are right. The read here is insane from EXO, and you can see it coming through here. Not only did they kind of squeak out an advantage like I talked about before this set started, but they took every single inch they could get from that advantage, and now here we are, 106 meters. All EXO is going to have to clear to even the score here and take their first map in this series. Not a ton of changes from EXO. It does look like Sungjuk Woo might be rolling out on this Daredevil here. JT3 might go for the Dino, but no, he swaps to the Magic at the last second here. Very curious to see how this plays out for EXO.
Well, having fun is not hard when you've got your library card, and EXO are on Cloud 9 right now. Sungjuk Woo on the Magic. It's cleaned up pretty swiftly there by Marvel. There will be a BRB, so even though the spawn door is pretty close, even closer will be the res coming through. But EXO still already getting some forward momentum here. Zero Tenacity can't really hold them at the door, and with all the ground that they're giving up, EXO realistically only have to win one fight, and then they're threatening a completion of the map here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Z10 giving them a lot of respect here, but like you said, eating into how many fights they have to try and hold this thing down. Not quite 60 seconds away, and EXO's already halfway to the mark there, and Sungjuk Woo on the Magic will make a double kill right out of the gate here. Creative and Windy taken offline and still on the move here, trying to put as much forward pressure onto Z10 as they can, make it a triple KO, and Alone Fills will find one onto Xe as well. Most of Z10 offline, no hope of getting that Karmic Revival in, and now here comes the gas from EXO, some forward pressure just to try and finish this thing off.
He's gonna cancel the portal? I don't know if it landed the portal. It does still come through, but like I said, like that was your one fight. It's done. It's over. 2 men are already fallen, and it's a stagger fight for Zero Tenacity. They're not going to be able to get the Karmic Revival off. Jerry's going to have to cocoon, and you better believe EXO are going to have him on a leash. They're going to know exactly where he reses, and Alone Feels is going to chase him down. Try and burst down the Golden God. Jerry will tuck his tail between his legs and fly away off to safety, but only temporarily, as now Alone Feels rules the high ground, can continue to pepper in these shots. Once again has Jerry in his sights, will change his direction over towards Creative. Sungjuk Woo gets cleaned up by Exy, and now with that amp and the end song Inferno, Alone Feels is playing his favorite song, and it is a victory tune for EXO on Spider Islands.
Putting the end song Inferno here. Big damage buff from the Rocket at the very last, and with just under 2 minutes, EXO will close out their map pick, and now we are all tied up here. We've got a series on our hands because XOXO01 dominate here on Spider Islands. MVP going to Sungjuk Woo, making the Spider-Man work here in the big Season 8.5, and that is a dead heat between these two teams. What a run here for EXO. Yeah, the map pick has to be huge for them here.
And this is one of those maps where, you know, where Zero Tenacity, like, they didn't really get an opportunity to do anything. You know, Exy still comes out with 5 final hits, but he can't do everything. You know, you can set your Cyclops up for success. You can set him up to hit the shots to do the damage, but you need to find more than that, especially when the threats are coming at you from 16 different angles. There's only 6 of them, yet somehow they're finding, like, it's like they're, like, going up against an army. It's like Call of Duty Zombies. Like, after you finally win a fight against EXO, it's like, all right, who's ready for dog round?
Yeah, I mean, the perfect angle, no doubt, but EXO brought their mirrors here to reflect those lasers right back at him. And yeah, Exy pulled a lot of weight here. The most damage in the match overall, so you know he is really trying his best to keep the team in the fight. But like you said, just one superstar is not enough to overcome here, especially when EXO are kind of at full gear here. I mean, working overtime to stay in this fight. No doubt we are going to be going blow for blow between these two teams. We're already at least guaranteed a map number 4 here, but yeah, the Angela plays were big on Spider Islands, as it can be for her, but no doubt a couple of the best Angelas in the business here going head to head. Sungjuk Woo over onto the Magic at the end as well, finds that insane triple kill, threads it all together, and that is the end of the map for him. What a comeback here from EXO. They are far from finished here.
Yes, it's just the map geometry, like, it just plays so well into EXO's playstyle, especially Sungjuk Woo. You know, whether it was a Spider-Man or even at the end finding a triple on the Magic, it's so easy on that first point to get those flanks, to get access to the backline and strike before that your front line's able to peel, able to do anything about it, and he leverages that to its full extent. You know, again, righteously gets the MVP. 8 final hits for him, and you know, Zero Tenacity didn't even know what hit him before every single one of those final hits came through, but we've got a couple more hits that we've got to play. On the other side of this break, don't go anywhere, chat, we will be right back.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic!
Well, you know what I say. We don't go to museum. We go to Spider Islands. We play some Angela, and we get quick games like that and a good win to tie it up and finally get our first 1-to-1 series here tonight on Ignite in our first Pacific playoff night. Now that's beautiful to see. I like it because we don't have a 3-0 situation. I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy for that.
I'm very happy, and I know that that one, Dan, after watching that one, shouts out, by the way, he's definitely going to be happy seeing that map. And I think, like, he's called XOXO01, yeah, we lost at home. Like, yeah, we lost at home. I think if they keep playing like this, it's fair to say it's coming home.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I'm still on the 5-map train here. I think that we've got some more surprises from Zero Tenacity in a store here because map number 1, definitely close. But yeah, Spider Islands, when it is on EXO's territory, they deliver around every turn.
Absolutely, and that's what we love. We love to see a delivery of top-tier gameplay here in Ignite, and I'm hoping we get to see that from Z10 now. Look, they've got themselves a win on the board early on, took their domination victory, XOXO came back, but now Z10 said, you know what, let's take it to Manhattan. Let's go downtown, let's get it done and dusted. Let's see if we can get this win here on a map they know they can really bunker in and play, especially to their Cyclops advantage. I will say Spider-Man's not too strong here, so that may be something for EXO to consider, but nonetheless, we'll see how it all pans out. I mean, this map, though, it really invites a different kind of playstyle than what we just saw on Spider Islands.
Yeah, it plays very similarly to like a Central Park, but with slightly less flank routes. You know, it's going to be very bunker heavy for the defensive side, and you know, like you said, it's not very Spider-Manable. Like, you can't really get good access to a backline with a Spider-Man the way you could on a Central Park, or you know, like you definitely could on Spider Islands, like we saw time and time again. So there might need to be an adjustment that comes out from Sungjuk Woo. My question, though, is A, what's the adjustment going to be? And B, how deep does Zero Tenacity's preparation go? Because surely they're not prepping for something like a Magic.
Yeah, I mean, dive is so tough to run here in Lower Manhattan. Like you guys already said, if you're Spider-Man, you're basically swinging right at them and give them prime opportunity to shoot you out the sky before you even make it there. So yeah, a big question coming into this for EXO is, what do they do on this map? How do they respond in terms of team composition? Because that is going to be super important here. As we know, Z10, no strangers to some solid hit scan plays. Exy going to step his game up for sure, maybe on that Cyclops if he survives the draft phase.
I think, like, you know, you mentioned, like, you can't really, like, swing, like, in Lower Manhattan, you're swinging right at them. I don't even think you can really swing a lot on this map. Like, you just kind of walk at them. Bro's not even a spider at that point. He's just man.
Just man. But maybe, speaking of man before man, many millennia ago, there were dinosaurs. The question is, will we see Devil Dinosaur dominating last patch? But now, nobody's playing him, nobody's banning him. Unfortunately, the patch notes weren't friendly to our Jurassic friend, but it is a great dino map. Could see him nonetheless, maybe if they want to bring it out and go with a bit of comfort over the, you know, the normal picks that we're going to see coming out of this meta. However, we're going to get into that ban phase. We're going to get into the mix. We're going to find out very, very soon. Is Cyclops going to survive the ban phase? Are we going to get one-sided Gambit again? Does Rogue make it out? That's hilarious, actually. Normally, we were banning out Gambit to deny Rogue even being picked, but now we're like, let's actually just ban the Rogue. We'll let Gambit through, actually. Maybe ban the Styled as well. So we're banning who Gambit works well with, because I think teams have finally had enough of Gambit having a near 100% ban rate in these Ignite matches. So we're going to give Mr. Miyamura, Mr. the Cajun, some extra time. Finally he can play, and we can really see, is this guy actually the broken strategist? Spoiler alert, you're damn right he is.
He's still broken, but I think he's taken enough nerfs to where he doesn't need to be that first ban. Like, you can just, you know, like you said, let him through, but ban out the stuff that he enables and play around the Royal Flushes. And I think most teams, especially these two, are more keen to ban out the Mantis first because of the things that she enables.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, Gambit, you know, has been nerfed enough now that by himself he is not as deadly as he has been, but
don't tell Twitter that, though.
Definitely not. I mean, it does require you to ban some things. It does require you to commit a lot of your draft to making sure he can't go berserk on you when the map starts up. But yeah, that's kind of the question here. It is going to be the Mantis, though. We are going to stick right on with it here as, yeah, she, Mantis is nasty right now.
Yeah, it's just the amount of things that she can enable. Like I was saying, like, you know, you pair her up with a Cyclops, which, you know, we're gonna see a Protect coming out right out the gate. That damage just becomes all the more nasty. It's also the fact that she enables that that Torch Ultron composition that has slowly been creeping back up into the fray. And I say slowly because only a couple of teams have played it to pretty good success, but it's been enough, like, not enough to take over, but enough to where some people are afraid of it, haven't gotten a whole lot of practice against it, and definitely don't want to play against it, you know, as like a pocket strat and an official. So better to not even risk it and just play into a Cyclops. You know, hey, both sides going to go ahead and protect it. You will take that, but, you know, just no damage amp. Just tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, EXO really going for all of those high-level backliners here. Rocket off the table for Zero Tenacity. They will at least save the Luna for themselves, so they've got somebody back there in the backline to keep the team up. But Wolverine Band coming out from Z10 here, so no Wolf, no Beyblade action here on Lower Manhattan for either side of the board, because EXO going to take him right back off. But yeah, it is going to be Cyclops v Cyclops all over again here. So Alone Phils and Exy going to have round 2 here. Luna going to be saved by EXO as well. Z10 got 1 band left to go, and then we are ready to hit the streets of Lower Manhattan.
I mean, I think if it's a Rocket, we end up with mirror bands, right? Like both teams going for essentially the same bands. But the Wolverine band is something that I do also kind of want to highlight, because I think, you know, with the way you mentioned the team ups, and I think that is a huge boom. But I think even without the team ups, with the way this map kind of plays out, both teams are going to want to play Groot, and Groot doesn't play nicely with Wolverine. Wolverine just kind of uses him as a scratching post, so neither side is going to want to deal with that right now. But is Zero Tenacity privy to this strange TP play? We see a lot of teams on this map choose this as their method of engagement, able to dodge the penny mines that come out from Marvel. Do Z10 know where disaster is about to strike? Let's find out.
Good response here from them. They do turn around and start the fight. But welcome to Lower Manhattan here. EXO opening the back door and taking a peek right on inside. Sungjung Woo is on the magic here, so they're just looking to go through the portal and fight close up here. Not going to walk their way through the courtyard, and it's Alone Phils that's going to find the first blood here, taking down Marvel, who's on the penny. So mines and webs off of the capture point here, and EXO boots all on here as they make their way on through and set up for the fight here. Exy in a little bit of trouble here. Wendy will find Sungjung Woo on the invis, but Felix will finish off the Cyclops for now. Soko in a little bit of trouble on that Groot as well to start things off. But yeah, definitely if you want Groot on the board, you got to get rid of the deforestation machine that is Wolverine here.
And they've done so. Alone Phil's going to get rid of the Golden God as well. A parting shot there onto Jerry. There's going to be a Cocoon, but so far away from the res, and Zero Tenacity are bleeding members one by one. Slowly but surely, that second tick is coming on through. Exy trying to shut down Sungjung Woo, and with that ricochet shot, will do just that. Still denying that second tick, and Zero Tenacity, they at least have enough manpower to stand their ground for the time being while they bring back their reinforcements from the spawn door. Zaytha yeets that Strangling Prison in, though, catches 3, and taking down Jerry. No second chances this time, my friend. Exy trades 1 out for Felix, but it's just not enough, as EXO are just bursting Z10 down, and Sungjung Woo even back onto the Spider-Man. He is no mere man. He is something far, far more sinister.
No, I mean, they were looking for a way to get over the hill here and get this capture point unlocked. A huge Strangling Prison from Zaytha, who has been a demon on the Groot in the group stage as well. We've seen some big plays from him. He is over onto the Venom for now, but yet another clutch play from EXO's Groot player here as they are on the move and onto the streets of Lower Manhattan here. Of course, going to see that battle for the high ground here, and EXO in full force on top there. It is going to be an invisible boundary from Wendy, now forcing out the fate of both worlds, and a huge stun from that Eye of Agamotto onto Z10. They are protected by that boundary, but a big play there. Ruby Rage as the strat ult goes offline and will find one. Zaytha will pick up another. Exy at least trying to make it a 2-for-1 here so they don't lose too much value. But yeah, EXO really on the move here to start things off.
I think JT3 is going to be chopped to bits there by Marvel, and that should put a stop to this attacking phase for the time being. But EXO, like we said, the fight ain't over till they say it's over, and Sungjung Woo says, I still got something to say. Check out my spectacular spin move. Taking down Exy. There's going to be Soko now with the Strangling Prison just to punish Zaytha for going in too deep, and Zero Tenacity white-knuckling their way into this fight despite EXO's best efforts. A parting shot there onto Ace should once again hopefully put a stop to it, but for how long?
Yeah, I mean, Soko putting in some work here on his Groot, on his own Groot on the side of Zero Tenacity here. They are able to stop that blazing fast offense from EXO, but they've still got 3 minutes on the clock to find some kind of answer here to keep the push going. They are going to have to take some time and build some resources here because they are drained at the moment. Marvel, though, has that Heaven's Retribution ready to go, but stunned right away in the middle of it here. EXO trying to hang on for dear life. Ace goes down first, though. Strategist in trouble for EXO 01 here as they are trying to find a way to keep their feet on the street here, but Zero Tenacity are biting back. The pendulum swinging their way for now. 2:40 on the clock still, and XC finding JT3 onto the Cyclops here, sends that dino all the way back to spawn.
And with the map scan, XC knows exactly where Sungjuk Woo is lurking as well, so they don't really have to worry as much about him swinging in because they know right about when it's going to happen. In fact, they've even hunted him down, and XC is going to be able to put him to bed for the time being, and EXO, again, going to have to slow their roll. They can't set up the pinch with Sungjuk Woo the way they would like to, so they're just going to take their lead for the time being temporarily, and Marvel is going in there, striking, creating more space for XC to keep peppering in these shots, building up to his next Ruby Rage. He just used it, and he's halfway to another one.
Yeah, that high ground so important here. Gives you a full view of the city block. It is going to be a feast of the abyss, though, from Zaytha. Now 1 for 1 here. Felix and Wendy going to get some KOs moving, and there is a Fate of Both Worlds on the board for EXO here. They just can't find a great way to keep following up on it. It'll keep them up and alive for now, but the question is, how do they get themselves back in the fight? They do have control of the mission vehicle now, so they're going to be able to make some progress, but the time is ticking away, whereas they had over 4 minutes coming into this second checkpoint. Now down to just 1:30 as Z10 have slowly shaved the seconds away here. So EXO need to find an answer. They gotta start finding it quick.
There's a lot of critical health bars that come through from Zero Tenacity, but Wendy's crisis management has been stellar. Hasn't been forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds yet, holding on to it for the time being. In fact, Creative going to duplicate so he can hold on to it for even longer, and with the Ice Swords, he'll take down Ace. Jerry is good for one at the Sungjuk Woo as well, and EXO, once again, forced to scurry away from the point here. Zero Tenacity, they are back in this series with a couple of pokes from his mighty skewer. Marvel will put them down, but Sungjuk Woo swapping over onto the Daredevil. Even still, even in his spawn door, he is not ready to give up the fight. For the time being, he'll calm down his rage, but oh, you better believe that devil is going to be let out before long.
Yeah, very soon. 80% and counting there for that next ult for Sungjuk Woo here. EXO, though, a very hot flame to start off. Now feels like it is quickly burning out here. Strangling Prison from Soko, but it is going to be the Ruby Rage from both sides of the board here. Both of them getting some big multi-KOs, but it's XC that edges them out. Triple KO and a full ace onto EXO. 30 seconds on the clock, so they got to make a move and make it quick here. I don't know if they have the Strange Portal online, so it might just be a rapid rollout from them.
EXO thought they had the win condition there. They dumped all their ultimates. They're only going to have Let the Devil out. Jerry held on to this Galactic Legend, though, and there's also going to be that Heaven's Retribution. It's not the best combo, but it's one that could work, and it's not one that EXO have any tools to deal with, so you have to keep an eye on Marvel. Jerry is going to take to the skies Galactic Legend, but Sungjuk Woo lets the Devil out all over him, taking the fight directly up to the stars and brings him back down to Earth. Heaven's Retribution now coming up from Marvel, locking down the back line of EXO, but it's just not enough. They are more than happy to oblige. Loneville's now from the high ground, takes down Creative, finds himself skewered, but the damage has been done as JT3 cleans up Wendy, going deep into the back line, will find Soko as well, and that is going to be EXO back in the driver's seat as overtime starts to tick away.
Yeah, huge fight win for them here. Resurrected is this EXO squad. Now forward pressure coming out. JT3 leading the charge and finding the KOs here. XC can't even get back into the fight as that mission vehicle full speed ahead here. Zaytha will find one as well. EXO looking clean here at the last second by the skin of their teeth. They might make it here to checkpoint number 2. They got to clear a dino out of the way though. Soko over onto the Devil Dinosaur, and he's down already. Alone Phil's on the Cyclops, burns right on through. Wendy in trouble and going down. One strategist offline, Creative onto the Loki, and now there are no heals left for Zero Tenacity, and in overtime, over half of that overtime gone. EXO revived here, a minute 30 left on the clock.
I mean, EXO somehow able to pull a rabbit out of the hat, and Zero Tenacity just can't seem to put it back in despite their best efforts, despite their swaps. I'm wondering if they're going to stay on this Devil Dino, and maybe up against the Spider-Man, you're feeling like that might be a good option, but you could also potentially see a dinosaur go careening off a cliff here if Sungjuk Woo gets a good pull. You can tell he is looking for it. He's looking for an opportunity. He wants to yank someone off the bridge. Can't quite grab a backliner, but will swing off to an angle where he can continue to pressure them, and it's once again Zero Tenacity forced to keep their head on a swivel, but Alone Phil's head is going to be on the floor as XC leaves it rolling with a nice little ricochet shot there, and EXO are going to back up, give ground, and Zero Tenacity can get themselves back in control.
Yeah, one more Optic Blast here for Xe. Sungjuk Woo, though, on the move. Maybe not an off-map, but he'll find one onto Wendy here. Good target prio. Xe will find Ace, though, evening things out. Now Felix has Fate of Both Worlds ready to go, and now Exo gonna move in here and make some plays. KO feed turning orange here for XOXO01. Alone Phil's finding a double on the Cyclops, and now the path is open yet again here. It's just Marvel and Wendy still standing, but a solid run here. Over halfway to checkpoint number 3. 20 seconds left to go. It is gonna have to be done in overtime if they want to clear this map.
All these X's and O's, I can guarantee you they are not dishing out hugs and kisses right now. A Ruby Rage is on deck for Alone Fills, and that might be able to burst right through Wendy's Fate of Both Worlds. Wendy has to be perfect with this ultimate. You could tell Alone Fills was thinking about it. He's going to go for it. Burst down Soko and gets Jerry as well. There's going to be a skewer that comes out from Marvel, but he can't confirm the environmentals. So Zero Tenacity now down 2 members. That Fate of Both Worlds is going to be load bearing for the time being. Kumiho unleashed as well, but Xe is not inside of either of those ultimates, and Sungjuk Woo takes full advantage. Spectacular Spin is going to find the back line, and EXO are putting their foot on the gas, and Zero Tenacity being buried 6 feet under. Soko is going to be skewered by Zeta, and there should be the full cap coming through. Only Jerry on the Daredevil to try and stall it out for the time being, but he'll get carried off, taken for a ride, and this one, my friend, is one way, and it's EXO's way.
And we talked about load-bearing strategists also, but they cannot bear that load. The momentum from XOXO01, like they woke up halfway through the map and decided to just finish the offensive push here. They've got no time in the bank left, but they've got 3 checkpoints to their name and now leave Zero Tenacity with their work cut out for them on their territory. So a solid offensive performance. Those Z10 definitely got some hands here. It is not going to be a walk in the park as we swap sides here after halftime. But yeah, good to see EXO kind of find themselves, find that flow in the middle of the match and just KO after KO. They knew all they needed to do was wait out the couple strategy assaults, wait out the Fate of Both Worlds, wait out the Kumiho Unleashed, and let that damage fly. Ruby Rage and Spectacular Spin online at the same time for them. Huge damage potential, and you can see it just melts right through the front line.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried about this map pick, though, for Zero Tenacity, because, like, when you go for a map pick like a Lower Manhattan, you're trying to play for the defensive side. The fact that EXO were able to get the full cap here now puts the onus on Z10 to try and set a blistering fast tempo. They have to match that progress and hopefully get away with a little bit of extra time, just so they'll have an advantage if they take this to extra innings. That's the only way they can win this map pick that they chose and avoid EXO going up onto match point. It's a stellar performance on EXO's attack now on the defensive side. Sungjuk Woo on the Black Cat. I had heard rumors that she was dead and buried, but Sungjuk Woo has other ideas.
Yeah, you know, we kind of asked coming into this, how is EXO going to change with the meta? For Sungjuk Woo, the answer is, I'm not. I'm going to play Spider-Man, I'm going to play Magic, I'm going to play Black Cat. But the answer for Zero Tenacity here to start off on offense, the same one that EXO gave them, a Doctor Strange portal in the back door, and now Zero Tenacity here and ready for a fight and ready to take down Felix right out the gate here. Creative on the White Fox, going to find one very early on here, and they are looking to keep that pain going. Black Cat already sent back to the spawn here. 2 big KOs for Zero Tenacity. They are going to get that second tick here and maybe some more as the Gru walls come up and the bodies go down for EXO. Another KO for that White Fox for Creative here. Just a little bit left to go here as Felix throws down the Doctor Strange portal, ready for a fight, but Jerry was waiting with the Billy Clubs here. Wendy finding a double KO on the Luna, a double for Jerry as well, and just like that, 5:30 on the clock for Zero Tenacity.
That's exactly what we needed to see from them. No hesitation. You just go in, find the picks, find the KOs, and get a fast point cap. And now 5.5 minutes to try and get through point B. Again, though, like, this is where cards tend to stall out for longer periods of time, so you have to keep the staggers going. And Jerry, privy to that, will catch out Sungjuk Woo. I think he was going for a backliner instead. He might have accidentally dealt a fatal blow to Sungjuk Woo. He'll be back relatively fast, but once again, you know, every single man that you manage to take down is going to force EXO to play a little bit further back than they would be comfortable with, and that gives another opening for Jerry. Can't confirm that Elim onto Alone Fills as we have a pause. Xe snipes Sungjuk Woo out of the spawn again, and I'm wondering if Sungjuk Woo called for the pause because he was like, hang on, what are you saying to flark me for?
Had to pause to let him get up off the mat there because, yeah, a couple of real fast back-to-back KOs. But they know that he's a threat here. Even all these dive heroes that we thought were dead and buried, he's still able to roll out and put out some damage. But, yeah, a blazing hot start here for Zero Tenacity. Exactly what they need to do. They know they're going to have to play out rounds 3 and 4 if they want to win this map and get to that early match point here. So, yeah, like you were saying, exactly what you want to see if you're on the side of Z10 here. It's a lot of aggression. You see they've already got forward pressure on to try and stop EXO from even fighting for that high ground, that building kind of in the middle of that block there. So, you know, very aggressive early start. They basically just took that page right out of EXO's book and said, you know, I'll copy your homework, but I'll change it just a little bit so we don't get caught.
And they might have changed it so where they might get a higher grade, you know, if they're able to keep this one going, because like I said, like the pace, like even as the pause comes through, they're halfway through point B, 5 minutes in the time bank still, and off of that elim onto Sungjuk Woo. Like, as the map opens up after point A, I do think that the Spider-Man becomes significantly more viable, and we saw that on EXO's attack, you know, especially on point C, but if they just keep the forward presence going and make it harder for Sungjuk Woo to get in, and they keep picking him off every time he tries, they can keep it 6v5 and hopefully just parlay that into more and more card progress, force EXO into more and more uncomfortable engagements, and hopefully be able to just, you know, snowball it all the way through.
Yeah, and it feels like they've got map control right now, so they have the opportunity to just snipe down Sungjuk Woo every single time he rolls out a spawn. And that's what we saw right before the pause, of course, already waiting on that spawn timer, 10 seconds left before that Spider-Man's back up after we get the game going again. But, yeah, tough looks here on defense so far for EXO, but, you know, they were kind of slow on the uptake on offense as well. They got stuck right around where we are right now. Took them a while to get going, so I'm interested to see if they kind of have that karmic revival of energy in the middle of it, find a way to start getting their heels dug in, because 5 minutes is a lot when they're already halfway to checkpoint 2.
All right, well, the match has started back up, so we will see what they're able to do with this abundance of time. They got nothing but time, and they have got Ace, Jerry. As I've said a couple of times, there's nothing righteous about that cross. Just goes in, deletes a backliner, and again, that is a stagger that you can't afford. We're now passing the halfway point for this cart, and EXO, like, they can't even really walk through the choke back to try and, you know, even mount anything resembling a contest.
Yeah, there's just too much pressure here. Marvel is right at the front there, throwing down the Groot walls. He's got a Strangling Prison ready to go too, so be on the lookout for that one. But yeah, they are just looking to keep him locked down, and there it is, locks down the Dino, keeping JT3 in place. They'll finish off Wendy, though. That's Lone Phil sniping down from the backside here. Zatha as well, gonna find one. Double KO for Cyclops, and EXO turns it on its head here. Sungjuk Woo taken out yet again, unfortunately, by Soko. But meanwhile, the rest of the team gonna make it a 1-4-5 here, favoring EXO, and just like that, they're able to put the brakes on, but there's still 4 minutes on the clock for Z10.
But I think, like, this is where you're starting to feel pretty good for EXO, though, because, like, Lone Phil's comes through with the triple, gives them the breathing room they need, and now with the cart being as close as it is and EXO in control, the spawn advantage is going to be on their side from here on out. There's going to be a lot of ults coming out from Zero Tenacity, but if they're not careful, if they overexpend on this first fight, EXO can just bide their time, come back in, and retake it off the stagger fight.
Yeah, gonna have to play it very close to their chest here, but gonna find one here. It's Ace taking down the Groot on the side of Z10. That forces out that fate of both worlds here. Ruby Rage now from Exy, but it's not gonna find the damage here. The club open for both teams here. Creative's got a Kumio Unleashed to keep the ball rolling. Both teams gonna just let every ult they've got rip here, blow for blow, but EXO still able to maintain control over the map here. Defense, that Iron Curtain is up for EXO here. Kumio Unleashed going offline for Ace now. They're still holding a couple of their ults and still finding the KOs here. Triple for JT3 on the Dinosaur, and now all gas, no brakes here for EXO. Big forward pressure for them.
Yeah, that could not have gone worse for Zero Tenacity. Like, literally, just like I said, they overexpended and they still lost the fight. EXO get to hold on to 2 big ultimates, the Freedom Charge and Let the Devil Out. Jerry can mirror the former, but there's nothing... Or sorry, they can mirror the latter, but there's nothing for the former. And now EXO have map control once again. The cart is inching backwards. And now the Freedom Charge is going to come out. EXO want to press this advantage and force Zero Tenacity once again to work overtime just to even get to the cart.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful defense here. 2:30 on the clock for Z10, and they've already lost Jerry. They've lost their whole team in this fight. Exy and Creative the only ones able to walk away, and EXO still standing right there. A devil in the doorway. Sungjuk Woo letting that devil out here, and EXO firmly planting their feet and saying, go on, try us.
it just goes from bad to worse. You know, Jerry not able to get that ultimate off with the charm. It just comes to at the perfect time. Huge play that comes out from Ace, and now Zero Tenacity. Your silver lining is you still got 2 minutes, and Xe is coming up on a Ruby Rage, and maybe you can try and make something happen with that one, but Alone Phils has one too. Andy's got the high ground, and Windy isn't going to be there, so you can't push up, but Marvel didn't get the memo. He'll be cut down like the log that he is, and Alone Phils will continue to reign supreme on these streets.
Yeah, I mean, massive dinks for Alone Phils there. A couple headshots and a right click later, and that's one strategist already gone. And speaking of gone, Zero Tenacity's time bank, Thanos snapped away. 1:30 left for them when they had 5 minutes coming into this checkpoint. Marvel, though, gonna try to turn the tide here. Big strangling prison. They'll find 2 off the back of that one. That's all they're gonna get out of it, but they need the KOs here. They need to start finding a way to chip down this defense here. A couple of KOs, and now they're on the move, but CB, there's about 1 minute left on the clock, and they still got a little bit of distance to cover.
And good discipline from EXO, like they don't spend any ultimates. This is uncharacteristic of them, but it's very smart. They back off and give up a little bit more progress. Xe will snipe out Sungjukwu. Ruby Rage now gonna come out. Ace cleans up Soko. Xe gonna try and return fire with a Ruby Rage of his own, but it doesn't find anything. Beta Both Worlds now coming out from Felix, and EXO are gonna be able to hold on for the time being. And the spawn advantage now as we round the corner again will be back on EXO's side. So Zero Tenacity, they need to try and find these picks. They need to try and find these elims, but Sungjukwu goes in, and with his hammer fist coming down, just collapse onto 2 members of the backline, and Z10, they tried so hard to try and make something happen, but EXO just took it all right out from underneath them, and now with 32 seconds, you said their time bank got Thanos snapped. Even Thanos was more generous than cutting 5 minutes down to 25 seconds.
Yeah, and this may have been Zero Tenacity's map pick, but Manhattan is Spider-Man's turf here. Sungjukwu, big triple KO, putting them in the driver's seat here, and very likely making it look like they could close this map out about any time here. Big pick on the Marvel from Sungjukwu already. That Fate of Both Worlds goes down, but it can't save Jerry either. He will find Felix, though. That's going to force out a Kumiho Unleashed from EXO, but now we are in overtime, and Zero Tenacity is not near that second checkpoint. Sonic Seduction now coming out from Soko as he's over onto the Emma Frost, but he's already in some trouble here. Jerry forced to go over to Doctor Strange, get that portal going because the frontliners, the Vanguards, the only ones left, and Marvel goes down too. It's a quadra KO for Alone Phils, and they might find it. Just a sliver of overtime, and it is gone. EXO win it on Zero Tenacity's map pick, and they will go to match point.
5.5 minutes in the time bank, but Zero Tenacity, they just lost the tempo. They lost the ult economy in that one fight, and they were never able to recover. You can't give a team like EXO the momentum because they will ride the waves all the way. They will keep the pressure going and force you to scratch and claw and play in uncomfortable fights all the way on through. It was so close to coming through for the cap, but it just doesn't happen. Z10 just can't execute when it comes down to it. And speaking of executions, Alone Phils dishing out 23 of them. I shudder to say it. I think he gapped Xe on the Cyclops here. Bit of a Cyclops differential, although, you know, things don't happen in a vacuum. You know, I'm going to give Xe a little bit of credit. It's not just a head-to-head. But, you know, I called Xe one of the best hit scans in the world, potentially. Alone Phils is making a case as well. He is no slouch. He came to play today, and he has taken it to Xe.
60 eliminations for Alone Phil's Cyclops. That tells you that he is in every single fight, scrapping with the best of them. And it is double-digit final hits for a lot of EXO on the other side of this one. Of course, Sungjukwu cannot overlook his contributions in this match because the Spider-Man plays absolutely insane. Both teams, very early aggression coming out from both of them here, but both teams, it felt like they flared out very quickly. The challenge here on this match was figuring out how to reset, how to reconnect with the mission vehicle, and how to overcome the defense. EXO found the answer. Zero Tenacity did not here. They could not find a way to overcome that defensive effort from EXO. And looking bad from the start, no doubt from EXO. They did get run over on that first checkpoint, but from then on, that next city block, it was all EXO, XO01.
And I guess the question now, Diatonic, is like, where do we go from here? Because you just played, you know, potentially the best map pick that you could have given, and you lost it. Maybe you go to another domination, and sure, maybe you can win that, but then you go to a map 5. You've got to win a map that is not domination. It kind of feels like outside of that map mode, EXO are tenacious, and Zero Tenacity living up to their namesake on that map. We'll see if they can live up to their potential, though, as we have map number 4 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will be right back.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite here today in the Pacific region. We're doing playoffs. It's day one, and we finally have our first map 4 of the day. Okay, no 3-0s here for now. However, XOXO might go for their 3-1 if they get this next map. But to differentiate why things are going the way they are, let's talk about the bans. Let's talk about the drafts, how they're going so far. Right now, Mantis, 100% ban rate across the board in this series at the moment right now. No team has had the Mantis. At the same time, XOXO, they're up 2 maps, but they haven't had Gambit available either. But there was something that we addressed earlier, and it finally showed up. The Devil Dinosaur came out from Z10. What do we think about that?
I think if there was ever a map that it was going to happen, it was going to be this one, because he's another great anchor Vanguard. You know, he fills a similar role to the Emma Frost, but his Shoop the Whoop beam being able to ground some of those targets, and the bleeds that you're able to proc, like, there's still a ton of value there. He still works very well in some of these, very close quarters brawly engagements, and JT3 was able to make that swap. It was a very heads-up swap that came out from him and helped EXO keep the tempo in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a big body to buy yourself some time here. And of course, hypercharge your backline while he's taking that damage. But yeah, unfortunately, the laser beam now has kind of become the PowerPoint laser pointer. That's about all you're going to get out of that right click off of the Devil Dinosaur. But yeah, definitely interesting ban line so far, kind of giving us an idea of what we're going to see going forward. But yeah, I think it's back to the drawing board here for Z10. Gotta find a way to get past this EXO defense because, whew, it feels like insurmountable.
I kind of feel like, a good way forward, if they can get it, and it's going to be really hard to, I think they need to try and find a way to ban the rocket. Even though it wasn't showing up as much on that map, I do kind of feel like with the tempo that EXO is trying to set on a lot of these maps and the way that they are playing, like I think back to Spider Islands, how many reses they are getting and the amount of aggression that they can provide, knowing that they have that buffer. They have one extra life to give as long as they're playing in that range. I think they're getting a ton of value out of that. I think that's something that that Z10 need to try and snipe out in the ban phase if they can, because it might mean, like, trying to go for that might mean letting the Mantis through, and that might be worse. So I don't know. Like, that's rough. It's a tall task.
Oh, letting the Mantis through, that's a risk. That's a risk. But it's maybe the risk Z10 need to take right now. If they can let the Mantis through, secure themselves the Rocket or the Gambit, vice versa, maybe Gambit alongside the Rogue, get that full marriage team up going. It could be a little extra sauce they need to get the power to take down XOXO. But right now, XOXO, they're all over the place in the good way. As they got the Venom, they got the Spider-Man swinging around. So even if, you got yourself a Bucky, maybe Jerry on the Bucky trying to hook him in, try to, lock things down. XOXO, they're swarming them like flies right now. As Z10, they're just getting picked by the bone. So right now, if Z10 want to show up and show out, they got to show a really good stance here and play this very, I'm going to say it, it's coming, high risk, high reward when it comes to this next ban phase right now, because if you play sort of just this clinical ban phase we've had for the past 3 maps where both teams are taking out the same thing each side, everyone's kind of walking away with a bit of an even playing field, it's gone in favor of EXO so far. But Z10, they're going to go for Hell's Heaven. Last time we checked, they did win Krakoa, so maybe Domination is their map to tie this series up.
It's like I said before the break, you know, like Z10, sure, but you can take it to a domination because you won that again, but you still, in order to win this series, have to win a map that is not domination. So that map 5 is going to be looming quite large, casting a big shadow over this map, even if they can get through it, because, you know, we go back to Krakoa and sure, Z10 won, but that one was on the razor's edge, and the other two maps weren't quite close. So I think the momentum is in favor of XO, and I think even if Z10 win this one, it's going to be close.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, we're talking about the shadow of map number 5, but I think there's one here too. I'm on the same page as you, CB. It's gonna be a big question mark if Zero Tenacity can make Lightning strike twice on domination, because yeah, it was by the skin of their teeth that they took Krakoa, and considering now EXO have won 2 maps in a row, they've got the momentum on their side too. Considering how much of a dead heat Krakoa was, that might be just the slight advantage they need to maybe flip domination their way and close the series in 4.
And you know what? I'm going to be a very nice guy to everybody watching. I'm going to remind you all to actually get your predictions in. I keep forgetting, honestly, so you get your predictions in, get your channel points going, do what you got to do, get it going, and root for the team as much as you can in the chat. At the end of the day, they are only here to put on a show and entertain us, and they got that competitive spirit, and maybe you can feel them. If you believe Z10 can flip it, maybe get that series back in their favor, then that's on you. Support them. Or are you cheering for XOXO to wrap it on up and secure themselves further into tomorrow? We'll find out, of course, but it's not the last match as well. Later on, we got Burgers versus Genji. It's going to be a fun one as well. But we're going to jump into this ban phase real quick, everybody. We're going to see how it's all going off as we are entering Hell's Heaven. Personal favorite map of mine. Also, I'm going to say it, it's another great Angela map. We could see the Angela again. JT3 and Marvel, known for it. However, if Angela's not going to make it through, if maybe Angela gets banned, we could see the Rogue Gambit factor show up again. This map is very tight corners and very things will get intimate very quickly. Venom is a good option here. Luna combination, both their ults can work as well. You could also throw in that Bucky factor if Jerry wants to lock in the Winter Soldier. Right now, it's eyes on Jerry. We're waiting to see what Jerry can do. Finally, Jerry can lock in and get that power play we know they can.
And speaking of the map pick, you know, you talk about how it's a good map for the Angela. I do also think Frozen Airfield specifically is also going to be a very good map for a lot of the heroes that Sungjuk Woo wants to play, both the Spider-Man, and if he has to reach into that back pocket again and pull out a magic, I think that is a huge map for that. To a lesser extent, maybe Eldritch Monument as well. There's a little bit of discord, though, when it comes to Super Soldier Factory, because that one is great for Angela, but less great for the Spider-Man. So we'll have to see. I think that's going to be the one that Z10 need to win. I think if they lose that one, they're cooked, and they have to try and find a win on one of the other 2 maps. Their best bet is probably going to be Eldritch Monument and Super Soldier Factory.
Yeah, I mean, definitely eyes on what order the sub-maps come out in, because, yeah, the fight definitely is going to change as this map progresses. Draft coming in, though, of course. Mantis going to keep that 100% ban rate here. No signs of her in this matchup. Rogue ban coming out from EXO. They're going back to the map 1 and 2 strat they had before. They will save the Cyclops, and, of course, Gambit for Zero Tenacity is going to be on the board here. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one to play out here. And, you know, I got to highlight again, you know, EXO, you know, they're bringing the Cyclops to the table, of course, so they're keeping up with the times. But other than the Cyclops pick for Alone Fills, it feels like a lot of what EXO is bringing here is what we've seen from them in the past. The same kind of beats over and over again. Of course, Rocket going to be taken off the table for both sides, so no CYAs in sight here on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, and again, you know, that we had the Rocket ban on both sides on Lower Manhattan. It didn't really work out for Zero Tenacity, but I wanted to make sure that they got that again, especially on a map that I think does play very well into that Spider-Man, because it does mean that Sungjuk Woo isn't just going to be getting those free lives. It doesn't mean that JT3 is going to get those free extra lives when he tries to go in on the Angela, that I think no doubt we're going to see coming out at some point on this map. We're going to have a Luna Snow Protect for EXO and a Cyclops Protect, just to make sure that Xe can match that Cyclops on the other side. He has at times gotten the better of Alone Fills, but at other times Alone Fills has come out ahead in that Cyclops 1v1. So we're going to have to see what ends up happening here. Xe, my boy, it is now or never. And Jerry, you also got to come up huge, my friend, because Sungjuk Woo has made his presence felt on heroes like the Spider-Man, which, as we kick things off on Eldritch Monument, like I said, one of the maps Zero Tenacity has to win. It's a map where Sungjuk Woo is bringing that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man out to play once again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've really got my eyes on Jerry here. It feels like he hasn't fully shown up to the fight, so if there's any time for him to show up, it is now, but Zaytha showing up early on here. Creative already taken down one strategist for Zero Tenacity off the table here, and it is gas from EXO here. Sungjuk Woo will take down Soko, showing no signs of slowing down here. They get the first cap as well. EXO in the driver's seat right off the bat.
And they're feeling, I think EXO are playing a little bit scared. Like they were a little hesitant trying to take that angle, and they just forgot how fast EXO hits you. Like Zaytha just comes right in, wastes no time, takes the fight straight to Creative, takes him down, and before long, Sungjuk Woo is there for some cleanup as well. You get a quick little two-piece, and Zero Tenacity, they can't play for the map control, they can't play for the positioning that they want, and even trying to come through the choke, Zaytha, no fear, he just dives right into the backline. He'll get bursted down to low HP, but he trusts his team, and trusts that Luna Snowflake. The healing will come through. He's going to be able to get out alive and go right back in for seconds.
I was gonna say, that's basically the equivalent of a trust fall in Marvel Rivals here. Zaytha going so low, and he's low again. Maybe single-digit HP, and Soko will finally finish him off here. Stop for the selfie, but JT3 gonna get right back in the mix as well. Back onto the Devil Dinosaur for now. Banhammer coming out from Soko, and now it is trading blows here, blow for blow, and Z10 are able to make some progress on the capture point. EXO gonna have to give this one up, but they do make 53% on their first take, so definitely a solid start for them, but now Z10, their opportunity to shine.
But now that they control the chokes, like you say, it's their opportunity to shine. They have to keep Sungjuk Woo on lockdown as best they can. I think he's already managed to get in up on the high ground there. Going to be looking to try and clamp down on a backliner, and Zaytha can also just go in the back door as well. This two-man hit squad that could come through, you got to pay close attention to. Diving on in, Alonefills just takes down Jerry. We said we needed to see Jerry do something, but that was not it.
Yeah, and a double here for Alonefills on the Cyclops, and he's hungry for even more. A triple KO now. Soko find one onto Sungjuk Woo in the middle of all that, but it's a 3-for-1 and an easy flip here for EXO yet again. Now the lead continues to extend here, and they hold a lot of the cards.
And here's the difference, like when EXO is in control of the point, it's just the way that they're postured. They're aggressive, they are checking all of their angles, they are ready for whatever Zero Tenacity want to come through, but when Zero Tenacity are in control of the point, they are wondering, they're confused, they don't really know where EXO is going to hit them next, they just have to try and react, and even when EXO's in control, Sungjuk Woo going in aggressively with the spectacular spin, forcing out that Rage and Royal Flush, but there's so much daylight between EXO and Zero Tenacity that Royal Flush only going to be used to burst down Zaytha, and he's Captain America, he'll run right in before long. Alonefills going in with that Ruby Rage. Sungjuk Woo just deletes Creative, as is his want. Soko getting bursted down as well. And late fate of both worlds from both sides. This dance-off ain't going the way Zero Tenacity wanted. And EXO maintaining control. 99% OT ticks over, and Zero Tenacity still on the outside looking in.
No, and it's Value City for EXO. They got 2 KOs, and Exy missed the Ruby Rage here. JT3 and Ace gonna find a couple KOs here, and just like that, 1 point of Hell's Heaven goes to EXO. EXO 1 submap away from closing out this series. Zero Tenacity upper bracket lives hanging in the balance here. What is happening?
That was one of the ones that I said Zero Tenacity need to win, and next up is Frozen Airfield, which again favors this Spider-Man very heavily. If they couldn't get the job done on Eldritch Monument, it's going to be twice as hard to do it on map where the flank angles are going to favor Sungjuk Woo so much better, and he's not even going to stay on the Spider-Man, going to make the swap over onto the Daredevil. Maybe a little bit of a misstep, because Jerry is going to have the advantage when it comes to that ult charge, letting the Devil out, but he's got to use it, right? Like we talked about it a couple times, he just hasn't been as clutch as he needs to be in this front line. The dives, it just hasn't been hitting the same notes. You know, you think back to Krakoa, he and Marvel, they were in sync, in step. Every time Marvel went in, Jerry was there for the follow-up damage. It was picture perfect. We have not seen that since, and it needs to be now, or it needs to be never.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it just feels like Z10 are not quite in the same level of lockstep that we've seen from them before here. A bit of a scramble from them, and now just 1 point away from dropping to the lower bracket here. Alonefills already on the take here. Zaytha gonna get right up in the mix here. Freedom Charge comes out, and it's 2 KOs now for EXO to start things off. Exy in some serious trouble here, and Jerry goes down as well. EXO gonna look to wipe out Z10 in the first fight here, and just like that, they will take control control immediately. EXO looking even better and even scarier than they did in the group stage.
And there's like really nothing Zero Tenacity can do about that. Like Zaytha, sure, he gets frozen up trying to go in for the dive, but he still has the freedom charge, and the rest of EXO, they know how to play off of these dives, so they just all clamp down on Wendy, and without that Fate of Both Worlds, you're never going to be able to live through that. You have to try and at the very least find some trades, but Z10 can't even do that. Marvel going in for a Feast of the Abyss. It's a Hail Mary play. He bursts down Felix, but he can't confirm the Elim there either, so that's an ultimate down the drain. EXO still very firmly in control of the map, the point, and taking up that percentage.
They do manage to at least take out Zaytha though, but Alone Phil's gonna just even it right out. 1 for 1. Now 1 for 3 here. 4 favoring EXO again. Double KO for Cyclops, and Zero Tenacity cannot get up off the mat here. They are just knocked down every single time by EXO. They're just outplayed. They find an early pick, build that body advantage so fast. I mean, I just can't believe it. They are in a very commanding lead here.
XC is swapping over onto the Punisher, and I do kind of like that. You know, maybe you can just try and burst down JT3 and get a man advantage that way, but it's going to be rough. You know, Sungjuk Woo, he's played these games before. He knows how to play around a character like that. Just dots of shotgun shots, and he doesn't really have to worry. He can put the pressure in onto XC. Sonic Seduction now going to come out from Soko, trying to lock down the backline. Will be enough to clean up Felix, and suddenly Zero Tenacity getting a little bit of wind in their wings as the Elims all start to go their way. A near team wipe. Zaytha will stagger out for a little bit more percentage, but as Soko cleans him up, Zero Tenacity finally going to get on the board on Frozen Airfield, but they have got a hell of a walk back in front of them, and Soko is feeling a little chilly.
Yeah, definitely gonna take some steps here for EXO to get back in control. Huge Sonic Seduction from Soko to turn the tide, and sometimes I feel like we just don't talk about Emma Frost enough because she is that influential. As you can see, Zero Tenacity now in control for the first time here on point number 2. They've got a lot of resources here, and they are gonna use them. It's a Raging Royal Flush onto Exy, who's over to the Punisher, and he's got a final judgment ready to go here. Good shield, though, from EXO as they got the Fate of Both Worlds on the move here, and they are gonna try to walk it down, but some damage coming through from Exy. He'll find JT3. That is all they're gonna get here as Fate of Both Worlds for Z10 goes down, and now it is just that devil needing to be let out here as EXO gonna move back onto the point. Sungjuk Woo finding a big pick on the Wendy now in the back hallway. Zaytha finds one, and again the value goes EXO's way here. Freedom charge from Marvel, and now Jerry is gonna let that devil out here, and they will find their marks. Marvel, Soko, Exy, name a member of Zero Tenacity, and they are back in the KO feed here. Feels like they are finally starting to wake up as that gap is quickly closing.
What's crazy though is it felt like Zero Tenacity won that fight off of the Fate of Both Worlds and that final judgment, but then they had to essentially win it again because Sungjuk Woo and Zaytha, they just go and they find the backline. They take down Wendy again and force Zero Tenacity to drain the ult bank. Freedom charge now going to come out from Zaytha. There's a Meteor M online for JT3 as well, and a lot of ults about to be coming online for EXO, and Zero Tenacity don't really have any good tools. There's another Sonic Seduction, but Felix is not falling for the charms this time around. The White Queen will not have her way over Felix, as Felix is feeling it. There's 2 KOs for him, taking down Jerry as well, and EXO back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and courtesy of the backline of XOXO01, Ace and Felix finding all the KOs in that fight. 90% now, and Zero Tenacity, if you've got an answer left, you've got to find it here. Alone Phil's taking down Soko. Exy will make it a 1-for-1.
No TP.
Sungjuk Woo is gone, but yeah, there is no Strange coming. Soko is going to try to get back up. They will at least find overtime, and Exy going to take down Zaytha with that Punisher shotgun here, but now it is do or die for Zero Tenacity. 82%. They got to find a way to get a foothold here. Good shield from JT3 on the Magneto, protecting the rest of the team here. They gotta buy some time for all of the bodies to be here on the point, but Exy's got a final judgment ready to go yet again here, so you know that damage is coming. It is coming JT3's way, courtesy of a Punisher shotgun, and just like that, Z10 make the flip and are back in control here.
It's off that Raging Royal Flush from Creative, but Alone Phils is able to find a cleanup Elim onto Jerry, and he's on a flank, and sees Creative out of the corner of his eye taking a duel with, I believe that's Sungjuk Woo, because of course it is. Are we going to be able to see this final judgment come out from Exy? The backline is under so much pressure. Jerry goes in. He's going to take down Sungjuk Woo, winning the Spider-Man duel. And now that final judgment coming out, a strange portal. Jerry waiting for JT3 to come on through it, take the fight to him, but this might be enough for Z10. But Alone Phils takes down Exy. Jerry on a sliver of HP, and Sungjuk Woo is taking down Creative, and EXO are running running away with this. Zero Tenacity are bleeding out one by one, and Sungjuk Woo looking to cut that last lifeline with a spectacular spin. Jerry goes in for one of his own, but isn't nearly as spectacular as his cohort. Marvel diving on in, taking down JT3. Is it going to be enough? No, Zatha will put him down to justice. Exy on the Star-Lord, looking to try and contest, but Kumiho Unleashed, he ain't gonna get a whole lot done. EXO, they did the work, they did their homework, they studied the meta, they assembled the Avengers, and they played to the beat of their own drum, and they will march all the way on to the next round as Zero Tenacity will be sent down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, they do finally make the flip here. Marvel on the Venom, the last one standing, staggered out now. Creative's on the Jeff, but even that Land Shark can't get moving that quick. Jerry, though, on the quick rollout on the Spider-Man, one last breath, but it is a gasp as Zero Tenacity fall victim to EXO yet again here. 3 maps to 1. They do not find the map number 5 here, and EXO take a dominant win on domination to wrap it up.
And it felt like Zero Tenacity was just in pure desperation mode the entire time. EXO were in full control, and you can tell by the way they were playing. They were playing with momentum, they were playing with dominance, and they played with control. And at times, it kind of felt like they were playing with their food a little bit there as well. Zero Tenacity, like, they just felt like they didn't have it figured out. They didn't really know exactly what EXO were coming out with. Like, you know, even up against a team like this, where you know Sungjuk Woo has like Spider-Man magic, you know, Daredevil, like this oddball hero pool that you could never expect, you don't really prepare for that because you think, oh, the meta doesn't favor it. They're not going to play it. It's just not going to work. Well, what do you do when it starts to work? What do you do when there's a team that makes it work? You're not ready, and Zero Tenacity, they were woefully underprepared, and they looked like it every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's one single possibility in the 14 million possibilities in which Zero Tenacity were prepared to face a Spider-Man. Maybe they knew that Sungjuk Woo was going to bring something to the table. That's the rub with a team like XOXO01. You have to expect the unexpected, as cliche as it may sound with them, because I did not see this coming from them either. And I've watched this team for a long time now, but they brought a lot of their old tricks to the table here, and they managed to make them work. They will force their way through here, and they do it without even needing to play out the whole series. Yet again, EXO goes over Zero Tenacity here again, twice now in stage 1, and Zero Tenacity, after day number 1, is already sitting down in the lower bracket. What an insane series here for XOXO01. Somebody call Dan. We gotta make sure he's doing okay after that one.
Dan is a happy camper right now with the EXO victory here, 3-1. Sadly, no map 5 for the dreamers who believed in map 5, and for those who got their predictions right, congratulations, EXO do claim victory here. And for those supporting Z10, the mission isn't over yet. They'll have to do a lower bracket climb, but they have taken on harder odds before, so good luck to them on that run as well. But, ooh, EXO, we get that nice winners interview starting up very, very soon. Curious to see who we're going to have a chat with. We'll sort that out, but I just want to break it down a little bit. One thing we addressed and we didn't get to see was the Mantis risk. These teams did not let her through at all. They did not want to take that chance.
I think, you know, Zero Tenacity, like, they were still able to get away with a rocket ban, but EXO, like, they proved, especially on those last 2 maps, that they don't even need that the crutch that BRB provides. They don't need the constant CYAs. It doesn't matter because they can still hit you just as hard and just as often. And if you, like we said, if you're not prepared, if you're not ready, if you're not expecting the unexpected, you just ain't gonna win. And here's the crazy thing too is I have seen Zero Tenacity in scrims up against Yaoi Lost, so I know that they are privy to this kind of style, but even still, EXO are coming with curveballs that even YWL couldn't have dished their way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big case of sticking to their guns for XOXO01. They know that the meta has shifted, and they adapted. They're bringing the Cyclops to the battlefield, but they are still sticking to what has worked for them so well in the past, and it delivers here in the first round of the playoffs.
Well, I think it's time to have a chat with one of the winning players from XOXO. Who's it gonna be? Who's on our screen? Sungjuk Woo, welcome back to Ignite. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah, hello guys. How you guys?
We're doing good.
We're good.
Glad.
Feeling pretty good after the show you put on just now.
That's good. Well, tell us, how's the team feeling right now after a big win like that, your first win here in the Pacific playoffs? It's going to be very interesting to see who you might verse next. Next match will tell us very, very soon.
Yeah, we really excited about this win. We kind of like fucked up our first map because like the fog was not banned and it's hard to play dive against fogs. And yeah, anyone who's is our opponent next is I hope is what the two teams?
I believe it's Burgers and Genji have their next match coming up. One of those teams.
Oh yeah, I think it's gonna be Genji. We're gonna play against Genji, and it's gonna be like hard map for us. Yeah, because like Genji is like one of the strongest team right now.
They are very much so a strong team, but you guys look pretty strong as well. I do want to hear. I want to ask you a question. I think I already know what you're gonna say, but I want to hear the answer. In your opinion, is Dive dead?
It's not really dead. Like it's just to be previous season, but let's say it's like less OP than last season because Black Cat DD got nerfed and the new hero Cyclops in. He's really good at poking, but I think it's still playable.
It's a bit of an understatement. You guys just won with pretty much full. I thought you were just gonna say no. It's not at all. Like.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, we saw it firsthand. You know, Dive still insane. One other hero I'm kind of curious about. Devil Dinosaur. How do you guys feel about Devil Dino? We saw JT3 play it a little bit, but you know, do you think the changes coming into this patch have kind of dialed him back, or how do you guys feel about running him still in 8.5?
Yeah, he's still pretty good against to counter dive. Like he can grab like the divers, but he's not strong as he used before. But he's still playable in counter dive. Yeah.
Speaking of heroes, I want to talk a little bit about your hero pool. You know, we've seen it. You know, we saw the Spider-Man, the Magic, the Daredevil. It kind of feels like you play a lot of these off-meta duelists. Is there a hero that we haven't gotten to see from you that you might be keeping a secret? Is there one more you got that you've been practicing?
Not really. Those are all my hero pool right now. But we might cooking something else that I can work with this meta right now. Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, after that game, do you really need anything else? Like the Spider-Man, the Daredevil, the Magic, like looking good. I mean,
yeah, those three is good for me. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually we have a lot of international viewers watching today, and I want to know, Sonjaku, a lot of people compare XOXO to Yeah We Lost from Americas. How do you guys feel about that comparison? You've been a dive team since February last year.
Yeah, I've got that a lot because like some of them say like this is Yeah We Lost Asia or something like that. Yeah, and yeah, I think for our team playing dive is more like it's more fun to play this game than like the other comps. Because like other comp, you just like sitting back and shooting things, like you're not really like do anything else. But yeah, playing dive is really how my team plays. Yeah.
That's fair. Well, I think we'll leave it there. We'll let you go rest with the rest of your team, of course, and good luck in your matches tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time, Sonjaku. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The most important part of winning is having fun.
That is true. I can get behind that.
Clip that. Hey, listen. Hey, I'm not about y'all. I'm having fun, and I hope these players are too, and I hope the folks at home are having fun as well, watching some Glorious Pacific Ignite here today. But yeah, now we know, like I'll tell you what, dream match for me. I want to see. Maybe it's mid-season final. Maybe we do get it. Maybe we get XOXO versus Yeah We Lost. That's a dream dive match for a lot of people out there to see. I would love to see that matchup one day.
So here's the thing: in order for that to happen, because we only get 2 slots, so either Genji or Reject are going to have to fumble, because those are the 2 that we're all predicting. And interestingly, we thought if one of those 2 teams fumbled, Zero Tenacity would be the team that might swoop in and take a spot. But right now, EXO is looking a little bit more primed.
Maybe even Chiefs, maybe as well, looking hungry. There's a lot of people climbing, but we're going to find out who is going to climb further in our next match between Genji and Burgers after a short break.
Mind crush! Impervious! Kneel, peasants! Now that's White Queen mind control.
Final map, final series, final whatever you want to call it, final game of the day. But it's not the final moment of Ignite this week because, of course, we got 4 banging days of Pacific playoffs. Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. My name is Liger, joined by CB and Diatonic here. We're going to go into this next match very, very soon between the Burgers and Gen G. Now, let's give a little bit of context to what has been happening right now. So, the Burgers didn't have a really good run in Asia, but they did qualify. Now, sadly, they qualified to versus a team that is arguably, the last time they played in a, international event, top 6 in the world. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll say the Burgers, they had like a solid group stage. They beat all of the teams below them, finished 3 and 4. But you want to talk about a solid group stage? What about a golden group stage for Gen G? Not even dropping a single map to anybody. Not even the Chiefs, who, by the way, we've repeated the stat a few times because it hasn't changed. The last team to take a map off of Gen G was the Chiefs, and that was in the preseason. Hasn't happened once since then.
Yeah, definitely been a while since we've seen Gen G on the back foot in any map, any series, any fight, it almost feels like. But yeah, definitely a rough start to the bracket for the Burgers. And, they were definitely kind of a standout for me in the group stage. Came out of the MRC, came out swinging, beat some teams right out the gate, won their opening match up against Rival Esports, of course. But yeah, they could not beat Triple AD, which is kind of the gatekeeper team in Asia. It's a team where if you beat them, you're kind of in the top spots of the region. But if you don't, then you're kind of fighting for your life down there. So, definitely going to be a tough matchup on paper, on the battlefield, no matter how you look at it. But you want to at least see the Burgers put up a fight here, get some battles out there, get a couple team fight wins, and do what they can to put up a fight against Gen G because, yeah, it is an uphill battle for sure.
absolutely every moral and mental victory that you can claim right now for the Burgers is pivotal to keep their momentum going to perhaps survive this match. This would be crazy if they could knock down Gen G, but odds are against them, but it's on them to try and even those odds, of course. We got Ved, Scrappy, Wounds, Navoy, Hypolical, RF, Slux, Abiad. This team, you know, they got a lot of options to work with. Curious to see what they're going to pull out, who the running 6 roster will be. But it's very tough right now because Gen G, they are in a very good position. Why, everybody? Because they are all on great ping. They are all currently in China, the same as the Chiefs right now. They are all on Bobo and Salvation's ping. Right now, if anybody's messing up, Bobo can stand behind them and check them. Be like, hey, don't waste your all. they can definitely, you know, get things sorted, you know, pseudo boot camp sort of thing. And it's probably one of the first times this team has got to play in the same room together. The Gen G we're about to witness is probably the strongest form of this team to date.
Yeah, I you know, we had a little bit like some questions about like, you know, FMCL's hero pool might be a little bit limited right now. Like Daredevil is viable, but there's not a whole lot of other dive duelists that kind of fit in his wheelhouse. But his co-conspirator over there, Bobo, is unleashed. Basically anything in the world that Bobo wants to play, he can get away with. His signature Psylocke, we haven't seen a whole lot of it today, but it's definitely viable. I've seen a couple teams reach for it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Bobo bust it out if need be, but that's if you even get that far, because he's also one of the best hit scans in the region, and we've talked about how strong hit scans are in this meta, and you know, there's 3 great ones. There's the Elsa, there's the Phoenix, and of course there is the Cyclops. Any of those in Bobo's hands is going to be a lethal weapon.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely kind of feels like we are, you know, it's Bobo's world. We're just renting a small lower Manhattan apartment that will be destroyed when the Avengers fight Dr. Doom, of course, on the street. So, yeah, this feels like kind of Cyclops definitely almost tailor-made in the lab. So this is a Gen G meta for sure. They have gotten some power-ups here. And yes, you know, maybe FMCL gonna be a little bit crutched by the dive heroes, not being quite as strong, but, you know, Sungjuk Woo, we just saw, made a lot of that work against Zero Tenacity. So maybe we'll be a little bit surprised here too on the other side, but you know, lots of threats to look out for on this Gen G team. Of course, my eyes always on Salvation, a backline machine.
I just gotta say, I don't know why we're doubting the Flex Demon. FMCL plays all roles for this team. He plays every time. He's either on Mag, or he's playing Adam, or he's playing this guy has so many heroes to pick from, and it's across multiple roles. This team, they swap roles. It is insane, and they get away with it. One of the things I want to note, this absolute amazing patch has brought Emma back into the fold, which makes Duep a very happy camper. Duep's Emma's crazy. We're also talking about a strategist meta where there's no Mantis. 4 people on this team can play Mantis to a high degree. It is insane. So even if they don't get Mantis, they have other options. Another thing, you ban out all these strategists targeting Salvation, you're going to leave Jeff open for Skittles. And where's that Jeff going to be? Behind your backline. There is chaos guaranteed. But when it comes down to the backline, when it comes down to putting damage, Wounds does have your back. This is one of the strongest players here on the Burgers, always dealing damage. And now leading to some time where we get a little bit of Phoenix going on, Cyclops. Wounds could be dishing out even higher numbers than ever.
Now, he's a very adept hit scan player, and you know, was a key figure for this Burgers roster in the group stage. But I think his flexibility and overall the tenacity of the Burgers is going to be tested today. But he's putting up some pretty solid KOs per match, and you know, pretty solid damage as well. Like, you know, averaging 22k, like that is nothing to scoff at. That is a fair bit of hurting with, you know, 9.27 final hits. You know, there's going to be a couple of you know, kind of wet balloon kind of performances in there that are going to lower that down, but it means that when this team is firing on all cylinders, he is getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, Wounds has definitely been one of my key players for this squad. And, you know, the Burgers have been handed this golden opportunity, right? The chance to come play in Ignite as Pirates broke up between preseason and Stage 1. And they've taken full advantage of that opportunity. Here they are now in the Pacific playoffs. So, you know, I mean, a huge accomplishment in of itself. But, yeah, a very scrappy team for sure. But, of course, the highlight on the other end of the battlefield here, the showdown with Bobo. This is, yeah, very, very devious to stare down, I'm sure, across the battlefield.
I mean, speaking of staring down, look down the barrel of that absolute beam, because Cyclops available for Bobo is a danger to everybody. And you mix it up with one of the, I'm going to say, I don't even want to say one of, I believe the best Groot in the region, Zenstari. That combo's on lock. They got that synergy. They will land it every single time it's up. So if you leave that Cyclops open, you best bet it's either the Angela, the with Heavenfall or the group with Strangling Prism, it is going to set that all up. It's not just going to go flashbang alone. It will always be combined. They will always rotate those ultimates and get that value. That's what the Burgers need to do as well. And we hope they can do it so we can get a nice competitive series, but it's all on them to try and target these pivotal focal points to see if they can get the pressure, push it back onto Gen G and take some momentum. But Gen G, they start off strong. They are always known for running out the gate, and when we do start on domination, it's gonna be all barrels blazing for these two teams right now. Gotta say though, on the other side of that, we're looking at duels, but let's look at strategists. The Rocket factor. Will we see Rocket survive the ban phase again? So far, Mantis not showing up. Gambit's kind of sliding through with the Rogue combination. At the same time, Amplifier right now is very useful, and if you can maybe sneak out the Phoenixes. Cyclops is banned, we might see some Jean Grey this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's been another one of those heroes that Bobo has been very strong on, and it's also, we saw even in the graphic wounds, choosing the Phoenix, who put dished a lot of wounds out on that Phoenix, and I agree. I think the Jean Grey could come out to play, and that does kind of, put a little bit of the onus on Skittles because you mentioned, him on the Jeff. I think the Rocket, though, is going to be a good pick for him. I've seen a lot of the Rocket coming out from Skittles, and as long as you can play around your BRBs and your CYAs, play around those Zensong Infernos, you're going to be sitting pretty. But you'll be getting a lot of CYAs with a guy like Skittles in your backline, and with how quickly that ultimate charges up, like he even needed the buff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Speaking from experience, if you want to handle CYAs, you bring Phoenix to the table here. So that's kind of the showdown I'm looking out for. Looking for the Rocket ults to hit where they need to hit. Looking for some Phoenix counters, potentially. We'll see if that comes to fruition, though, on the other side of the draft phase here. A lot to watch out for in this matchup. And yeah, I think at the forefront here, you want to see a competitive series, because that in itself would be a huge accomplishment, a big game for the Burgers here. But we are back to Krakoa to start things off here, and yeah, Liger, you're right. When the doors open, it is all gas from Gen G, so Burger's got to be ready to just go for the throat right away.
Have to bring that pace very quickly to try and catch them off guard, because most teams play slow against Gen G. They play cautious. Right now, you've got a chance to sort of scale things a bit here as the Burgers. You're looking at this team like, okay, they're the best in the region. They are the big dogs. Nobody we run into in this event is going to be better than them so far. Of course, we've got 3 days to prove that. Otherwise, true, it depends on Gen G if they want to keep that, winner's momentum going. Their mantra is no maps lost. They lost that mantra in preseason. They did lose 2 maps, one in separate series against the Chiefs. Another OCE team on the climb and really showing up. But the Burgers, they got some OCE flavor as well. Maybe even a lot of other potential to support them, so we'll see. I got my eyes on RFF though. That strategist out there got mad potential. We could see something magical. It all depends if the Burgers can, stack the patties in their favor and serve us up a nice dinner.
If they can, we will be eating good. I'm hoping for it as well, because coming out of the MRC, Diasonic, you mentioned how they were kind of a standout team, taking up the spot that was once occupied by Pirates, and that was big shoes to fill, and unfortunately the Burgers kind of fell short of that, but they've had some time to go back into the grindstone, really figure out what their special sauce is and what they can, try and bring to the table here. And I'm thinking that, that will have served them quite well, but it is going to be a hell of a first test. It is a tall order going up against Gen G, because smart money on winning the whole tournament, it's on either Gen G, and if not Gen G, then Reject, and everybody else is going to be on the outside looking in until someone gives us a reason to doubt. My one silver lining, though, as now I'm talking about Reject, looking back at that matchup earlier, N1 Hex, it kind of took the fight to Reject quite well. It was still, a 3-0, but not a total blowout, not the total stomping that I think a lot of us would have expected. And that goes to show that every single team has made the most of this time, put in the scrim hours, put in the practice, and really come to the playoffs like it's playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the other 6 teams playing in Reject and Gen G's world, like you said, until they're able to leave a mark on those 2 powerhouses for sure. But, for a team like the Burgers, you have to look at the bracket ahead, right? They're facing Gen G now. If they don't take that win, it's Zero Tenacity waiting for them in the next round. So, either way, they will come out the other side of this bracket, a battle-tested team for sure, up against some of the top talent in Asia and OCE. So definitely looking for them to get that boots on the ground experience here. And like we said, you want to see them at least be competitive here and, make Gen G sweat, if not take some maps or take some objectives.
Yeah, take as much as you can, take it all, take everything. As Rogue says, that may be the move for themselves as we roll on into this good old band phase very, very soon. Again, very curious to see if Mantis will survive. If there's ever a team that has risked going against the first ban sort of norm that we get, the double Mantis, the double Gambit, the double Phoenix, the double Elsa at one point back in the day of Ignite, it was Gen G who said, yeah, have it. Have your one-sided, whatever you want. We're good. We're going to run Adam. I don't think we're going to see Adam now. The Warlock may not be out here doing, it's not the golden boy today. He might be a bit rusty, maybe the bronze boy, but for now, let's get into this match between the Burgers and Gen G. Here we go, everybody. Final series of the night.
And we get to see if the Burgers do indeed have the beef or if they are all buns. That is up for them to decide, and I'm sure Gen G are going to have a few things to say about it, but let's stop the talking, or I guess we can continue talking about these ban drafts. As the first shots will be fired here, and you better believe Mantis is going to be the recipient of a couple of bans on both sides because, of course.
Yeah, no doubt. No one wants to deal with Mantis in this current meta, so she has definitely taken the place of Gambit here tonight as, again, that 100% ban rate still flowing right on through. So that's going to open the door for some Gambit play here. Gen G going to save him right away. So Burger's now going to have one more ban. You know, with Gambit on the table, probably going to be looking at them banning out some of the big Gambit combos here. Of course, Rogue got to take out that explosive entanglement for sure, because still a very, very powerful team up. And of course, Rogue, even by herself now, got some buffs, and we've seen a little bit of Rogue play too. So no doubt, definitely one to take care of. And of course, Burger's going to save Gambit for themselves too. So we are going to have a lot of Raging Royal Flushes here on map 1.
Yeah, you talk about the Rogue, and I even asked Vest specifically because I figured if anybody knows what's up with Rogue, it's going to be him, and about where her place sits in the meta now. And you know, with her buffs, she's still not like S tier, because I feel like, you know, a lot of the other dive Vanguards do her job but better, and even if she's kind of filling like the hybrid role, like I think more teams are kind of leaning towards the Van pool, but the buffs she got are more than enough to offset the nerfs that Gambit got, so that team up is every bit as lethal as it was in previous patches, and so too is the Galactic Flush, which is why both teams, having given up the Gambit, will ban out the Star-Lord, but that's a heads-up protect on the Rocket Raccoon for the side of the Burgers. I do like that, going straight for the strongest strategist.
Yeah, no big surprise there. Cyclops going to be banned out by Gen G. Have to imagine maybe going to return fire if they have the option to, because you know if Cyclops is open, there is a Gen G player that will take him here. Luna Snow save coming in from Gen G to round out their draft line here. One ban for the Burgers, and then we are off to the Mutant Utopia of Krakoa for map number 1 of this matchup. And yeah, it feels like, you know, kind of just trading blow for blow here. A little bit of variance at the end, but it is going to be a Cyclops ban from the Burgers, so no Bobo Cyclops here on map number 1, but still plenty of tools on the table here. The Burgers taking on Gen G, last series of the night, and we are ready to go here on Krakoa.
And it's, like you said, a lot of tools coming forward, but a couple of tools that we haven't seen, namely that Thor coming up from Scrappy. We saw a fair bit of that in the group stage. FMCL gonna take down Navoy. I was gonna say, Burgers hoping to try and catch Gen G off guard with the Thor pick and with the Spider-Man pick, but FMCL, you know, he can see through walls. He's on Daredevil. He knows exactly where you're coming from, and he is happy to take the duel right to you. And, you know, I talked about how limited his hero pool might be. Daredevil, still very strong, and he's still one of the best at it.
Yeah, and already seen some Daredevil action here tonight, so not surprised to see FMCL roll out on him. And yeah, you mentioned the Thor from Scrappy, of course. He lives up to his namesake on that Thor, and definitely a surprise pick here, but it is Gen G getting Scrappy here. 4 KO's gonna take down RF, and that is gonna be an early first take here for Gen G. Hybolical walking it off to close out the stagger here, but yeah, it is all Gen G here on point number 1.
Yeah, and look at how far forward FMCL is playing right now. He doesn't even have the team at his back because he's just that confident. He does now have Zen Starry there ready to go for a 1-2 punch, a diving strike with some follow-up if he should so choose, and picking his target. He can see through the walls, is not going to put the Sonic Pursuit onto anybody just yet, and Ved is threatening a back cap, so maybe that's why FMCL is a little bit hesitant. Wants to wait until the Burgers are stretched a little bit too thin. Going to be a contest coming out from Gen G. They don't want to give up the point essentially for free, but they will. Burgers somehow are now on the board, but Skittles is going to make Scrappy regret ever going in. Cleans him up. Ved going to get cleaned up as well, and 7% is what the Burgers have.
Yeah, I mean, a quick cheeky take under duress from the Burgers here, so at least able to put themselves on the board. But yeah, it is Gen G delivering the pain, taking the retake very quickly here. They're going to be up to 50% at least before the Burgers are ready for another fight. They're going to have to wait on Hybolical as well. So bit of a slow start here. Gen G taking full control, and they're just going to look to put the gas on, get that forward pressure going, and buy themselves some time. But here is Navoy on the point on the Spider-Man, but frozen and taken down by Skittles here. Quick flip, and Gen G back in control. Bobo now over onto the Elsa and finding the double KO right away. Duep getting one on the Vanpool as well, making yet another appearance here. Double for Gen G, and they are in full control again.
Yeah, so far Carousel has not been Gen G versus the Burgers. It's been Gen G versus the rest of Gen G. Like, they're all just competing to see who can put up the highest multi-KO. And, you know, so far it's only been doubles across the board, but the fact that everybody is getting involved is just that scary. Even Skittles in the back line is putting out the damage, and he can get another freeze onto Ved and cleans him up. Disgusting stuff. Luna can just do so much damage. When you got one of the best at the helm, you better believe it's going to be coming through. Apex Predator now coming out from Bobo, but he is himself the Apex Predator, as he is going to find the KO onto RF, and a nice little two-piece there onto Wounds. Scrappy is going to go in on the God of Thunder, but what's a god to a non-believer? Bobo will take him down, and Ved will soon follow, and about as easy as it gets. It wasn't 100-0, but it might as well have been. Gen G will take Carousel, and only one ult to win the whole point.
Yeah, very clean, clinical. What you would expect out of a team like Gen G. Again, their mantra from the start of the season, no maps dropped, and it may have been broken in the preseason, but here in Stage 1, it has been relentless from them. And yeah, they are going to hold a lot of the cards coming into this one as well. It looks like the Burgers may have a little bit more in the resource tank coming into this first fight here, but yeah, it feels like the Burgers were kind of looking for that cheeky little back cap, and then maybe looking to kind of put some pressure on, build some space for themselves to try and buy some time. But unfortunately, if Gen G have the bodies, they will find a way to take the objective.
And, I mean, they've got a pretty easy way. Like, they don't even really need the bodies. They just need the Royal Flush and the Let the Devil Out. Like, that's a win condition all in its own. Like, that combination. And Burgers don't have that Fateable Worlds for Hybolical just yet, so they don't have a good defensive tool. I think, like, you know, judging by the way the Burgers tried to play that first point, they're probably going to try and make a move with their own Royal Flush, but they don't have that same combo potential, so I suspect if they try to make that play, they'll get caught off guard and end up losing the fight. And if they don't try to go for that one, they'll just get out-tempoed here by Gen G.
Yeah, rock and a hard place here for the Burgers. Point one going to Gen G, 107% here, and they're going to look to try and close out Krakoa into RF. You can see hungry for the Rage and Royal Flush here, trying to parse his options as we are ready to brawl here. FMCL going to let that devil out to start things off. The boy going overhead on the Spider-Man, got that spectacular spin ready to go, and he will launch it here, but it's FMCL in the KO feed first here on point number 2, taking down Hybolical and RF. Clinical precision here onto the back line, and it is just Gen G taking it straight away here. Burgers cannot find a way to get their feet on the point.
And it's just like I said, right? Like, you combo the Let the Devil Out with the Rage and Royal Flush and the Burgers, you know, even though they tried to go first, they got a little bit hesitant, ended up going second, had the worst Royal Flush, and FMCL just makes a meal out of that backline. And Hybolical, even if he had the Fate of Both Worlds, I think the damage still might have been enough to burst right on through it. Another back cap being threatened right now, but Gen G, they don't feel all too threatened, I gotta say, Diatonic.
No, not so far here. The Burgers continue to try to get on the point here and make a cap behind their backs, but Gen G ready with the reaction every single time. Duep gonna get one onto Wounds here and get the selfie on the other side of it, and now again it is all divide and conquer here. Fan out across the map and keep the Burgers away from the point so that Gen G can just clear this one out and move on to map 2.
For the Burgers, like, I'm not sure what your win condition really is here. There's going to be a Freedom Charge that comes out from Ved that might help them get in deep, but Navoy didn't get the memo. Got cleaned up there by FMCL, and Salvation is just believing in the heart of the cards and putting a couple into Hybolical's heart, cutting off a coronary artery, and it's going to be Gen G again, just rolling right over the Burgers as they try to go in and make a play. Scrappy will take down Skittles, but that is the only Elim that I think the Burgers have gotten in quite some time, and even that, Bobo will trade back out for Ved.
Yeah, and a big stagger onto the cap as well here as the Burger is going to try to get back up off the mat. 75% captured for Gen G, so they are going to look to close this one out. One fight potentially left in the tank for the Burgers here, and yeah, I'm with you, CB. It does kind of feel like the team comp is a little messy. I don't really know what they're looking to do here to try and take the fight, so gotta try to find some synergy among this team, and RF will find one on to do it pretty early on here, so that's a Vanpool taken out of the equation. Raging Royal Flush for Salvation, and he's in a little bit of trouble. It's ready to go here, but it is going to be Dance of the Butterflies from Wounds now. Will find Salvation and Skittles, so Genji's backline offline for now, and if they were looking for an opportunity, this is the one to take as we go into overtime. Diabolical's got Fate of Both Worlds, but cannot save Wounds here from the wrath of FMCL on that Daredevil, and the Burgers will make the flip and stay alive here.
I'm curious what forced that Fate of Both Worlds out, though, from the Burgers. Like, they had a pretty solid opening. I don't know if they really needed that ultimate. I'm wondering if it was Duep's Banhammer that came out onto Diabolical. But I didn't really see it. Like, I'm not quite sure what it was, but nevertheless, you're not going to have that ultimate when you really need it, so you have to make a move now. Royal Flush to try and do just that, but Salvation just cleans the boy up, so he can't make any use out of it. And on the other side, FMCL is just pummeling. Diabolical says, you got no dance floor, I'll dance all over your grave.
Yeah, it's dueling Rage and Royal Flushes from both sides, but it is Gen G winning the duel here. The Burgers, one by one, knocked down, goes into overtime. They do get the OT. Scrappy over onto the Doctor Strange, but it is too late here, potentially, for the portal. They're going to make one last attempt. Navoy buys them a little bit of time, but not enough to get the portal down. Gen G going to open the ults up, throw everything they've got, and they will close it out 2-0 here on Krakoa.
And that's about what we expected, especially on a map like Domination, where it comes down to your timing and just your mechanical skills. And there are few in this region as mechanically skilled as the players on Gen G. And even if you take the mechanics out of the equation, they are a well-oiled machine. You know, the ultimates coming through exactly when they needed to. The elims being found exactly when they needed to. Every single opportunity pounced on by not one, not two, but 3 members of Gen G. Like, they're just ready for anything. And even the Burgers trying to come out with this off-meta composition with the Thor and with the Spider-Man, it's just not gonna work because Gen G, they're ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that has been battle-tested time and time again. They have a chemistry built through so many battles on the stage of Grand Finals in Atlanta last year, and now in Stage 1 here, dominating as they have so many times in this region. It's tough. It is a tough matchup. The chemistry gap, the experience gap is something that you just can't make up for with execution alone. So a tough uphill battle that the Burgers, unfortunately, are at a disadvantage here, but, you know, there are things they can do. There are ways that they can make this more competitive. Gotta start from the drawing board, though. Have to find a solid win condition. Go back to your fundamentals, go back to the basics, and just rely on that, because against a team like Gen G, you don't want to try to do anything too fancy.
I think, like, you know, we can maybe look to the previous series for inspiration. You know, we saw XOXO1 try and play like this similar kind of off-kilter dive composition, and it didn't work out too well on Krakoa. You know, they still took it to the limit and ended up falling just a little bit shy, but once it went to maps that like open up a little bit more, once you started taking it to your convoys and your convergences, there was a little bit more room for the Spider-Man to start to pay off. So maybe that's going to be, you know, the leverage that the Burgers need. But Gen G, they look like every bit as prepared as we've ever seen them. And we talk about the name they made for themselves back at DreamHack Atlanta on the world stage. They want to go back to that world stage, and I hate to say it, I hate to put the Burgers down, but, if anyone is going to stop Gen G from doing so, there's going to have to be some bigger obstacles than this.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about at the beginning of this series, filling the shoes that Pirates left after the preseason. And, you gotta be feeling some jimmies here if you're the Burgers. Gotta be feeling nervous because, just a month or so ago, you were a team playing in the MRC and you ended up winning that tournament, moving on. And now here you are on the Ignite stage in the playoffs up against what is perhaps the toughest team in the entire region. So you have to be feeling kind of the shadow looming over you. So, I don't envy the position that the Burgers are in.
But I do envy the position that we are in, or I guess I shouldn't because I'm in the position, but, pretend it worked. We're going to cut to a real quick break, and we are in a position to watch more of this action on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody, from a matchup that was pretty quick, but we did learn some information, and I want to remind everybody, let's talk about the story, the lore. How did these players get here? Now, the Burgers actually won Season 7 Marvel Rivals Championships. That's a massive effort. But Genji also did win an MRC. They did win Season 5. So, you know, some would say both these teams are on an even playing field, both having a first place in MRC. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
The thing about that, though, is one of these two teams won the MRC after, you know, all of the best teams had been taken out and moved up to Ignite and told that they couldn't compete in MRC anymore, like all your partners and guest teams. So, like, sure, yeah, the Burgers won MRC, but the level of competition was, you know, a lot lower than what it was when Genji won, because their MRC wins, you know, they were punching up against some of the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, definitely feels like...
I was trying to be like, look, you know, MRC champion, oh...
Look, that's it. It's not nothing, but it's not the same accolade as when Genji did it.
I mean, yeah, the pool is definitely deeper here in Ignite than the MRC, so, you know, trying to learn to swim is this Burgers team. Krakoa goes the way of Genji, no doubt there on that one. We are headed off to Araco next, though. It is going to be Burgers territory now, as they will make the pick. But, you know, even before the map pick, I think the question here that the Burgers need to answer is, what's the win condition? What are we trying to do to win every fight, to take every objective?
And I think that's a tough question, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not even sure if they know the answer. Like, looking at it, I'm not sure if I could really find one. You know, the best bet is going to be Navoya on that Spider-Man. You know, that off-meta pick that can maybe catch Genji off guard. But again, Genji wasn't born yesterday. They've played against Spider-Man before. They know how to handle a threat like that. They know what they're working with. But even still, it's something that you might not be the most practiced against, so if he can find a backliner on a map like Araco, especially that first point, I think there's a lot of different places where you can get nestled in deep and try and find one of those picks. But even then, like, you know, what comes next? Because I think Genji are still more than ready to even take a 5v6 if they have to.
You know... 5v6, this just screams to me, you know, that means Skittles is in the backline somewhere on Jeff. And this map has a glorious environment at the very beginning called the Pit of Doom, the Pit of Ultron, the Pit of Despair, you name it. It's a pit and it's painful, all right? And I'm going to tell you now, I'm expecting people to fall off. Whether it's Angela, whether it's Jeff, whether it's Hulk, for God's sake, Thor, I don't even know what we're going to see now coming out from these teams. Maybe even Spider-Man shows up again. Somebody's going off the map. And it's just a matter of how many.
I think the only environmental that we've seen all day, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think was On and Angela on Spider Islands, which was like the least CCable hero went for a dip.
I was about to say Angela on Angela violence. I do remember the play for sure, but yeah, that Pit of Doom has claimed some lives this season of Ignite. We've seen some dinosaurs get dropped down that pit as well. So if a devil dinosaur shows up, you know, got to watch out for those jaws, because yeah, you might find yourself at the bottom of Araco.
Oh well, I hope these teams don't find themselves on the bottom of a rack. I hope one of them finds himself on the top of victory here. Maybe the Burgers get themselves a win on the board. Maybe they take a map off Gen G. That is the big mammoth task for them. We'll see if they can find a way to bring that to life. It's on them now. We're going to go to the ban draft once again. We're going to figure it out. I will say though, I'm expecting some very unorthodox hero picks once again from both these teams, to be honest. I feel like Gen G, you know, they went out with a little bit of bread and butter, but maybe with a bit of a lead, they might get a bit silly. They've been known to do this in the past.
They can definitely get away with it, and I think, you know, if you're the Burgers, you're going into a situation like that where you're looking at the last map and you're like, okay, well, you know, it's our map pick. You know, maybe the ban draft was kind of whatever last time, and the last map didn't really go our way, but, you know, we just kind of play around these same bans, you know, ban what's meta, ban around what we want to play, and if you're Gen G and you're like, all right, let's get silly with it, you don't care what's banned out, like, you'll find a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just got to be back to fundamentals for the Burgers, you know, got to find something to anchor yourself onto, a strategy that you've executed before, you know very well, something you're comfortable with. Can't just be everybody pick their most comfortable hero, because, you know, those are kind of mismatched shapes there, so I want to see some more cohesion out of them this time around.
Hopefully, that is what we see. The Burgers that we know that won MRC, the Burgers that we know that stomped through and took Asia by storm and said, hey, the Pirates are gone, we're here to be the next big thing. Let's see if they can stack up everything into their favor. Let's see if they can get a good ban draft. Let's see if they can take down these insurmountable odds against Gen G, a team that has, you know, had many gold medals in their favor, many first places, and right now, they're all in one room. I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough. This team has never been all in one room. They were missing Salvation during Grand Finals. They weren't a complete roster in mid-season. Only half the team were on Ground Zero at the time. And then when it came to Stage 1, all of the online matches, they were separated by a great ocean. So the question is, can Gen G United, under the same roof, take down everybody in their path? That is the big storyline here this week. It's a question of who's going to try and destroy their momentum.
I kind of like that point, though, that they're all, like, in the same room, because you got to imagine the vibes are going to be through the roof for a team like that, you know, because they've been together for so long, playing together for so long, they've built up so much synergy, they're all such good friends, and now they all finally get to be together at last. There's going to be a lot of hugs, a lot of, you know, a lot of love being shared between compadres, teammates. There's going to be some Mantis bands that come out, and a Gambit Protect to kick things off for the Burgers, who will open things up on the attack. And they're, I mean, now that I think about it, Burgers don't even have the power of friendship on their side. Gen G have that too.
They definitely do, and not just the power of friendship, of course, that is definitely a superpower for them, but the power of ping as well. They are definitely cooking here on land for each other, so yeah, great to be in person, of course, but yeah, the connection stuff is huge, to be sure. So, of course, Gambit saved by the Burgers, so now it is time to ban out the combo pieces. Rogue taken off the board by Gen G this time, and they'll save a Gambit for themselves here. Kind of second verse, same as the first here, similar to that last draft line you saw, but interesting though, the Burger's gonna take out the Loki while Gen G banned the Rocket in that simultaneous ban.
Yeah, it's interesting, because we don't really see a whole lot of Loki bans these days. You know, like I mentioned earlier at the top of the show, he usually slips through because, you know, even with the Gambit, like, the double flush isn't really worth it to play for anymore, and there's no Rocket ban either. So, you know, Gen G are basically going to get a one-sided Rocket here. Like, they don't even have to use a Protect in order to get it. They can ban the Wolverine instead, which means that Zen Starry can play his Groot, and indeed, he is doing just that. And here's something interesting. Blast from the past, Gen G on a triple-triple with the Adam Warlock.
I was about to say, been a while since we have seen this one roll out. Map number 2, we are here on Araco. Gen G up 1-0, and the Burgers taking the first attack here. Wounds is on the Cyclops this time around. He will make it through the draft for the Burgers here. Scrappy's back onto the Thor. Hybolical got the Invis cooking here, so they are going to get on this cart, and they will make some progress, push Gen G back just a little bit. Salvation in trouble for a second there, going low, but will survive right on through. No KOs coming through just yet, but the Burgers at least able to get out and get on the move here.
Yeah, I mean, the walls from Ved have been really good at pressuring Gen G back, and, you know, as long as this damage keeps up, and it's gone. FMCL just taking down RF, and Suddenly the healing just ain't going to be enough to sustain this push. Duep is going to apply some pressure, take down Bed, take down Scrappy, a cheeky little two-piece for him, and Genji wrestle control right back away from the Burgers. Hey, we got a little bit of progress, we got it down the hill, but at the first corner, Genji put their foot down and say, no, not that easy.
Yeah, and Genji, a team very comfortable running the triple-triple, very comfortable swapping roles. We saw them do this kind of baton pass during the group stage where, you know, they would roll out on one role and then FMCL would come out on tank or come out on strategist. So, you know, there were definitely some swaps, some interesting plays from Genji, a very versatile team, and they are going to go toe-to-toe here with the Burgers to try and hold them back. A minute 30 already away. Skittles will find one on the Rocket, right onto Scrappy. He's going to swap over to the Venom and come back out, but, man, Genji holding a lot of cards here.
Yeah, like, Burgers, speaking of cards, like, they used all of theirs. They played their whole hand there. You know, the Strangling Prison, they coupled that up with the Ruby Rage, and I believe even tried to throw in that God of Thunder towards the end as well, but the timing was just off, so, you know, the Invisible Boundary from Salvation, it just heals everything right up, so all of that burst damage is just not enough to burst on through. There was also the Soul Bond as well from Bobo, and, like, they didn't really scout that out before they tried to go for that combo, so, again, just not great timing from the Burgers. They did get a fair bit of cart progress, though, and now with that Rage and Royal Flush, might be able to get a little bit more, but UF wants to put the kibosh on that with that Sonic Seduction.
Yeah, buys them some time here, and the Burgers, though, have made quite a bit of progress. They're like one fight away from getting that first checkpoint, but they gotta find a way to get through this Genji defense here. CYA from Skittles. Salvation will take the first KO in this fight. Scrappy's Venom taken down early on here thanks to that damage amp. The Burgers not holding any strategist ults, so they are backs against the wall here. Bobo's got the Karmic Revival already, so even if they find a way to overcome this Genji offense, they're gonna have to do it 2 times in a row here. The Burgers stopped dead in their tracks with just a minute 15 left.
Here's the thing, though, with Bobo holding on to that Karmic Revival, Scrappy is the only one that can really afford to go in and hunt him down, so, you know, he's basically going to be trying to find where he's playing. He's not really helping the rest of the team, and Bobo, he can just fly away, doesn't really have to take this fight. Now in a close enclosure, does have the healing there from Skittles, there's going to be that Strangling Prison coming out, another Ruby Rage, but once again, Genji able to absorb all of the damage, and FMCL has a Meteor with Navoy's name on it.
Yeah, Dunk Master Supreme here, shooting the moon down onto the Burgers here. That Ruby Rage did get him some damage, but Genji flipping the fight on its head here. Burgers staggered out as Ved is going to be walking it back with just 30 seconds left to go here and nothing in the tank for the Burgers. They got to find a way to win a fight in the neutral.
And like, they got to win 2 fights because Bobo has this Karmic Revival, potentially 3 because, you know, that's twice that Bobo's Soul Bond has just denied a huge burst combo from coming out from the Burgers, and they don't have another combination. They're going to have a Strategist Ultimate and a Freedom Charge to maybe extend this fight and buy themselves something, but again, you know, you got to get this Karmic Revival down.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reses coming their way too because, of course, Skittles on the Rocket. So that BRB beacon is out there somewhere here. Here comes the Freedom Charge from Scrappy now. One more fight as we go into overtime. Salvation's got an invisible boundary, though, and Bobo here on the hunt, looking for an overhead shot on the Adam Warlock. Holding that Karmic Revival does take some damage, so you know the Burgers are on the hunt here, but it may be too little too late. Already off the table, Navoy's Daredevil sent back to spawn. CYA plus that Sonic Seduction here. Good reaction from the Burgers, though. They take out the CYA very early, and now the strategist for Genji offline. Duepa go down, and there's the Karmic Revival from Bobo. They've got an invisible boundary from Hyebolical, but it goes down, and Bobo's got the whole team back up. They will finally find that Adam Warlock, and the Burgers are all here on the point. The cart is moving overtime, not ticking away here, and they will find checkpoint number 1, 2:30 back on the clock as they ace Genji.
That's a really good fight from the Burgers. Like, it opens up with that Rage and Royal Flush from RF, and Hyebolical was getting in there with the damage and with the invisible boundary, was able to live right on through it. And even as the reses just seemingly keep on coming from Bobo, Burgers do not let their foot off the gas. Navoy and Scrappy take the fight right to them, straight out of the spawn. Welcome back, my friend. Our fight's not over. We will have another round, and we are happy to go. And now Genji gonna be on the back foot, making a couple swaps off of the triple FMCL over onto the Bucky, and that's gonna help put Navoy on a leash.
Yeah, and Bobo now on the Cyclops here. So Genji ready to go. Salvation ready for Scrappy as well. Already finds the Captain America and takes him down here. Not a lot of time for the Burgers, and they're approaching this ramp of doom here where you see a lot of offensive runs get held up right in this very spot. Genji got a lot in the tank here. The Burgers, though, they did win that fight clean over the Adam Warlock ult, so curious to see if they've got something left in the tank.
Boy is going to let the Devil out. There's going to be a defensive Royal Flush that comes out from Salvation, but once the deflect is down, the damage is going to be too much to bear, and Duep just paints the wall with that Daredevil. A nice roundhouse kick will leave him over there like a Looney Tunes character. That's going to be the Burgers disengaging. They already realized the fight is lost. They don't want to try and fight into this anymore, especially when Gen G, like you said, coming up on a lot more ultimates.
Yeah, gonna have to bide their time here for just a minute. RF does have a Raging Royal Flush in the back pocket now, ready to go. So if there's a time for the Burgers to go in, it might be now. They've got a little bit of a combo here going too, because Ved is gonna bring that Strangling Prison as well. So have to see if it plays out. There's the Raging Royal Flush from RF. Team buffed up and ready to go now, but it is gonna be a Fate of Both Worlds from Gen G and a whole flurry of ultimates here, as they are gonna look to finish this run off here and now. The Kraken impact from FMCL. He'll find Ved trying to keep it rolling here, but the Burgers will scatter here. They try to stop the bleeding, but the bleeding continues at the hands of Salvation. On the Gambit here, will find Wounds, and unfortunately throwing another wrench here in the works for the Burgers.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, and you will have the invisible boundary, so you can potentially nullify the damage that comes out from Zenstari's Strangling Prison. But the problem is, again, you're in a situation where you don't really have an ultimate to close out the fight. You can extend it as long as you want, but time doesn't really matter anymore. As we're going into overtime, Freedom Charge is going to be the opening salvo from Scrappy, hoping to just try and force Gen G back.
Yeah, and just trying to buy themselves a little bit of time, too. Hybolical's got the invisible boundary ready whenever. FMCL over onto the Atom now. Zenstari goes for the Strangling Prison, but he's taken down. Gen G's frontline offline now, and they are slowly fading away here. FMCL goes down. He will be able to cocoon himself back up, but now the Burgers looking to try and secure this second checkpoint. Bobo on the Cyclops, but not enough bodies. There's Duep with the Doctor Strange portal. 1 meter left to go for the Burgers to try and get this time refresh here. No ults on either side of the board, so it is all left clicks all day here. Gen G will push him off, buys a little bit of time here. 1.3 meters now left, and Bobo opens it up here. FMCL will find a KO as well, making a double for both of the duelists. Triple now for Bobo. Duep will finish it off, and the Burgers stopped just short of checkpoint number 2.
But I gotta give full credit to the Burgers, like, they did win the must-win fights that they needed to in order to extend things way beyond what they should have been able to get away with, because the way that map was starting out, it was looking like it was gonna be a full hold, then it looked like they were only gonna make it halfway up that hill through point B. It is definitely holdable. You know, you managed to get it almost all the way to point B. You know, I think, you know, if it wasn't up against Gen G, there's a real chance that you could potentially get a stall out, you know, midway through point B and claim the win that way, but considering you're against Gen G, you definitely would have liked to get a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like on offense for the Burgers, a lot of those fights were uphill. Took a lot of effort to overcome them. But now you're swapping sides here. You are on the defense, so it makes you wonder. It feels like Gen G is coming downhill right at the Burgers here and looking to just run them over. But you're right, you can't overlook that it's basically 2 checkpoints is what Gen G is going to need to secure map number 2 here. So there is some space for the Burgers to play with, but they do not have a lot of opportunities or a lot of mistakes that can be made here. So, you know, gonna have to see some big defensive efforts from them early on, because if Gen G is able to take this first checkpoint early and build a huge time bank, I don't know that the Burgers can stop them for 3, 4, 5 minutes on checkpoint 2.
Yeah, like, I'm mostly worried about the snowball potential, because when it comes to teams that are usually like this mismatched, what you'll tend to see is Burgers don't all engage and then get team wiped and then go in for like another fight. Like, what I'm worried about is if they go in, lose a couple of men, and then back up, and then lose a couple more on the disengage, and then just spiraling out of control, and they only really get to take, like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 fights for the whole map. They're doing a good job early on burning that BRB and able to get out ahead for the time being, but Gen G, like, they're not going to be sweating that, you know, so close out of the spawn door. Bobo just slipping right past Wounds' gaze through the teleporter and into the backline, and now a pinch set up.
I was about to say, Wounds putting in some work very early on here, does get through that BRB very quickly, but FMCL will secure a KO onto Ved here. That Punisher shotgun shreds right through the Groot there, and now the door open for Gen G to keep the push going, just not even 60 seconds away here, and they're over halfway to checkpoint number 1, so that's kind of that snowball potential we were looking at here. If Gen G just keeps this pace going, it is going to be tough for the Burgers to hold them all the way to checkpoint 2.
Yeah, like, Wounds did get a fair bit done there. Navoy still off on a flank, forced to use the deflect already. Not going to be able to convert the Elim as FMCL with a shotgun, so Burgers close to being back to full strength, though, but the damage on Deved is so much. He's being pressured so far back. Up against this Punisher, it's so hard to get anything done. And now with the CYA, that damage is going to be tenfold.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all the Burgers got is an invisible boundary, and it's already down here. The KO feed painted bright blue for a Gen G here. Double KO for FMCL on the Punisher here on the hit scan, and now Gen G 5 minutes on the clock. This is not what you wanted to see if you're on the side of the Burgers here, because now Gen G have all the time in the world to make that push up this ramp.
I mean, we've seen crazier things, but it would indeed be crazy for Burgers to get a 5-minute hold here on the defensive side up against Gen G, coming up on 2 big duelist ultimates and also coming up on a Royal Flush before long. Like, if Gen G want to play with their food a little bit, they can just wait until Salvation, has this Royal Flush and then pop either the Final Judgment or the Galactic Legend. Take your pick, because it doesn't matter. The Burgers don't have any tool to be able to absorb the damage.
Yeah, gonna have to try and find some sort of answer here. Gen G now halfway to checkpoint number 2, so not a lot of track left to stand on here, and Duep will find one onto Ved very early on here. Now Rage and Royal Flush from Salvation. They are gonna look to lock this in. Zenstar will find one onto Scrappy, so the Thor taken down before he can get the God of Thunder online, and FMCL will find wounds as well here. One by one, the Burgers getting staggered out here. Perfect timing from Gen G. 4 minutes left to go, and they are basically looking at the finish line here. One last hold. FMCL gonna pull the turret out here to try and stop him. RF's got a Rage and Roll Flush though, so the Burgers got one last breath here, but it is gonna be the Final Judgment from FMCL and the Sonic Seduction from Duep here. FMCL will go down. He'll get back up off the BRB, but the Burgers able to stop the Punisher ult and just barely grind that cart to a halt.
Can they finish off Zenstar? Indeed they can. All right, Ved is going to be able to find that Elim there, and Duep gets caught out. So Burgers are able to put their foot down and be able to live through that, and that's a lot of ultimates that were used for Gen G. 2 of their biggest combinations were used, but they are coming up on that CYA, and we just talked about how valuable that ultimate can be. You really don't even need to combo it with anything. And FMCL with another opening. Elim there onto wounds, looking to try and find one on Scrappy as well. The boy has some objections and is going to make his voice heard, but it's not going to be particularly all that loud as Gen G with the CYA. They are looking to get very loud indeed.
Yeah, just gonna hold down left mouse and get some KOs here. One member of the Burgers left. It is just wounds on the Cyclops, and he is nowhere to be found here. A big final fight for Gen G, and with about 3 minutes left on the clock, they will close out Araco and go on to match point. Definitely more bright spots for the Burgers here on map number 2. Feels like they've got some spikes of brilliance in there, but it is Gen G that's stringing together win after win, and will take map number 2 for themselves.
Yeah, and if it was any other team besides Gen G, that would have been a stellar attack phase that comes out from the Burgers, and definitely a winnable situation, but the defense just wasn't commensurate, and you're against Gen G, one of these teams that, again, has the synergy. They know the flow of the game, and they know how to keep it under their control. That snowball potential is just far too great. Full credit to the Burgers, though. They are able to put their foot down at the right moments, win the right fights that they need to win. But it doesn't matter, because if you're only winning 1 out of every 10 fights and Gen G are taking the other 9, you are going to be playing so far behind the 8 ball that you can't even see it.
Yeah, and I mean, credit to the Burgers, wounds picking up most damage in the map. 35k on the Cyclops, out damaging a lot of Gen G here. I mean, they're definitely putting in some work. It's just not enough. And like you said, they're kind of cherry picking fights that they can win, and they do help turn the tide. They buy them some time, but the problem is that they have to find a way to thread those together and put them back to back to back to back so that they can shave off that timer, because when you're staring down 5 minutes on defense, there's really not a lot of room to play with when it's on the last checkpoint.
And I think, look at all that damage from wounds, like you said, 35k, that's nothing to sneeze at, but look at the healing from Skittles and Salvation. Bro was basically just donating ult charge to Skittles and Salvation perma, so whether it was the CYAs or the Rage and Royal Flushes, you knew those were always going to be on deck right when Gen G needed them. There was never a moment where you were looking at this next fight and going, gee golly, I do wish that Salvation had a Royal Flush. It was, no, he's got it. It's there. We're ready. This fight is going to be on Gen G's terms. There's not a whole lot that the Burgers can do about it. And Hypolical, it's kind of a dealer's choice. You've got the invisible boundary. You can use it to try and absorb the damage that comes out from the Royal Flush, but, then you might not have it when that Final Judgment comes out, or when, some other big fight-winning ultimate comes out, when the Strangling Prison comes out from Zenstar. There's too many combos for just one defensive utility to be able to source it all out.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it comes down to tempo control, right? It's like you were saying, Gen G may take a loss here or there in a team fight, but when they come back, they've got something prepared. They've got a weapon ready to go. They've got a way to fight back. So even the fights that the Burgers win, it's kind of Gen G just saying, okay, maybe we can take the L on this one, set ourselves up for the next fight. It's fine. We've got time. No big deal. So you can see that Gen G thinking 3, 4, 5 steps ahead, but the pressure from Gen G is so drastic that the Burgers just basically have to think in the moment, then and now. So it doesn't leave them a lot of room to plan how the next fight's going to go, look at their ult charge and say, okay, we've got this combo ready to go, or we're going to make this play. So again, it's just being caught on the back foot and trying to find a way to stop the scramble.
Yeah, it's very much so scramble. You know, I think the Burgers came to play, but you're up against one of the most dominant teams in all of Ignite, especially in this region. I think definitively the most dominant team in this region, and dominance is what we are seeing coming out from Gen G. And, you know, they haven't really, like, Gen G really haven't been tested quite yet, especially not by this squad, and especially not by anybody in OCE as of late, not named the Chiefs, and even then, Chiefs haven't been able to take a map off of them recently. So, like, I don't know. It's kind of rough. It's a tall ask for the Burgers to be able to get in here. I think, you know, you want to get your licks in while you can, but Gen G, one map away from the next round. Burgers, one map away from the lower bracket. We will see what map it is going to be on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Pentagram of Farala. Our enemies are near. By the eye of Agamotto! Out, dark magic! Let the devil go! You couldn't be saved.
Guys, we have a theory. Everybody, we have a theory of how Burgers can get a victory here today.
Here's how
They need to
Burgers can
contact
still
the
win.
Chiefs. The Chiefs are currently in the building that Gen G are in. They just need to tell them, hey, just like, you know, knock on the door, room service. I don't know. Anyway, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're getting silly out here, but we're having a good time because it's the Pacific Playoffs Day 1. We're seeing how all these teams are stacking up right now. It's looking good so far. However, right now, you know, I will say though, this is a warning for everybody. Look where your convoy is, because you can have fun spawn camping, but that convoy did not need to go that far. So Gen G, you gotta check yourselves a little bit. You can't do that. Better teams will not let you get away with that. But nonetheless, still not over. The Burgers still have a chance here to stay in the upper bracket if they can. Reverse sweep, make them weep, maybe is a possibility. But right now, a lot of people are probably putting their predictions on Gen G closing this series out in the next map. The Burgers do have map choice though. What could they go with here?
I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat it, Liger. I don't think it really matters what map they want to take it to. So this is gonna sound harsh, but I promise it's not. I think for the Burgers, your goal at this stage is not to win the series. I think the goal at this stage is to utilize the platform of being here against the top team in the region and try and get as much damage in, get as much licks in as you possibly can, and make a name for yourself, whether as on an individual basis or as a team, and just try, you know, invest in your stocks for stage 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've noticed a pattern with the burgers in this matchup, and maybe this is just my conspiracy theory, but, you know, the cart, like you were saying, Liger, pushed pretty far when the burgers were on attack, because Genji kind of off the cart, pushing, going for the spawn hold, and we saw kind of something similar on Krakoa to start off, where the burgers were constantly trying to kind of back cap. Maybe the strat here is, okay, Genji is used to these big victories where they take the objective, push all the way to the spawn, and then just kind of stay there. Maybe they're just looking for the cheeky back cap and then saying, okay, we gotta find a way to just hold the objective as long as possible. Maybe that's the strategy.
The strategy is just be annoying, and that usually works for me in life.
Hey, it works for me in comp. I'm chilling. I got Angela. Thank you very much for being such an amazing hero. I'm back in GM. Wonderful. I'd hopefully like to go further than that. We've got to hit the queues, but we're too busy studying for Ignite, everybody, for you all at home. Now, besides all of that, we also do realize that you said you need to be annoying. You need to be out there, maybe splitting the team into two different strike teams, maybe trying to pull focus from certain members of Genji. Pull them left, pull them right. Hopefully you can pull the cart all the way to victory. We don't know. We're going to find out very, very soon as the next map is locked in. Burgers do have the choice here, and it's Symbiotic Surface. First time seeing it here today, and it is going to be a nice map here on Clinta. We love Clinta out here. It's going to open things up a little bit. Going to give some more sightlines, maybe some snipers, see some gameplay. You know, we've been hearing rumors Hella's been getting play. We haven't seen it yet. I'm curious to see if this might be that.
So I've seen a couple of teams playing Hella in scrims, but the thing is they always kind of switch off. But that said, you know, it is usually on this map, so, you know, I think you and I have kind of heard the same rumors. But the thing about Hella is, you know, Captain America is strong, and Hella just kind of gets folded up like an accordion whenever, you know, the big dude with the shield gets up in her face. And, you know, if she ain't got her bird to fly away, there ain't a whole lot that she can really do about it. And even then, like, she's kind of forced, you know, out of the position that she wants to be in. It's just so easy to deal with the Hella, you know, and Phoenix, you know, to a lesser extent, kind of can have that same pitfall from time to time. So I think you're probably more likely to see Elsa than you are to see Hella at this stage if you're not seeing the Phoenix or the Cyclops.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would almost expect to see the Monster Hunter hit the field here, but yeah, it does feel like I've heard some things about Hella as well, and it does feel like maybe they're poking the limits in scrims, saying, okay, where's Hella at in the grand picture of things? But yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with the sightlines here for sure.
Ooh, you know, I like it. I like it. You know, we've been saying things like we're developing a little bit of a post-slot meta at the moment. I wouldn't say we're fully there. I mean, Dire Vanguard is stronger than they were last season. You know, the Dino's kind of not there anymore. Cyclops is in play. Phoenix in play. Cap's doing well. Strategists right now are still primed and ready. The main focus of the ban draft. But, you know, as you said earlier, I just want to circle back on what you were saying, ZB. The Burgers have an opportunity to have a platform here against one of the best teams in the world right now. A team that is definitely, I'm going to confidently say, they performed top 6 last grand finals, maybe at the moment, top 10 in the world, all the teams. So the Burgers have a chance to use this platform, but at the end of the day, the wise man once said, it's not about winning, it's about being remembered. But winning would be nice too, so I'll leave you with that, because winning's fun.
It'd be nice. It sure would be nice to win, but no, I think you said it really well. Like, yeah, it's about being remembered. It's about, you know, next time around, you know, when we go into stage 2 roster mania, someone starts to look at some of these players from the Burgers and says, hey, you know, I got to pick these guys up. Or maybe it's, you know, just going through the fires together, forging yourself a new bond, you know, building up some of that synergy and being like, okay, well, you know, we've been through a lot together and we came out the other side a stronger team. So for stage 2, you know, maybe we don't get traded, maybe we don't find new homes, but maybe we're just a better team by that point, you know, because we've had some more experience. We've faced some more tough challenges, arguably the toughest.
I was going to say,
I mean, the core roster of Genji, they've been together since February. What does that say?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, you guys both are kind of echoing the story of the team formerly known as Chopper Mag, now Genji, at Grand Finals. You know, it wasn't necessarily about winning the whole tournament. The odds were stacked against them, but it was about being remembered, and that's exactly what they did there. So, you know, a big opportunity for a team like the Burgers to make their names known in this region. And like you said, you know, looking at stocks ahead, stage 2 and beyond, you know, where can they end up after that? So they got to just tell us their story here.
Well, so what you're saying is they're going to be remembered, and also both teams have won an MRC, so these are basically the same team. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Diatonic?
I mean, there are definitely some echoes here. There are definitely some synergies between the two stories, I will say.
I would have loved Bobo's speech at DreamHack if he was on a team called the Burgers. If it was like, no one wanted to scrim us, but now everybody knows us. We are the Burgers.
Yeah, maybe wouldn't have hit, wouldn't have emotionally resonated as much as that speech did. But here we are.
It's not as much aura there. It's not as much aura as Chopper Mag had.
Definitely not. But you know, of course, the Burgers, one of the top logos in Pacific, I will say, one of the best ones for sure.
Yeah. What they lack in map wins, they make up for in graphic design.
There you go. I mean, you got to take the wins where you get them, and we are here. Map number 3, Gen G got 2 of those wins in this series, looking to close it out here and make it a 3-0 and advance onward in this bracket. Mantis, you already know, taken off the table. Welcome to the era of double Mantis first bans, because that's pretty much what we've seen all night long, and of course, that means Gambit going to be on the table a lot more going forward, so Gambit fans out there, enjoy getting to watch your hero actually get played in Ignite.
I think these bans, you know, might end up changing the deeper into this tournament we go when you start to see some of these more evenly matched teams going up against each other and they have to kind of adapt around other teams' hero pools. But, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we're going to see a lot of the same coming out from Gen G and the Burgers here, because it kind of gets to a point, right, like where you can't, there's just not enough bans. You can't ban out the sheer number of heroes. If you're going up against a team like Gen G who's as flexible as they are, it really doesn't matter what you ban, because they're gonna play something eventually, and you just have to try to work to counter it as best you possibly can. And you know, that's where the skill differential between a lot of these teams really starts to rear its ugly head.
Yeah, I mean, you can ban out the Cyclops against Bobo, but he's got a whole laundry list of other heroes he's going to jump right onto and pretty much have no change going forward. So, I mean, yeah, it is a tough situation to be in for the Burgers here. It can definitely leave you a bit lost on what exactly you're supposed to do, because if my bans don't affect the team I'm going up against, or they just have a deep enough hero pool to outdo what I ban, what do you do next? And so it's back to the drawing board here for the Burgers. Gen G, 1 map win away now. The Burgers going to be on the attack here first. This is their map pick once again, so gotta find a way to start taking some objectives and maybe get a map for yourself.
Well, with that Cyclops ban, Bobo is going to be back on that Adam Warlock, another triple look that comes out from Gen G. You can kind of see he's rotating around, not necessarily playing with his team, but there's nobody on the Burgers composition right now that can really pressure him out unless Scrappy wants to abandon the formation and try and hunt him down, but so far, no such thing, so he can just keep peppering in those snaps for the healing and get a couple of shots in where he can. A little bit more pressure coming out, but he's got the Soul Bond as well, and FMCL is there saying, "How dare you touch my boy?"
I was gonna say, it feels like Scrappy did kind of break formation. I was watching his health bar just slowly go down and nobody around to give him the heals he needs. So back to square one, and now the Burgers still trying to find some answers here. Gen G all the while gonna build up some ult charge for themselves, prep the weapons to keep this defense going. Already a minute 15 away here, and the Burgers trying to find an answer. Wounds throws down the Ruby Rage. Not a ton coming out of that one, unfortunately, though. It is gonna be a Rage and Royal Flush from RF. They'll try to keep the fight going, but it is gonna be an invisible boundary from Salvation, and Gen G under the cover of invisibility will take out the Burgers here one by one. They fall at an ace here, just about 2 minutes away.
This was another situation, I think, for the Burgers where, like, the timing was off, because, like, the Ruby Rage comes out first and then the Royal Flush, so... You know, even though Gen G kind of just sidestepped the damage, you know, you maybe hope that some of the secondary damage can find an elim somewhere. With the damage boost from the Royal Flush, it might have been enough, but it just doesn't come out. It's so discordant, and now you don't even have the Royal Flush to couple with that Galactic Legend from the Void, so, you know, if you're the Burgers, you're kind of running out of win conditions faster than you can gain them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the biggest miss here, is Navoy is standing on that Galactic Legend, but no way to buff him up here. So there goes the Galactic Legend, and overhead, though, FMCL with a Meteor Imp, and he'll find him in mid-air, taken down! That Legend is no more here! 1 KO for Gen G already. Hybolical gonna throw down the invisible boundary, but they cannot stop Gen G. The boundary already down, as the Burgers are able to make it to the point, but they fall on it here. 1:30 on the clock now, and it is a full reset yet again for the Burgers.
That's gotta be the meanest thing I have ever seen anybody do to a Star-Lord. Both Vanguard ultimates, the Psionic Seduction to lock him down, and then throw in a freaking meteor directly into his face, and he can't do anything about it. And you know, again, like the Burgers, they don't really have any big ult combos coming up online. There's going to be a Royal Flush. Skittles managed to get access to the backline and duplicate RF, so now a Royal Flush that Gen G didn't have previously, and Bobo is making the most out of it, getting in the damage, and he is going to find a nice double. That is an Adam Warlock in the enemy spawn, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Genji really bringing triple back into style here, and it's working in their favor. Just 45 seconds left to go for the Burgers to find some kind of answer here. They are sitting on a couple tools, and RF almost has the Raging Royal Flush ready to go here. Unfortunately, he is out of sync with Navoy, so no Galactic Flush in sight for the Burgers here as Genji just put that pressure on yet again. Strangling Prison coming out from Ved, but Wounds will deliver here, taking out Salvation. We'll be able to get right back up, though, off of the Karmic Revival from Bobo here, and Genji is going to look to try and close it out, though Scrappy and RF in the KO feed, as well as Navoy finding some KOs, burning through those extra lives from that Karmic Revival, but Genji, health bars still full here. Salvation's got an invisible boundary for him as well, and now it is just about cleanup on the point here. I don't see anybody from the Burgers on the point. It will be Scrappy on the Thor. He makes it there for the OT touch, but that may be about all he can do here. FMCL on the track onto Navoy, taking him out of the sky yet again here. Duo find Scrappy, and one by one, the Burgers pushed off of the point. Good region domain from Skittles as well here, just buying Genji as much space as they can to fight here and finish off this last fight. There's the Sonic Seduction from Duep, as well as they come through the portal. The Burgers will be seduced, and yeah, they go for it one more time, but Genji will close it out. No capture progress for the Burgers.
They tried to do it again, and yeah, like Duep's the player cam right there for a second. Like, it made it look easy. Like, FMCO whiffs the Meteor M on that shot. Like, that was comedy. I would have lost my mind if they had hit that again onto Navoy. He didn't even have the Galactic Legend that time. It was just for BM purposes. Like, you mentioned as well, the Burgers, like, they were finding some big elims in that big fight, but it was while the Karmic Revival was up, and Genji, they know, like, they can just keep throwing themselves into the mill over and over again as long as that ability is active. And, you know, you probably got Bobo in the comms counting down to the last second, and once that expires, then you just, you know, back up, play safe, and use your ult advantage. And yeah, like, Genji just play that to perfection. I don't know what more you want to say, because, like, the Burgers, it just felt like they really had no way to get to the front door.
No, just no options for them. Genji slamming it shut every single time they were able to at least push it open even a little bit. And that is what you expect out of a team like Genji. They needed this kind of performance here on night number 1 just to get the ball rolling, prime the pump a little bit for them. But obviously, you know, full held the Burgers here, 0% capture progress. So it is 1 tick on this circle is all Genji are going to need. It is final fight territory out of the gate for 4 minutes. A miracle hold in order, no doubt, and we've seen holds like that before, but this is up against Genji, the toughest team in this bracket. It is going to take maybe even more than a miracle here.
FMCL going to walk out on the Thor, potentially make Scrappy. Okay, all right, Navoy going to take that Elim, take Zenstari off the map. All right, we got our lick in, we got our one. That's a win for the Burgers, chalk it. Even if Genji win the map, Navoy got his one.
Yeah, the one off map dragged the tree into the void around Symbiotic Surface here, and Navoy looking for another one there on the Spider-Man, looking to be a little bit of a pest here in the back line right up behind Genji, and he finds a little bit of his mark here, but nothing off map quite yet. Genji, of course, going to just walk slowly on down here, put some pressure on, wait for a KO, and then just deliver on the rest of the fight. But that's the question, is where's that KO coming from first? I just noticed FMCL's on Thor. Huh?
Yeah, as I was trying to say, like, FMCL walked out of the Thor. I was going to say, you know, potentially going to show Scrappy how it's done, but Scrappy is not taking a God of Thunder duel today. He is instead going to be on the Penny, and makes it a little bit treacherous for Genji to take a step forward, but Skittles with that duplicate, and now you got a Raging Royal Flush. Again, he's able to get access to that ultimate and just burst down the Burgers, and that's pretty much it. Ruby Rage gonna come out from Wounds. Navoy is standing still as he knows his fate was sealed the moment he dared square up against Genji. An easy 3-0 for the first round, and Genji will be moving on to the next round, and the Burgers sent down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and definitely some good moments in this series for the Burgers. They didn't get stomped the entire time. They found some wins here and there, took a couple objectives, and at least made an attempt against a team like Genji. Such a tough matchup in round number 1. Of course, you know, the Burgers picked up some wins in the group stage. It's not a testament to the skill level of the Burgers. It is a testament to just how powerful and how insurmountable Genji as a team can be. Just a couple of final hits picked up on this one by the Burgers. Skittles not KO'd at all through that matchup, and all the members of Genji just KO'd a single time. So the numbers here, of course, as usual, do not lie. tie, and it is Gen G going over 3-0, and they will advance on the day. That's the kind of performance we needed to see from them tonight.
Yeah, arguably, I mean, you could have even expected it to be even more dominant from the side of Gen G because this wasn't even their full power. Like, this kind of felt like a warm-up for them. They're just starting to click into second gear. This is a team that, you know, we go back again to the group stage from OCE where they just didn't even drop a single map against anybody. Even the Chiefs came and were conquered as quickly as they came. And Gen G just looking to keep that tempo up. They want to go in deep. They're one of the two teams, Gen G and Reject, that we're almost positive will be claiming our 2 land spots. And if they want to make sure that they are amongst those 2, they just got to keep this performance up. You know, can't miss a step.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thesis after tonight, is Reject and Gen G still remain unscathed in this bracket and continue to prove that they are the dominant forces here. And if you can overcome one of them, then you have a very, very good chance at one of those land slots. But nobody has found the answer quite yet. Gen G going over 3-0, and they will continue that upper bracket campaign.
I would even argue that Gen G looked a little bit cleaner than Reject in their outings, but I want to hear what Liger's got to say.
Tonic, you said unscathed. Reject did not do well against Gen G in group stage grand finals last year. Wasn't in their favor. They did eventually verse them later on and knock them out. So Gen G do have the leverage over Reject for now, but Reject definitely want to get their rematch in, so that's definitely going to be happening. Oh, right. Well, not definitely, but it's definitely a big dream match here in playoffs this week. We're looking forward to it, but a weakness to Gen G, who's made them bleed? It's the Chiefs. Right next door in the hotel. We'll see what happens again, but of course at the same time.
It's been a while since we've seen any blood spilled from Gen G's side, though, because like I said, like even the Chiefs couldn't do it in the preseason. Or in the preseason they could. In the group stage they were not able to do so. Like Gen G, like they're on another level. And you know, I think the big thing for me when it comes to like this Gen G Reject comparison is we did see times where even though Reject were dominant in Asia, they did struggle at times. But we didn't see that from Gen G, so my question was like, okay, well, is it the strength of the region that's the factor, or are Gen G just that much better? And it's starting to kind of feel like it might be the latter now that we're seeing these 2 regions clash. And the deeper we go into this tournament, the more emphatic that answer will be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just want to get into it. I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be crazy matches. Look, we did say day 1 is going to be a bit of a feeling out motion. We're going to see, you know, a lot of 3-0s. 3 so far. Thank you very much, XO, and Z10 for breaking that. we got a 4th map, which was nice. But now we're gonna obviously have a nice interview with Gen G. And we're gonna learn a bit about how they're feeling and what their goals are right now, because they're the team most people believe will secure themselves into playoffs. I've had some chats with people, international teams, European teams, coaches out here, Americas. They've said, yeah, Gen G's in. There's no doubt about that. We've been scrimming them. Gen G have been a team that struggled to get scrims on the international level in their run last year. Now they've got that respect. Now they signed under the org. Now people are saying, we're going to do a week of scrims with you. We're going to do this block with you. We're going to work out here with you. And now that they're all together under one roof, the amount of practice they can get in now in preparation for mid-season finals is ecstatic and crazy if they secure playoffs. Never get ahead of yourselves in Ignite. Momentum is a crazy thing. As fast as you can go is as fast as you can crash. So if Gen G want to make sure they secure it, they got to take every single team here seriously. So that match against the Burgers, we saw it. They didn't hold back. They didn't, you know, as they say, troll and mix up their compositions. They played the bread and butter and made sure they shut down the Burger by serving them a good sandwich.
I think, you know, I wouldn't say they trolled, but I will say that they definitely, again, like they didn't show their full strength. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot more of that like triple look. They're digging a little bit deeper into like the old playbook just to kind of, you know, make sure they get the dub here without showing their full strength. You know, they're not going to play their full hand in the first round. They want to save it for teams like the Chiefs, like Reject, and potentially like XO that we might see them end up facing later on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely curious to see Gen G play up against some of these Asia teams, because that's kind of my question in the Asia versus OCE battle is, like you guys have talked about, the strength of the 2 regions. You know, Reject, we saw them, you know, not, you know, they won the group stage, clearly, but, you know, there were some struggles along the way. It was not a perfect run for them, and my question that's still kind of bouncing around in my head is that because the top teams in Asia are stronger? You know, Gen G, it feels like nobody can touch them, right? But it makes me wonder, are Reject a little more bad battle tested, or is it maybe just that Gen G is outright just better than all of Asia?
Here's the funny thing about that is even rejects say Asia's just bad. Like, we're just better than the whole region. So it's like,
That's
okay.
just Piggy. That's just Piggy.
That's okay. Well, he's the mouthpiece for the team. We got to take Piggy at his
That's
word
fair,
because
that's
nobody
fair.
else has stepped up to say otherwise.
All right, well, speaking of stepping up, FMCL is going to be our interview stepping up to talk on behalf of Gen G. Let's have a look and let's get the chat going with the winners of this last series today. Welcome in, FMCL.
Hello.
How you doing, mate?
Hello. I'm good. I'm doing good.
Well, there it is. You've won your first series here in playoffs, continuing into the upper bracket. I got to ask, the team is all under one roof. How do you guys feel right now?
It's going good-ish. At the start, it was a little bit rough, but we fixed some problems, and now it's like good.
Was one of those problems that like the door wasn't locked so that like the Chiefs could just walk in and start messing with you guys while you were trying to play? Like, was that ever a worry for you guys? Like,
No, I think we win in their room more than they win in ours. So.
so you're the miscreants.
We found
You're
the
ones that are in trouble.
sabotagers.
Yeah, that's
Well,
us.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of looking ahead at the bracket. Tomorrow you guys are up against XOXO01. Got to see, they're bringing a lot of the old strats they've been running back to the table here, even after the 8.5 patch. Kind of curious, how are you feeling about that matchup? Anything you're kind of looking to prep last minute against them?
Kind of need to prep for Spider-Man, maybe. I don't know if it's good, or the people they're versing are bad. I don't know. So just watch out for the Spider-Man. That's about it, I think.
Do you think that you could take Sungjuk Woo in a Spider-Man 1v1?
Ooh. See, that's a good question.
Ooh.
Like, on a good day, I could. On a good day.
Alright, so let's hope tomorrow's a good day for you guys, because I want to see that.
Listen, I got to
see.
ask, because a lot of people were wondering, like, the OC teams are right now playing out of China. What's the experience like for you guys? How does it feel? Just the sort of seriousness around this playoffs for you all?
It's obviously like a big help, I think, because like normally if we were in this tournament, we'd be on like, well, me, I'd be on 150 ping, but like, because we're here, it just makes it like I can take it so much more seriously because I can play it like well because I'm on looping.
Who's that? Who's that next to? Is that? Oh, hello. Is that the man? That's Bobo.
Well,
Yeah,
we could see the teams.
It's
all
it's nice to see you guys all under one roof. Palling around. You're getting together. It's good. It's good. The vibes have got to be high. You got the power of friendship on your side, and nobody, certainly not the burgers, are gonna be able to stop you.
Now, I got one last one. I got one last spicy question. This one, people want to know, okay? Right now, a lot of the people out there in the world, they're pegging that Gen G is going to qualify. You guys are a shoo-in. You're a lock-in. You're going to be at mid-season. That second slot, what are your thoughts? Who's going to make it right now? People saying Chiefs. People saying XOXO. People saying Reject. You could say who you want to see there, but I want to rack your brain for a second. Who do you think's actually going to take that slot?
I mean, personally, I want the Chiefs to win. Those are my boys. But realistically, it could be Reject, Chiefs, or maybe XOXO. But I don't know. I don't know how good Spider-Man is.
You gonna find out.
There it is. There it is. All right. Well, we're gonna let you all get to rest, get some sleep. You got a match tomorrow, of course. All the teams do. We're going to let you go off. Thank you for your time, FMCL. Good luck. And, of course, say hi to the rest of the team for all of us watching at home, all the fans out there in chat supporting Gen G. And probably, hey, buy the bundle, everybody. Buy the bundle for Gen G.
Buy the bundle.
Get the bundle. Get your
Bundle.
Deadpool. Reject as well. Support the Pacific. Represent. Thank
Mainly
you.
Gen G.
Hey. Competitive even in the marketing, everybody. That's how it is. Perfect. There it is. Thank you.
I think especially if he's right and the Chiefs do qualify, I think you got to get the Gen G bundle because it's like it's just OC on top at that point. If they claim both spots.
Look, here's the thing. The reality is you can I mean, they're definitely talking to each other. This is such a weird, not weird, sorry. This is such a unique dynamic to have. We've never had a concept where like teams are kind of, I want to say, helping each other, kind of. Are Gen G and Chiefs a little bit of an alliance? Because look, it is 2 OCE teams versus 6 Asia teams, but that also makes me think: are the Asia teams also in an alliance as well?
I don't think so.
Is there a...
Well,
you never know. Maybe not with Piggy. I don't think Piggy's in anyone's alliance.
Piggy is just severing all alliances. You know, he wants nothing to do with the rest of the region. But no, like you're right. Like that, we talked again. Like, you know, we think back to that interview we did with Doxu after that crazy 3-way tie. How tight knit of a community OCE is. They're all trying to lift each other up, and they all want to see each other succeed. I know all the teams back in OCE want to see the Chiefs and Gen G take those 2 spots, but Rejects, they might not be cheering for the rest of Asia the same way.
Well, fortunately, Reject has Piggy, and he's the carry, so that's all they really need here in this bracket. But yeah, that's definitely a question. I mean, it's kind of primed for maybe an OCE alliance, because Chiefs, Gen G, they're on opposite ends of the bracket. It's going to be another round or 2 before they would cross paths. So maybe he's sharing some notes, some ideas on what to do. And yeah, considering they're right next door to each other. And apparently Gen G are the sabotagers. They keep going into the Chiefs' room, right? You know, you got to glean some notes somewhere there.
What a funny dynamic, honestly. Well, yeah, today's results, everybody. As you can clearly see, Reject 3-0 to N1 Hex AAA. Got 3-0 by the Chiefs. XOXO did take it 3-1 against Z10, and then Gen G took it 3-0 to Burgers. Of course, we want to thank everybody joining today for all the madness. Shout out to all the co-streamers out there. I know Space is co-streaming. Pacific, thank you for staying up, supporting the scene. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Like, what a crazy setup for day 1. And look at that bracket. Tomorrow is that faded match. We just called it. It's Reject versus the Chiefs. This is big. And then XOXO versus Gen G. Oh my, like, these teams love dive. This is crazy. What do we have tomorrow? And then, of course, N1 Hex versus AAAD and Z10 versus Burgers. Elimination Station, everybody. Ooh, it's already intense day 2.
And we talked about how all these teams, they leveled up, they put in the work, they grinded it out, and they came prepared for playoffs. Well, for 2 of them, their playoffs run, like you said, will end tomorrow in elimination matches, and the other 2 will carry on in that lower bracket. But like you mentioned, at the top of the show, or sorry, I guess at the bottom of the show, Reject versus the Chiefs and XOXO 1 versus Gen G. Those are both going to be heaters. We actually get to see an early preview. You know, maybe the Chiefs do best Reject, and maybe Gen G could potentially get their wish. I think if you send Reject down to the lower bracket, you know, you get Chiefs in a winner's finals position, it might be like all but guaranteed at that point, you know? Like, it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, the question hanging in the air is still Asia versus OCE. What are the strengths compared to one another? And looking at the matches tomorrow, I think we will have a much clearer picture of what that power scaling looks like between the 2 of them. Because, yeah, some big ticket matches on deck for tomorrow. And we had some close ones tonight. Even some of the 3-0s were very close. So these teams tomorrow, I feel like almost every matchup is somewhere closer in power levels than we had tonight. So expect banger after banger for day 2.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want bangers, but what I also want is to get into game and get some of these new costumes, everybody. Welcome to Hellfire Bay Beach, all right? It's summertime. It's festival time. You already know. We're going to trade in all our armor, our padding, our heavy-duty weaponry. We're going to get ourselves some of that good sunshine, some of those waves. We're going to surf it up, and we're going to get some amazing beach costumes here today, of course, everybody. The Summer Snapshot photo event. Take photos with your friends. Get into the lobbies. Popwin, Krakoan, Reels, you know it. Simply log in and claim up to 1,500 units. Come on, limited time units. And participate in festival activities with your friends for a chance to earn up to 2,500 units in total. That is stonks. Woo, we are having a good time here in summer.
Yeah, and summer is definitely heating up with the event, and as well as these skins that you can grab in-game right now. Strike from the shadows or guard the coast. Black Widow brings lethal elegance to the depths, while Daredevil ensures nothing slips past his watch. Gear up to dominate the shore in Marvel Rivals Season 8, June 25th. Right now, you can go in and cop these skins, claim the coast, and leave them breathless. And I can tell you that Black Widow skin has definitely left me breathless. Not unlike when I'm underwater, drowning, and Daredevil cannot see me. Who let my bro be a lifeguard?
I was about to say, worst job you could have given to Matt Murdock, because if you've read the comics, you know that Radar Sense horribly affected by any kind of water. But yeah, once you burn through all of your limited time units picking up those new skins, you can get some free stuff here too. There are new Twitch drops on the Horizon Rivals. Tune into your favorite streamers or this stream as well to earn some sprays, emotes, nameplates, and an exclusive costume for Storm, all part of the Willa Galacta line of skins. That is available from now until July 10th, so plenty of time to get those hours in, either here with us all weekend long for these Pacific playoffs or for the Americas and EMEA next weekend as well. So plenty of opportunity to pick these up before they're gone.
So much is available. Can you believe it? So much is available now. We got drops, we got costumes, we got good Ignite games, we got esports popping off, we got everybody having an absolute good time. I cannot believe that we are actually already done with day one. That flew by so fast, plus intense matches. But yeah, that's it. That's how it is, everybody. 1 week to decide who's gonna take those 2 spots to get to those glorious playoff slots for mid-season finals. Wow.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I know, I shouldn't say I know. Like, we all have our predictions, you know, Reject and Genji, but maybe, just maybe, Reject slip and the Chief end up claiming that second spot, and then they will be waiting to see who qualifies from Americas, from China, from EMEA. We also got China playoffs going on as well, so we're going to know the answers to who claims the Chinese spots as well before long. So be sure to keep an eye out for that as well. There is so much Ignite happening over the next 2 weeks, and the stage will be set for mid-season finals, and I cannot wait to see who's going to be there. Yeah, truly, the roller coaster ride is just getting started here. My predictions already out the window. They're gone. I'm done with them. So who knows what's waiting around the next corner, but you're going to have to keep tuning in to find out, because as you know, if you've watched any of the Asia or OCE action up to now, you know you never quite know what to expect out of these regions. And now that they're clashing, locking horns, I couldn't even begin to tell you what's going to happen next.
Well, I'm 4 for 4 in my predictions, so I'm keeping it fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for coming through today on Marvel Rivals Ignite in the Pacific Playoffs. Day 2's tomorrow. Make sure you definitely tune on in for the rest of the week's matches. We've had a great time. Thank you very much for enjoying the show, everybody. Good luck in your rank games. Good luck in your quick plays. Good luck playing with friends. Good luck to everything you do. Support your streamers. Support your events. A lot of big things happening in Rivals this year. Stick around. 2026 is a banger, certified, guaranteed. And as always, stay marvelous.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는